right, guys, this is it. Welcome to our 300th episode. Not 299, not 301, 300.
Triple turkey.
This is, of course, the Fake Nerd Podcast. I'm Brandon T. McClure. With me, as always, is Ben Magnet.
I have the sudden urge to go bowling now. I don't know why.
Gobble gobble.
Ryan Eliopoulos.
Hello. Tonight we dine on 300 episodes of a long podcast.
King Gerard Butler from 300.
His name is Leonidas, my friend.
I'm sorry, I totally forgot. That was
real historical figure. Really fought giants and giant elephants.
Today we are not joined by Sparks Whitty. However, for those of you who probably know the score of what this episode is, you will see him later on in the episode with special guest Jeremy Villucci.
He is currently driving down the state to come back to the house we moved into. So he couldn't be on for the news portion, but don't worry, y'all. We got plenty to talk about later. Don't worry.
Lord, do we.
For those of you who don't know, we have pre-recorded our main topic for this week because it was long. We knew it was going to be long, and guess what? It turned out to be long. So you get in that car, you do that long commute. Fun fact, if you start the video, if you start the episode when you leave Monterey Bay, you will finish it by the time you get to Los Angeles.
Most likely, well, when it's all complete, true.
When it's all complete, exactly.
Yeah. When it's the ultimate edition, the Blu-ray extras altogether.
Yes.
Yeah. That conversation was so long, I had to dip out and go to work.
Luckily, we were near the end. So you got to say a lot. But yeah, that was a 4.5 hour conversation y'all about to see soon. That's exciting.
So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we finally did it. We talked about the Rebuild of Evangelion movie quadrilogy. All 4 films that Hideaki Anno did to be like, hey, remember how good Evangelion is? And we were like, yes, give us more.
Congratulations. Thank you.
We're really happy about that. So stay tuned for that a little later on in the episode. Today, for those of you watching the live show, you just get the news. I'm sorry to say. You get
a shorter episode. Before the onslaught,
but you get to see our 3 lovely faces.
3 people for 300.
3 people. Oh, that's great.
Right, we planned this all along.
And dare I say the original 3 of the Fake Nerd Podcast, because 300 episodes ago, or actually 298 episodes ago, it was just the 3 of us.
Actually, 298 episodes ago, it was. Oh no, you're right.
No, I came in pretty early.
You came in episode 3. And because we only did 2 episodes, Ben and I.
Yeah, you only did 2 episodes, and then it was Brandon and Ryan for episode 3 because you talked about BVS the Ultimate Edition, and then all 4. Oh, I lied. It was 296 episodes that the 3 of us have been together because I met him. Yeah, because I met him on episode 4.
That's true. That's
right.
And look at us, still here. Take that.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to say a couple of things after I talk about the links, though, because there are still. This is the Fake Nerd Podcast show. Who would we be if there weren't links in the description?
Yeah.
And what was that?
We'd be Zelda.
Oh, link.
Yeah.
We'd be Zelda. I got there.
I was looking directly at you, Brendan, on my screen. I was like, does he get it? Does he get it?
So, guys, last week we talked about Star Wars Andor. We snuck in a Fake Nerds Watch episode into our main topic. You can now listen to that episode, watch that episode. I'm so sorry. You can now watch that episode as its own video. That is linked below. There were also some topics that were put up as their own video this week, such as Day Shift and Dragon Ball Super Superhero. Those, unfortunately, are not linked below, but you can find them on this channel. Again, like this video and subscribe to this channel, as always. Make us grow. So 1 through 3, 1, 2, and 3 of Star Wars Andor that is available and linked below.
Andor.
There's a couple of audio shows that have been uploaded recently because I suck and my computer decided to have a horrible virus that would not let me do anything.
It's all the porn, Brandon.
It's all the porn.
So much.
You got to use a VPN, man. Let me I'll talk to you afterwards.
You know what's messed up? When I was a kid, I looked up. I don't mind saying this because I was a kid. I looked up so much porn.
Oh yeah.
Never once blue screened a computer. I don't use anything. I don't use this computer for anything but work, and I blue screened this. I was like, what the hell?
21st century viruses are the worst. I'll tell you what, real quick. I definitely was someone who looked up porn on my mom's computer, and I did a thing where I clicked the link, and it did this thing where it opened up 1,000 different browsers, and it was just like, oh yeah, it's like lots of screaming. And
oh no!
Unplug the computer because I couldn't power it down because the virus took hold, and I'm like, Mom, I don't know what's about to happen with this computer tomorrow, but I promise you, it wasn't me. Couldn't have been me.
Do you guys remember, speaking of computer viruses, do you guys remember LimeWire?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's essentially computer aids.
Oh yeah. All of my music from my teenage years, all from LimeWire. Absolutely.
Black_parade_ My Chemical Romance _exe.
And then it's just Bill Clinton sounded like.
I was gonna make that joke. I was like, this is for the real ones. If you got that, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Instead of a song, you're a real one.
Wasn't that like that was Rick rolling before Rick rolling?
That was like the internet, like the download Rick roll. Bill Clinton.
But worse yet, you think you got one version of the song and then it turns into the fucking Macarena. It's like cool. I finally downloaded Meteora by Linkin Park. Macarena.
I knew immediately as soon as I transferred all those LimeWire files into iTunes. I categorized them by length, and if none of them were above a minute, I knew I had the wrong song.
So smart. See, I was just dumb and like free. It's all free. Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. Oh, love it.
LimeWire came back recently, I think.
As legitimate, or was it still
legitimate? I don't want a part of it.
I think it's legitimate. I seem to remember it coming back. Anyway,
sorry, a little trip down memory lane.
That's what we do on the 300th episode. We go down memory lanes.
I haven't thought about Bill Clinton LimeWire in a long time, so that was really nice.
I was gonna talk about Napster, but man, the post Napster days were wild.
Oh,
so there are. Speaking of audio, you can get the proper audio files. For Basement Arcade Pause Menu, its latest episode where you talked, Ben, did a thing. Say it. I'm poking you like the bear you are.
I talked to Donnie D. Retro of the Gamers Week podcast and Patrick Brickhouse of the Retro Blast podcast, and we just talked about games we just don't like. There were some games there we trashed. I talked a lot of trash about Mega Man X7 because that game deserves it. But then we also talked about it wasn't just games we don't like, but also like the general sphere of video game YouTube on how a lot of times a lot of people love watching videos where people bash video games, i.e. the angry video game nerd, so on and so forth. So we talk a little bit about that, and also we discuss like why we don't like games or even certain genres. And even though we do bash some games, we don't necessarily straight up attack these games. I mean, to say, hey, I don't like it because of X, Y, and Z, yada, yada, yada. I mean, really the only game where I actually go whole ham and say, this game sucks and I hate it is Mega Man X7. That's the only one.
There's a difference between not liking something and being critical, which is what you guys do, and just, I hate it for no good reason. You guys give reasons. Like, if you have a reason, it's okay to be negative. Just have a critical thought about it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes things just don't jive with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that is now available in audio format. Video watchers have been able to see it for a while, but now audio listeners can check it out on the Basement Arcade Pause Menu audio feed, and you will notice that Basement Arcade Pause Menu has a new logo, courtesy of our good friend Sparks Whitty has made a proper logo for that show. It is now available on that channel.
Well, ain't that nice and shit. I don't know why I went Southern.
Well, ain't that nice?
I don't know why I don't know why I went there.
And the review special for Nope, Jordan Peele's Nope that Sparks and Ryan did a couple months ago. Sorry,
nope. It was only a couple weeks, not months.
So
yeah,
it's up now.
Nope.
You can check that. You can check that out, as well as the review special that Sparks, Ryan, and I did for 3,000 Years of Longing are now available audio. And for 3,000 Years of Longing, it is only available in audio.
We can fight that.
We are. So if you haven't noticed, we got a copyright strike for some reason on our 3,000 Years of Longing video.
It wasn't the studio.
No, it wasn't the studio.
This is a random. Someone's trying to like just take people. We're fine. Don't worry.
We have contested it. We are fighting it. It's just going to take a while for that video to come back because it's got to go through a small claims court, I guess. But it's going to be back, and it's ridiculous.
It happens all the time on YouTube, unfortunately.
Yeah. The problem is the penalty is so strong because all you have to do is to be some random person and just say, hey, I copyright strike. And then we have a copyright strike. When we get 3 of those, our channel is gone.
It used to be harder to fight it, but luckily, because it's so frequent now, it's a little bit easier to fight ones that aren't as legitimate. So it'll be up eventually.
Yeah. So it is coming back. So stay tuned. Just stay tuned. If you haven't checked it out, or if you have, tell us how you like it. All right. That's all the links for the show. But I will mention that Ben has 2 more links in the description.
I do. Both of them came from Go Nintendo, or they come from GoNintendo.com. The first one is essentially an opinion piece about how I have a bone to pick with the Nintendo Switch Online service regarding Pokemon Stadium. TLDR, there's a thing in Pokemon Stadium in the original games where you could play your own Pokemon game on the big screen TV and transfer your Pokemon from your game into Pokemon Stadium and use them to fight. Because the rental Pokemon in that game, if you just play the main stadium battles with the rental Pokemon, at a certain point in time, it becomes damn near impossible to beat the game. And you have to pray to RNGesus that you get lucky. So yeah, that's a big thing. And that's me ranting about that. And also things I wish Nintendo would do. But of course, they're not going to do, because a lot of times when they do port stuff to NSO, it's just a straight up port. No. And maybe it's like, oh, but look, we have online. So yeah, that's me.
Real quick, man. If we're talking about the original Nintendo 64 Pokemon Stadium, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How are we supposed to get our Game Boy characters onto the Switch?
Well, that's
what I'm saying. There's no, unless they make a new adapter, which would be really expensive and dumb for a 25-year-old console.
Pokemon Home.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's essentially Pokemon Home is a paid service where you can store all your Pokemon from the 3DS and the Switch games. But the thing is, but I mean, I can understand Pokemon Home because you have a bunch of new movesets, you have a bunch of new typings, especially with the original Stadium and the Stadium 2 games. They are very limited. It only goes up to Steel and Dark types.
They're old, baby. That's all old shit. They can't do new shit. Yeah.
Exactly. They're extremely old. But what I was wishing they would do, because there's an icon on the games for the Game Boy Tower, which is where you would go to play the transfer pack.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I wish they would do is that they would go to the transfer pack or go to the Game Boy Tower, and you get an option of which 3 games you want to play. Gold, Silver, Crystal for Pokemon 2, Red, Blue, and Yellow for Pokemon for Stadium 1. You pick that, you play through the Pokemon game as is, and you can take those Pokemon and put them in. That's one way to do it.
A lot of work, my guy.
It is a lot of work, yeah. Or
for a Pokemon Stadium port.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are other ways you could do this, but other than that, it's because my whole thing is like there are ways Nintendo could be like, hey, we can do some great things with the NSO.
That's true.
And shit keeps going up, and it comes up bad. I mean, they have been slowly fixing some of the emulation problems that have been plaguing it since the service first started. But really, it's like I was hoping that Pokemon Stadium was going to come to NSO. Now it is, but it's like I'm probably not going to be able to beat it because it's going to be the rental teams are going to be super hard.
That's fair.
And not only that, the 3DS could communicate with the Switch. It's Bluetooth capabilities. You can connect. You could have the 3DS communicate because you can buy, or you could have, if you have the original Pokemon games on your 3DS, just transfer them over that way. It could work, but you're right. It does involve a lot of work. It does involve a whole lot of other stuff. And also,
you know what they need to do, Ben? Here's the answer. They just make a new Pokemon Stadium that's 2022. That's what you do.
That's true. Oh,
just have it to be the same thing, just modern, and then you can do everything you want because they're not going to do all this work for a 25-year-old game. As much as fun that would be, like it's a lot of work for a game only a couple thousand people are probably really going to buy.
Yeah, exactly. But people have also been clamoring for a new Pokemon Stadium, like they have been clamoring for Pokemon Snap. And since we got a new Pokemon Snap, we could get a new Pokemon Stadium someday. That would be pretty sweet.
That's my thinking. They did Snap, and that thing sold well. So like,
oh yeah, definitely.
I believe it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's about that. But the fun one, that was really
real quick, Ben. Real quick. I'm going to bring up Mag's comment.
Oh yeah,
because Mag is in the chat. Sorry, couldn't celebrate anniversary at work. Take care again. Of course, Mag. You do your work and take care for you as well. And thank you for at least just coming in and being like, hey,
thanks for being a homie for years and years.
Years and years.
So Ben, your second article.
Yeah, second article is that earlier in September, Super Mario Kart celebrated its 30th anniversary. So that was just a little retrospect on Super Mario Kart, the original Super Mario Kart, the first game that came out a little retrospective on that and how over the years the game improved to become the powerhouse that is today. Because fun fact, the highest selling Mario game of all time as of this moment, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it.
Very cool. You can find those links. You can find those links down below in the description, as well as finally, there is I forgot to mention this at the end of the episode. You'll realize Jeremy Villucci's links and where you can find his band Wreck of Time are in the description below. So if you want to check out Jeremy Villucci's work or his band, you can check them out. Linked below. There you go. Cool. That's it, guys. That's all the links. And now, if I may say something about the fact that we are here at 300.
It's true.
It's been a rough year. There's no denying it. It's been a very rough year for all of us. And I am so grateful that we are here with our 300th episode. I'm so grateful that the show has become 300 episodes. I know a lot of these shows have been fallen by the wayside because of just scheduling and the problems that plagued us this year. But I do want to celebrate just the fact our family, our Fake Nerd podcast, family of podcasts, just bring that up for the audio, for the video listeners, for the audio, some of the video watchers, for the audio listeners. This is a kind of like screensaver of all the shows that we do. Basement AK Pause, When You Fake Nerds Watch, Book Club, Miscellaneous, even all those links, all those shows. I really love those shows. I really love this family that we built. I really love doing these live shows and having people come in, do the chat.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's true. I'm really grateful that we're here doing 300 today.
Me too, 100%. Couldn't be happier.
Me
love
too.
that we're all here.
And just thank you again to like everyone who I said a lot of this stuff at the end, so I'm not going to say too much more. But just thank you to everyone who's been with us this entire time, and collaborated with us, and become our friends because of it. Really love everything. The show is about love. I love it. I love the people in it. I love the people around it. Love.
Yeah. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank
bye.
you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for doing the show, for essentially doing the show with me, and of course Sparks as well, for 300 episodes, because this is a milestone, a big ass milestone, and I can't believe we've made it this far, and I cannot wait to see where the next 300 takes us. So,
and you know what? It's not just 300 episodes of a podcast.
It's true.
We have 507 YouTube videos where not all of them are this podcast. A lot of them are video game stuff and movie stuff and comic book stuff. So like the dream, we might not be making money, but this is what I want. This is what I want to do. I want to talk to my friends about nerdy shit and have people come in and talk about it with me. Like it's the dream. So like, again, like I don't get paid for it, but like that's not stopping me from doing it. And it's not going to stop me. It's not going to stop me until I stop liking comics, and I'm covered in comic book tattoos. So I don't think that's going to happen.
The day you stop liking comics is probably the day hell freezes over.
Probably.
I'm going to need a jacket.
I don't even care if it freezes over. Just give me the jacket.
But once again, we live in California. It's probably going to be a light jacket.
I just got a new AC installed in this house, and let me tell you guys, it's cold. I need a jacket. Nice, it's so nice, man. From Monterey, where it was like nice all the time, back to Southern California, we're like, hey, it's 100 degrees. Sorry. Thank you, air conditioning. Thank you, scientists. I love you. Mechanics, engineers.
I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday was like the first day I actually put on my long pajama pants instead of my pajama shorts I've been wearing all the time.
Ooh, Ben.
Yeah, no.
Scandalous. Ryan said absolutely. Like the fact, we do this for us. I've always said that before. We don't get paid to do this. We do this because we like to do it. We like to hang out with each other and hang out with the people who watch it. And I want to keep doing that for as long as I am able. Because like I tweeted this before. Like I understand that hate clicks. They make all those listeners. They make all those money. I'd rather have a measly audience than a large audience because I'm spewing hatred.
Absolutely. Because like if this were a podcast where like we just shit on things, then we'd attract that kind of audience, and I don't want that audience. Exactly. I like people who care about other people's feelings and opinions instead of just shit on things just because like they're not the same. So I'm really glad that that this is the podcast that it is, because like all those other shitty ones, yeah, they might have millions of views. They're terrible people, and I'd rather be who I am. So I'm good.
Exactly. The thing that I said before, this podcast has cultivated love. We're kind people. We try our best to be kind. We want people to love each other. We everyone who comes in here to check us out, we want them to love each other. No hatred.
That's not to say we can't shit on a Morbius now and then, though.
That's true.
That's true.
We still have fun.
Or the first Suicide Squad movie.
We did do a commentary.
We did.
Now that said, if you'd like to support us financially, you can check out our TeePublic and our Patreon and help us out, because we want to do more stuff, and it would be easier to do more stuff if we got a little spending money on the side.
Sure.
It would. I'm still can't wait for the day that I win the lottery and I can buy Brandon a Roadcaster. That would be nice.
No. So hopefully in the near future we can get back to some of the shows that have fallen by the wayside. Again, this year has been tough. Schedules are tough, and hopefully coming soon you'll start hopefully see more of those shows that have fallen behind kind of come back into the circulation within the family. Okay, I'm good. You guys want to talk about your weeks?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go first because it's pretty much just everything that I've done this week. She-Hulk, House of the Dragon, Lord of the Rings, Andor. I talk about them on other shows. I'm enjoying all those shows to a various extent, and you can hear me talk about them on other shows. I'm enjoying all of them. We're really lucky to be in a good period of genre entertainment and stuff. I beat Cyberpunk. I beat it at 60 hours. I will also talk about that on our video game podcast, which we'll be doing shortly. That game's incredible. Every update makes that game, just like No Man's Sky, just a better and better experience. It is absolutely one of my favorite role-playing games. Ben, you will need to play this game because it is not just a great game, like in terms of being a role-playing game, and like Cyberpunk is a tabletop role-playing game. It is sci-fi Dungeons and Dragons, right? So it's all about attribute points and skill points and talents stuff and jobs. So like you will easily migrate into the world and be able to make any character you want. And it's so fun. And you could be a stealth character. You could be an assassin. You can be like guns blazing. You could do what I do and be a net runner where you don't even enter a building. You take control of a camera and then you blow everyone's brains using cyber technology. And I'm like a mage. I'm a sci-fi mage. And I just walk into the building and everyone's heads are exploded. It's incredible. You can make any character you want. If you've seen Cyberpunk, the main character, David, uses the Sandevistan cyber chip mod, which makes him go super speed. So it's like he slows down time to 25% normal speed. So he's going super fast. So in the game, you can get that and everyone slows down. And I take out my katana and I just destroy everyone. And their limbs are flying off and body parts are ripping apart, and it's all happening in slow motion. And then normal time comes back up, and it's like, whoop, and then the flames are flying. And I'm like, man, video games are. Brandon couldn't handle how good this was. That was too good. He had to leave. Cyberpunk is an incredible game. I'll never talk about it so much.
I think his internet just died out.
Well, he'll come back.
He will. There he is.
It was like you couldn't handle how good Cyberpunk was.
I couldn't. I don't know what the hell happened.
Internet stuff. So I beat that. And I almost 100%ed it. So I'm probably not going to touch it again. I do want to stream it because there are so many different builds you can do. And now that I've done everything, I found a nice streamlined approach. So instead of it being a 60-hour role playing let's play, it can be like a 20-hour. You need to get like the good meat.
The good stuff. Huh? No, I was saying like so you can get the good stuff.
The juicy juice. So yeah, Cyberpunk, fantastic. Just like No Man's Sky, like. That's a game where it launched disastrously, but the team behind it, it wasn't their fault. They had to release it when they had to release it because of stockbrokers and blah 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 blah. So like that game should have came out like this year, not 2 years ago, and it would have been one of the greatest games ever made. Unfortunately, it came out busted, but now it's here. It sold 20 million copies. It sold millions of copies in the last couple of weeks because of the anime. It just feels good. It's really good when a developer or a studio gets the recognition it deserves. Because that game took like 8 years to make, and when it came out, nobody liked it, and that's really sad. And I'm just glad it's here. Super glad it's here. No, I watched all the Evangelion movies too, but guess what? We'll talk about that later.
No, that seems to be a pattern, like with No Man's Sky and with Cyberpunk, where it's like, hey, where games get rushed and they come out in broken state, people in the games get panned, and then when you actually look at why, it's like because there was unfortunately when a lot of investors get really investors who don't know stuff about video games, they just see the dollar signs and the stuff at the end of it. Then when they start pressuring the poor developers who are working God knows how many hours, and some of them are also probably getting crunch time too, which is even worse. So yeah, like when money is involved, bad things go awry.
It's a bunch of Zaslavs who are like, why isn't the game done? Don't you just hit a button and the game's done? Like, no, bro. Video games are the most complicated thing on the planet to make. Are you kidding me? Millions of different systems have to work all the time. It's a miracle any game ever comes out, to be honest.
Yeah, Brandon.
Real quickly, I'm gonna bounce out and refresh my browser because my internet is still.
You look horrible.
So I'll be right back.
All right, Brandon, we'll be right back. So yeah, I played Cyberpunk. I watched all the Evangelion movies, which will we be discussing shortly. And then I did something I haven't done in a while, and I read some other effing comic books. And it's
shit! I haven't done that in months. I haven't been at the comic store in months. I don't know if my pull list exists anymore, and I'm kind of scared. I'm scared to go back.
I was like, you should have stopped that thing, but that's too late now. So
luckily I like slimmed down my pull list. It wasn't as big as a pull list, so it's a lot fewer titles. But I'm still scared to go back.
Well, you got to do something about it, bro. Can't because it's not just it's hurting the comic book store because those are sales that they thought they were going to get that they're not getting anymore. So you have to stop a pull list if you're not going to get it because that hurts the comic book store. Anyway, I don't have a super local comic store that's immediate drive. Like it's maybe like a 20-minute drive to my local one, which isn't bad, but I was feeling lazy. So I ordered some comics from Midtown Comics, and they will be arriving next week. So I don't have those comics, but I got Marvel Unlimited, and boy howdy, I caught up on some Marvel comics that I haven't caught up on. 3 of my boys. 1, Spider-Man. There's a new Spider-Man run by Zeb Wells and John Romita Jr. and people online hate it. They hate it. A lot of people like it, but like the vocal Spider-Man fans are like, this is awful. And I'll tell you why. Because at the very first issue, it's a mystery story. It's all about something happened to Spider-Man 6 months ago, and it ruined his life. Brandon, I'm talking about Amazing Spider-Man by Zeb Wells, #1. Cool. Something happened to Spider-Man, and we don't know what it is. It's a mystery. 6 months has passed, and his relationships with everyone is ruined. His relationship with Aunt May is ruined. His relationship with NJ is ruined. His friends hate him. Like, he did something really bad. He's friends with Norman Osborn for some reason. Something crazy happened, and that's the fun of learning what happened. But people really don't like it because it breaks MJ and him up, and like it breaks all these relationships. And I'm like, I get that. It's a really good story. He writes a really great Spider-Man. He writes a great Norman Osborn. He writes the best Tombstone maybe I've ever read. Tombstone as like the #1 villain of the story is incredible. He has so much depth of like, he's a dude who really wanted to be a good guy. He really did for his daughter, but the criminal underworld would not let him. So he had to become the monster that he was trying to hide from his daughter this whole time. And it's so good. And the John Romita art, it's like it's like so good. I don't normally like his stuff. It's really dependent, but like his stuff, I'm really jiving with. I think it's a really great issue, a great story so far. I've read 4 issues. It is double shipping, so it's coming a little faster on Marvel Unlimited because it is 3 months behind. 3 months behind. That's how numbers work. But I'm really, really liking it, and I really wanted to give it a shot because so many people disliked it, and I'm like, oh, you guys. It's just because he's not with MJ, and you guys are all about ships, and like that's all it is nowadays is ships, and they're not ships, and it's not good. I'm like, no, that's not how stories work, y'all. Really great. His Peter Parker is so fun. It is Zeb Wells who wrote the newest episode of She-Hulk, by the way. Zeb Wells is such an incredible character writer. He has such a grasp on comic book writing and comic book character writing. And I'm so thrilled that he is doing Spider-Man because people might not like it. I'm loving it.
I want to say, like, I think that they're I've seen some of the backlash. I'm not reading Amazing Spider-Man, but I've seen some of the backlash. I do understand like the desire to want to see Peter Parker and MJ back together. It is quite honestly ridiculous how long they've been apart.
Yeah.
But sure. Sometimes you just gotta let a story go.
Yeah. And if I cared more about MJ and Peter, I'm sure I'd feel differently. But also like sometimes you just got to let a story to be done. You got to tell the whole way through because it's not just him and MJ that's ruined. He ruined his relationship with everybody, with Aunt May, with the Robinsons, like Parker and the guy from the Daily Bugle. Like he did something disastrous in his life. And I'm like, what was it, Peter? It's a good enough mystery where I'm like, and Peter's acting like an asshole. I'm like, man, what is this? Why are you hanging out with Norman Osborn? Like, I am fascinated, almost like it's like a what if more than anything. Unfortunately, it is mainline continuity, so that's why people are mad. But really liking it. Caught up on Moon Knight. Jed McKay's Moon Knight. Jesus Christ, y'all, that is a 12-issue, one beautiful long arc of who's this villain. It turns out it's someone that's really close to you, who's like your best friend, and then how that person just tries to ruin your life. It's very much like a Kingpin, Daredevil Born Again, where he's trying to ruin his life, his real life and his superhero life, or very much like Batman and the Joker, where the Joker's like, Batman, you've become too weak. You have this family, and you're not the Batman that you used to be. That's this villain's motivation. He's like, Moon Knight, you used to rip people's faces off. You don't do that anymore. You hang out with people and you don't kill people. I'm tired of that. I need you to kill people. Will you please kill me? It's awesome. It's so good. And the art is insane. Moon Knight is just, that is a beautiful run. I'm glad I caught up. And then the last one I did was Iron Man. Iron Man continues to be great. The last issue, 25, comes out, I believe, this month. So I'm still a few issues behind from Marvel Unlimited. But Christopher Cantwell writes the best egotistical characters. He did great Doctor Doom. He did great Reed Richards. Now he's doing a great Iron Man. This specific arc is about how he becomes a cosmic god and how he's like, y'all, it's cool. I'm a hero. I know how to save the world. And everyone's like, Tony, can you not be a god? Can you not change the world? He's like, no, he makes everyone on the planet genius level intellect. And he's like, this is going to make everything better, isn't it? And people are just inventing shit randomly, like nuclear bombs are going off everywhere. And he's like, this is great, isn't it? And everyone's like, oh, what do we do? It's fantastic. It's like, what do you do when like the smartest guy in the world gets all the power in the world? And like, you can't really stop him, but he's also a good guy. So you don't want to be mean to him, but if you be mean to him, he'll kill you. It's great. It's like, it's the perfect, like, what's the word? Like, viewpoint from like when Doctor Doom was God. Like, what happens if Iron Man's God? It's kind of similar. It's a little similar. That's why they're such great characters. Love it. I'm really sad he's leaving Iron Man, but 25 issues, baby. That's a good run. That's a solid 2.5 year run. So great comic books. Love comic books. That's me. Goodbye.
Very cool. I have nothing. This was a busy week. For those of you who don't know, my family and I are going through a tragedy right now. I did watch a little bit of Quantum Leap. I did watch a little bit of Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Only the first 2 episodes. Love it. Quantum Leap, great show. That's
is it
right now? Yeah, who knew?
That's good. I have seen.
The old. I haven't seen the new one yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Because I've seen
like
some people online saying it's better than they expected. But that the way they say that, it seems like, oh, it's still not great though. Mm-hmm. So
I've heard really good things from a few people in my circle. So I think probably it's going to win her. I still just want to get through the old show first.
Makes sense.
Anyway, so that's really all I have to say. Ben?
I don't have a whole lot because mostly my week was catching up on the Evangelion films.
300, baby.
300, baby. Yeah, so of course we'll talk about the Evangelion films, but there were a few things that I did yesterday that I do want to talk about. I watched Hocus Pocus 2.
Oh, I forgot that came out. Shit.
Yeah, and I really liked it. I thought it was. I enjoyed it a whole lot. I still need to stew on it for a little bit because the ending. I don't want to spoil it, but at the same time, there are parts of me where the ending was like, I don't know, but I don't. It's like I don't know if I like it, but at the same time, I don't hate it.
Interesting.
Because it definitely there's something with Winifred as a character that's established very early on in the film that affects this ending, and so I'm like, you know what, that kind of makes sense. But at the same time, just the tone of it was like, but she's the villain though, so I don't want to.
Don't tell me anymore.
Yeah. I would say if you liked the first one, you're probably going to enjoy the second one. I mean, I love the first one. That to me, that's a Halloween classic. How can I not go through October and at least quote Hocus Pocus a little bit? Yeah.
Ryan from Fake Nerd Podcast. Hi. Do they sing a different song or do they just sing "I Put a Spell on You" again? Because I don't want them to do the same song again.
They sing a different song.
Yes. Then I'm so excited for this movie because I don't want it to be the same movie.
In fact, they sing 2 different songs.
Oh,
I think one of them is the original song too.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
There's a really cute scene with the Sanderson sisters in full costume in a recording studio singing the song that they sing when they first come back. So
that's cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I could tell as I was watching this, I could tell all 3 of them were having a blast. They were having so much fun. And there are some good references. There's not a whole lot of references to 1993, which is good. This film definitely makes its own identity as something that happened 29 years down the line. There's no mention. There's no mention of Max and the sister and the girlfriend. It's its own story.
Cool. That's good.
There are subtle references as to what happened, but it's not like dead set. Oh, remember that old actor? We brought this old actor back. Like the only returning ones are the Sanderson sisters and Doug Jones as Billy Butcherson.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I highly enjoy it.
I just found out what his last name is. By the way, as Butcherson, great name.
Yeah,
Billy Butcherson. I'm into it.
Yeah. So I've said I enjoy it. I have to. That's good. After Hocus Pocus, Faye and I decided to try our hand at Cuphead again.
Oh. The DLC.
The DLC. We got the DLC the week it came out. We played a little bit of it, beat 2 bosses, and you know what? I'd rather fight Millennia again.
Really?
Oh yeah, really. Holy shit! There's these 2 bosses that there's this one boss rush or this one form where I was this close to beating him. I got to the literal last bit and I panicked because I thought I beat it, and it was like, surprise, I'm not done yet. And I was like, oh shit, and I just went headfirst into 2 attacks and I lost it.
I love Cuphead because it'll show you the meter of how far you come to beating the level.
Literally,
and you're a microsecond away from beating it.
I was literally on the flag.
Yeah, that's great.
I was literally, if I had lived, I would have beaten him. And the game is still fun. It is a challenge. And there are times where Faye and I were like, oh, we just go one more time. We can do this. We can do this. But as I'm playing this, I'm getting flashbacks to fighting Melania from Elden Ring. And I'm like, honestly, I think I'd rather fight Melania.
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola. How many times did you hear that, Ben? How many times did you hear that?
A lot. Yeah. I heard it quite a few times, but for about an hour and a half, Faye and I were just stuck on this one level, and we could not for the life of us beat it.
You weren't here when we talked about God of War Ragnarok.
No, I wasn't here when we talked about God of War Ragnarok.
You getting ready to fight more Valkyries?
Actually, I'm excited to fight the Valkyries, to be perfectly honest. I sought those Valkyrie fights out. I loved those fights. Those were fun. Even Sigrun was the last one, right?
I think so.
She was a super hard one at the end after you beat all the Valkyries in the council. Yeah, the one who literally bursts out of her portal and chokeholds you and throws you down on the ground. Yeah, that was a hard fight, but that was worth it.
I'm glad we get to fight more Valkyries. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ben.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, Sigrun, yeah. You're right.
So, speaking of Elden Ring, I did play a little bit of it. I got to the penultimate boss of the game, and then I'm like, wait a minute, there's still another dragon boss I haven't fought yet, so I'm gonna go back and fight that dragon boss. I haven't fought the dragon boss yet because I'm trying to level up. Is it in
Farum Azula?
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite boss in the entire game.
I don't know if you could bring anyone
dragon fight in any video game ever made.
Do you have to solo that fight, or can you bring someone into that fight?
I mean, if you're a badass, you can solo it. I didn't solo it. I had my friend from work help me out.
So Ryan, when can you help me solo?
When that I will jump at Elden Ring for that fight 100%.
All right, sweet. Yeah, because I'm probably gonna try that fight later tonight.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's a. You want to talk about a King Ghidorah in a video game, Brandon? That's the fight. That's what we're about to fight.
Yeah,
I think I've seen the clips.
It's amazing.
It is, yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much been my week. Just a lot of Evangelion, which I'm not complaining about because that was awesome, and a little bit. Hocus Pocus 2 was a nice little palate cleanser. The really fun film. Absolutely enjoy it. And damn you, Cuphead.
You'll beat it. I believe in you.
All right. So I guess we should go into our bread and butter then.
Hello, Babs.
I'm actually okay with calling that little toast Babs.
Oh, it's official.
It's official.
It's official. Victor canon that little bread slice. His name is Babs.
We should have a canon. We should just be riffing a canon every episode, shouldn't we?
Man, hey, you think we've forgotten? There's still that mountain. He's got like the anti-monitor and like.
Oh,
I forgot about the mountain.
Have we fed him?
I am the anti-monitor.
Oh, I forgot about the mountain. Who's on that mountain? The anti-monitor, Mark Guggenheim.
I'll have to listen to an episode from like 200 episodes.
A lot of people were on the anti-monitor mountain.
I should make a shirt about that mountain.
You guys haven't called me Nostalgia's bitch in the longest time, too.
All right, nostalgic bitch.
It comes up every now and then.
Yeah, but you're right. The Stephen King one comes up more often.
Yeah.
That's because
he's always got shit coming out.
That's exactly why.
Yeah, that fool does not stop.
He writes a book like every 7 days. He can't stop.
And Ben reads it in a week. I mean, what the hell, man? You're just like on it. I bet you already have his next book pre-ordered. Or do you get review copies because you're his best friend?
He gets review copies, of course.
Yeah. So Stephen King is just sent you his next book, right?
Here's what happens. The second he finishes writing, he's like, he looks at the manuscript and he kisses it and he's like, straight to bed. Straight to bed.
And he puts it lovingly. Can you tell us? Can you show us one of the manuscripts? Can you tell us what his next book is called?
Oh yeah, sure. I can show you right here.
Oh, Ben, rude. The audio listeners can't even see that.
I know. The bird. It was. I just did the bird.
The bird of Midals.
I would have just made up a title. The bird of Midals.
The bird of Midals.
That's the title.
Yeah. So it's set in the swamplands of Louisiana, and there's an area. Yeah, of Midals.
Midals, Louisiana.
My favorite spot.
The fictional town of Midals, Louisiana. And there's this bird there that you see the bird. The bird is a precursor to something horrible happening to you, and people are trying to escape the wrath of the bird, but they cannot.
Curse.
And it's actually a Pet Sematary requel?
There's some people are probably going to say that it's tied to Pet Sematary in a certain way, shape, or form. Honestly, I think this is his own thing, and this is just Steven just screwing with people.
Some birds are better left dead.
All right, that's enough of that.
Canon.
Let's get into some. Jesus, we're stupid. I love us.
Not.
Good.
No, we're not.
All right,
I love us too.
All right, casting news for Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live-action one. They kind of released the rounded out cast. We've already known who plays a lot of characters, but they let us know that Arden Cho from Teen Wolf, the one who didn't return for the movie, is going to play June. George Takei will play. Now I don't remember the spirit. He's a spirit Ko.
Yeah, Ko the Face Stealer.
Ko the Face Stealer. That's right. That's
the
gonna be
creepiest mother effer. And I was so looking forward to more of him and Korra. We never got him. I mean, he gets referenced, but it's not. But still, it's like one of those. Ugh.
Oh, he's in the Search. He switches Cusco. What's the guy's name?
Zuko.
Cusco.
What's his name?
Yeah, so he switches. His Ko's mom, because Ko's mom grants face and Ko steals it, because Ko kind of Ko stole another person's face. So
gotcha.
Hi, Gail.
Gail Reagan is in the chat. Not trying to change the subject. Have y'all seen the Last of Us trailer? Yeah, we will talk about it later.
We got a whole trailer park where we talk about all the trailers of the week coming up.
All right, Ben, take it away.
Get out of here.
Remove it.
Remove it from our screen. Remove it from the screen.
Mamona Tamada from the Babysitters Club, who was also in that Owen Wilson, Walter Scobell movie on Paramount Plus. The one where Owen Wilson's Iron Man.
Wow.
Secret Headquarters. That's what it's called.
Yeah. Too many movies.
She will play Ty Lee. I love this casting. I love her. I think she's fantastic. She has an incredible arc in the Babysitters Club. Yeah,
this whole, regardless of like what the product will be, this whole casting is like, damn, I'm interested.
Right. Thalia Tran from Raya and the Last Dragon will play Mai. She doesn't have a lot. Mostly voice work. She's in Raya and the Last Dragon is one of the younger characters, like one of those characters when they were kids. Utkarsh Ambudkar. I'm sorry, I never pronounced that name right. He was, famous comedian. He's a free guy. He's in tons of stuff. He's going to play King Boomy. It's great casting. And Amber Midthunder will play Princess Yui from Prey and Legion. Love it.
She's going to have a big old wig.
And James Tsai is going to play the Cabbage Merchant, which he is reprising from the animated show.
We already knew, but they're doubly letting us know, like, it's real, y'all. Man, I really, nobody wants anything to be bad, obviously.
Yeah.
This particularly, I need it to be good because we can't have two awful adaptations of
We can't. I don't want this cast to have to suffer that. This is a great cast.
I don't want Cowboy Bebop to happen, because like that's a great cast too, and that thing just like sunk. So I'm like, I don't want that again. Not with this one. Like, because if this happens, like obviously we're getting more Avatar stuff, thankfully, in the cartoon world. But like, I do want a cool live action representation of this. And like, if this doesn't work, it's over. It's just over forever until 20 years from now, our kids will do it. And I'm like, this is it, man. I don't trust Netflix.
Is Daniel Pudi in that cast list too?
Daniel Pudi is the mechanist. We already knew that though. We knew that from a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, like like the casting for like our main leads and like Fire Lord and like
Daniel Day Kim. Daniel Day Kim is the Fire Lord.
Yeah, the whole cast is incredible. So I'm like, if this is a bummer, boy howdy, Netflix. I don't know.
That would hurt my soul. But when I saw the cast list announced, I was like, all these people. I mean, the ones I was like, Daniel Pudi, George Takei as Ko the Face Stealer. I'm like, yes.
I'll tell you what. There's no way it's a worse adaptation. I'll say that. I guarantee that this will get the shows, the Avatar stuff right. Like the way that everything. I'm not worried about that stuff. But like the story and then the writing, that's really where we need to worry.
If we remember, like this is the show that the original creators were making, and then they left because they couldn't make the show they wanted to make.
Yes, that's super scary. That is super scary. Because they were all in, and then they were like, not anymore. So like there's something there that they did not jive with, and I'm worried it's still in that show. But I with this cast, man, I got faith.
I hope so.
Just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
I really want this cast. I really want to have a win.
Same.
I just want another win for Avatar. I mean, we got another win when the show came out.
We're getting more Avatar Airbender from the creators. Like we're getting more animated stuff. So that's cool.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm just glad Avatar's back.
It got spoiler alert. It got leaked, but there's a new Avatar game coming out in November. It's a budget game. But it is a new Avatar game. I think that's a sequel that takes place after the show. So get ready for that.
Cool. Okay then.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes will be the next Planet of the Apes film. It's confirmed to be a sequel to War for the Planet of the Apes by Matt Reeves. Now it's going to be some years, like many years later, so it's not really going to matter, but it is kind of going to be set kind of in that continuity.
Yeah, so they released a promo image, and it looks like The Last of Us with a monkey, which is great. It's just like, hey, them living in the post-apocalypse, like that's awesome. I love it. More of that. Wes Ball, the director, he posted on Twitter. There's a music video for a Coldplay song where it has a bunch of monkeys dancing, and he took that. He's like, this is my movie. It's like monkeys dancing. I'm like, yeah. Everyone's like, hell yeah, Wes. Because like apparently like he's like I really love like indie guy, and it's cool that he's making this.
What's really interesting is that he hasn't really directed that much, and the only features he's directed were the 3 Maze Runner movies.
Oh, that's right. I didn't see any of those movies. I don't know if those are good. I know people like those. I don't know though. Sure.
I only saw the first one.
I'm just happy that the franchise is still going, and it's not going a direction with more humans, as far as we know. It's not going back to focusing on humans as the core. It's still going to be about the monkeys, which is awesome.
Well, we do know that Freya Allen from The Witcher, she's the little girl in The Witcher. Yeah. She has been cast in the film.
Cool. Awesome.
And then I guess Gail is once again in the comments. Ben, if you want to bring that up.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Gail.
Sigourney Weaver says she was going to be playing a little girl in the next set. Yes, she is playing a 16-year-old girl.
She was on, I believe, Stephen Colbert. And Stephen's like, so your character died, spoiler alert, in the last movie. And she's like, yeah, now I'm a teenager. Isn't life weird?
We talked about that when the trailer came out, they announced that she was that. And if you don't want to go back to that, just kind of, it's weird. And I'm interested to see how that goes.
Reincarnation, baby.
But is she gonna sound like 80-year-old, 70-year-old Sigourney Weaver?
No, they're re-speeching her. They're re-speeching her to sound like a little girl.
That'd be funny. All right, and finally, on the casting front, we weren't sure this was happening, but Robert Eggers' Nosferatu is officially in development. It has been given the green light to be developed. Bill Skarsgård will play Nosferatu, and Lily Rose Depp will play the lead, replacing Anya Taylor-Joy.
His name's Count Orlok.
Count Orlok.
Yes. Frankenstein's monster scenario here. This is good. This is really great. Bill Skarsgård rules. Lily Rose Depp, I'm not as familiar with. If she's in this movie, clearly she's a good actress. Like I don't think Robert Eggers would pick her just because she's a Depp kid. But the original casting was Anya Taylor-Joy and Robert Pattinson, and I just I wish that movie was the one I got because I love Bill Skarsgård, but I really want to see Robert Pattinson as a vampire man. Not that he hasn't already done that, but like all of Robert Eggers' movie rules. Like we saw The Northman this year. The Witch is great. Yeah, give me it. I love it. Give me more old school vampire movies. Thank you very much.
Before The Northman came out, he was talking about how this might not even happen because of just the studio didn't want to do it or too difficult. But I guess The Northman did very well, especially on VOD and DVD.
Yes. It definitely helped VOD. Yeah.
Yeah, to get this kind of greenlit.
And the thing is about this movie is this will have a lower budget than The Northman. The Northman, while not a big blockbuster, exceedingly more expensive than his previous movies. So like I think he is going to scale down because it's not going to be an action movie like The Northman was. Count Orlok's not going to be naked in a volcano fighting his dad. You know what I mean? He's going to be shadows on a crypt and shit. So like he can focus on the visuals and like old school storytelling instead of like the big mythic stuff he was doing. And that's a completely different skill set that he's going to have to use. And that's awesome. I'm so excited this is happening.
Nosferatu is such an interesting movie too because it's an unofficial adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula that Bram Stoker's estate has tried to bury and almost had every copy of the movie burned. It's kind of like existed in this perpetuity of this kind of like legend status until finally like a version of that film was able to be found. And so it's really cool that like now we're getting like a proper remake to this movie.
Yeah. And Nosferatu and Dracula, the movies are very different. So like they're both about vampires, and like I guess you can get mad about that because it's an old movie or whatever.
Well, no, the studio at the time did say they did adapt Bram Stoker's Dracula book. They did not ask for his permission, and so like that's why he won that court case.
So that's actually illegal.
Yeah, it was actually an illegal adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Gotcha. Well, public domain. Hell yeah, baby. Got it right
but that also helps is that now Dracula is kind of in the public domain. And even at the time, like, Nosferatu was such in the kind of the zeitgeist that SpongeBob was able to use a joke for it, and kids would find that funny. Like, that's what's so interesting about Nosferatu's history. Like, Bram Stoker, his estate could not bury that movie. And it's a movie from the 20s, and it's surprising that like of all the movies that we've lost to time, that we're still losing to time, Nosferatu had been this cult classic legend for almost 100 years.
And it's such like, man, like everyone knows like that imagery of Count Orlok with his big fingers and big ears and stuff. There's a movie, and I saw it a long time ago, and I'm going to rewatch it now. It's called Shadow of the Vampire, and it's a movie with Willem Dafoe and I just had it. Sorry, it's Willem Dafoe and John Malkovich, and it's about the making of Nosferatu in the 1920s and how the actor Max Schreck was actually a vampire. And it's a making of movie where this man is actually a vampire. So everyone's like, yo, Max is weird.
Oh, I want to see this.
That's so weird. Why are people disappearing on our set? It's awesome. It's so good. And I just remembered it. I'm like, I'm going to rewatch the shit out of that.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds like a fun Halloween movie.
Yeah, very cool. I'm excited. I really like Northman. I really like Lighthouse. Bring it on.
Lighthouse. Ooh.
All right, moving on. Figment. We all know who Figment is, right?
The purple dragon from Epcot, right?
I know Figment. I've never associated anything with Figment before.
Yeah, so he's the Epcot mascot essentially. He has a ride in Epcot. Well, he's getting a movie. Disney has officially greenlit a movie about the little purple, right? He's purple?
Yep, he's purple.
The little purple dragon with Seth Rogen's Point Grey production company.
Okay, cool. That dude, anything that dude touches these days is good. So I'm not worried. That's awesome.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting that I mean, look, he might not be attached to this. They were very clear to be like his production company is attached to it. So he might not be putting a lot of creative input into this, but still it does seem kind of cool that he believed in this project enough to even take it on anywhere in his company.
Absolutely.
I mean, Figment's had such a huge resurgence in the past like 10 years because first, like, that comic book came out a few years ago.
That's true.
I had both of them. There's two of them.
Yeah, both. Yep, there's two comic books that came out. And
real quick, give me like two. Like, what's Figment's deal? I don't know.
He's a figment of your imagination.
He's he's Bing Bong.
Kinda.
In there's a comic book origin and then there's the ride origin. The ride origin and the comic book origin are different, but mostly he is just he is a figment of one scientist's imagination that has become real.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, because the whole thing about Epcot is merging science and imagination and just making amazing things. That's what Walt Disney originally imagined Epcot to be, a big community of tomorrow, but then turned to a theme park and yada, yada, yada. And also, fun fact, when his popcorn bucket released at Epcot, people stood in line for 12 hours and they sold out like that.
Oh, I wonder how much they sold for.
I really wanted one.
He's got almost derpy eyes. I like it.
Yeah, Figment's cool. I like the comics. I actually really dug the comics.
Mm-hmm. I mean, people love, like, the diehard Disney people. There's a group of them that love Figment, and since we grew up here in California, or me and Brand grew up here in California, we grew up with Disneyland. Figment was never much in our zeitgeist. We would like look at Walt Disney World stuff, and we would see this purple dragon. I was like, "Who the hell is that?"
Well, I mean, then I never saw Figment until Marvel did the Disney Treasure comics, and that's what Figment was part of. I had never heard of Figment before. But this would be like equivalent to what Disney is doing with like the star, with like the wishing star. This is kind of that equivalent if DreamWorks was like, hey, the Moon Boy, we're going to make a movie off of him. Is kind of what they're doing. Like a big mascot for Disney is in fact Figment. Finally getting a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Eric Idle's going to be in it? Because he's on the ride.
I
actually never been on that ride.
Oh, I have. So screw you.
Dude, when every time I go to Epcot, the group I'm with, we normally just make a beeline to either Test Track, Mission Mars, and then the World Showcase, and that's it.
I really wanted to go on the Figment ride because of the comic. I was like, oh, I want to know what the hell I want to know where this came from. So,
reading his Wikipedia, he seems like a Batmite or a Mr. Mixelplick because he can like change reality around him.
Yes.
And he can make things. And I'm like, oh my God, what? I thought he was just a dragon. He's like turning things into other things, and he's like turning houses into shit. I'm like, what? He's like a magician?
It's the imp from the fifth dimension. I really like the comparison.
Yeah. I thought he was just like, again, like a Bing Bong. Like I'm a dragon imaginary friend, but like he's doing shit.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I want to bring up a little one thing about Gail's comment that they put in the thing. Not the whole thing. They do say, do you guys think that there is way too much nepotism in Hollywood?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. But you know what? Sometimes we get a Maya Hawke out of it. So
that's the thing. Like, as long as you're talented, like there's nothing I can do about it. As long as if you're in a movie and you're bad and you have someone's last name, then like, but as long as you're talented, again, like Maya Hawke, like Lily Depp, like she's going to be in a Robert Eggers movie. He doesn't pick randoms out of nowhere. Like he picks people who are actors. So like if I have faith, even if I'm not familiar with the work, like
I mean,
yes, nepotism does exist too much. I agree. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, we've got like Wyatt Russell, who I really like, Maya Hawke, who I really like. There's another one,
John David Washington.
I really like him. So like we've been getting some really good actors, some really good nepotism babies, essentially. And I'm like, you know, I get it's a problem, but like I really like having these actors on our screen.
I really enjoy O'Shea Jackson Jr.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. And also, like, this is not new for this generation. Robert Downey Jr. Like a lot of
Billy Lord was the other name I was thinking of. I really like Billy Lord. She's Carrie Fisher's daughter. The one that that people don't know of is Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore, yeah.
Drew Barrymore. All of the Barrymores have been film actors.
Yeah, there is more than you'd even realize. But hey, as long as a product And the real thing, like artists sometimes make artists. So like, as long as you believe in the craft, then I'll believe in it. That's all I care about, to be honest.
Actually, I didn't even realize that Maya Hawke was Ethan Hawke's daughter until you just said Hawke. I'm like, who do I know with the last name Hawke?
No way, Ben. It's been years. No way.
No, that's funny.
Really?
Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke. They look exactly like. It's
not to me. I'm sorry, I didn't put two and two together until you just said it.
You put the two of them together. You put her with her parents. It's uncanny.
That's like, wow, genes are real.
Yeah, but I did not realize that until you guys just said it. I was like, oh shit. I did, huh.
Okay, anyway, let's move on to what I think was the most exciting bits of the news, for me anyway. Community. The TV series Community, after 6 seasons and burying Yahoo Screen, it is coming back for a movie on Peacock.
Here's the thing. I firmly believe that this would always happen, but I did not expect it to happen this soon. Yeah. I fully expected it to be like, has it been 10 years? It hasn't been 10 years yet, right? No way.
Oh, I don't think so. No.
Okay, good. Like I expected it to be like later, when they're all older, not Yahoo seasons a couple years ago. You know what I mean? So like, incredible. Keep Chevy away from the set, please. Get him out of there. No one misses him.
Okay, hold on. It was the last season was 2015. The first season was 2009.
Shit. Okay, but the last season 2015, so not quite 10 years. Okay,
not quite 10 years.
I was expecting like 2025 or later, to be honest. So this is great. This is great. Ben, did you ever watch Community?
I've watched a few. I've dabbled in Community here and there.
You dabbled in community college,
both in IRL and in the show.
True. Ooh, scandalous.
Yeah. So I'm when I saw this news, my heart went straight to Brandon. I was like, because he's been dying. Brandon, you've been wanting this for so many years.
Here's the thing:
6 seasons in a movie.
6 seasons in a movie. That was the hashtag. It started as a joke. It became a slogan. It became what we all wanted. It's really cool that we're finally in a place where streamers are like, hey, what else can we do? Hey, Community. We finally got there. I'm really happy for Dan Harmon. I was actually just talking about this news before with Sparks. Before they announced the movie, the Community Twitter account just posted the clip. No context, just posted the clip, 6 seasons in a movie. The first time it's spoken in the show. And Sparks told me about that, and I was like, oh, wait, that's weird. Why would they do that? No context.
Sneaky sneaks.
And Sparks was saying that, like Dan Harmon at this point with Rick and Morty money could just fund the movie on his own.
Probably.
And I was like, so that'd be really cool if the movie is happening. And then the next day, hashtag and a movie.
They had to tease it. They had to tease us.
We did it.
Real quick, I forgot to bring up something I partially did in this week. Because you brought up my camera, Rick and Morty. Morty was added to Multiverses several weeks ago, but Rick came out this week. Rick is awesome. He might be my favorite of the mage class characters. Mages are characters who do weird things that aren't like normal. He can make portals. He can shoot rockets. He can make fart bombs that blast you upwards. He's got a jetpack. Incredible. Love him. Thank you, Dan Harmon, for making Rick and Morty.
Real quickly, Chevy Chase is dead in the series.
Oh, they killed him in the Yahoo season?
They killed him in season 5, actually.
I'm 2 behind then. Jeez. All right, Ben, what did we just talk about?
There's a few other details with Community film. So obviously we know Peacock has officially greenlit it. Most of the original cast is confirmed. It's unknown if Donald Glover and Yvette Nicole Brown are going to return. And the film so far is scheduled for release in 2023.
That's next year. Well, I mean, they're not making an action movie, so this will be quick to film. I fully expect both Yvette and Donald Glover to show up. I don't expect them to be in the whole movie. Just judging from this, I think like that core cast will be the main characters, and they will show up for like side characters, like not quite main character role.
I would say maybe Donald Glover would be in it a little bit more because his relationship with Abed and Danny Pudi, I'm pretty sure they would definitely have a good scene or two together. So, but I mean, I'm not super well versed in Communities, but And also, Gail's in the chat again saying that lots of people say Chevy is hard to work with.
Oh yeah.
Well, as Brandon said, Chevy Chase's character is dead, so we don't have to worry about that.
I just saw there's a Russo brothers interview that they did, where they had a picture of the whole cast of Community, and somebody was like, "Hey guys, if Thanos did a snap, who would survive and who would be snapped in the Community cast?" And everyone survived, and only Chevy Chase had an X on his face.
Wow.
So that goes to show you, if they did that in a real ass interview, yeah, Chevy is a nightmare. You were cool in the 80s, my guy, and then why'd you become a jerk? Why'd you become a jerk? Fletch, why?
I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so I'm glad that this movie's finally happening because a lot of Community fans, Brand included, are really they can now rest easy that it's finally happening.
Absolutely.
All right, so moving on to Marvel news. How about that? We got some stuff from Blade. Bassam Tariq, I hope that's how you pronounce that name, has stepped away from directing the film. Will remain executive producer. So, oh well.
If somebody leaves for creative differences, they have to be given executive creator role because they worked slightly on the project.
Brandon, you're back.
Welcome back, Brandon. Welcome.
I can hear you now. That's good.
The internet at this house is garbage.
Yes, it is.
Are you kidding?
It is.
I'm delayed.
You're definitely delayed. It's okay. We are currently talking about Blade and how the director has left. He's an executive producer now, which doesn't mean shit. He's done with the project. They did, I hear, Ben, get a writer though, a new writer.
Yes, Bo DeMeo is reportedly rewriting the script for Blade, and he is impressed. He is said to have impressed Marvel after Moon Knight and X-Men 1997 or X-Men 97, which is that. So
the animated show coming out.
Yeah, the animated show that they're producing, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I liked Moon Knight. I'm not going to say the writing is the main reason I liked it on certain episodes. So I love X-Men though, but that's also an animated show that has a very different voice than what this is, than Blade. There's a big difference between a mature, vampire hunter and a 90s cartoon for children. So I'm not fully convinced. Blade, people are talking about this online. Blade should be easy. Of all the characters you're doing, Blade's a vampire hunter, and he's a daywalker. He fights vampires. Like the rumors is, and if this is true or not, like the script's really weak. It had very little action scenes, and the ones that they didn't have were bad. So I'm like, I don't know how you mess Blade up, if I'm being honest. This one seems like the easiest one to get right, but I'm not a writer.
Yeah. If you think about it, Blade should be I don't want to say easy, but an easier time, especially since this is Blade's first foray in the MCU. You could probably bring up, I can only assume there's a whole lot of other vampire stuff you could bring in from the comic books. Yeah. So, I mean, I wasn't really super impressed with the writing of Moon Knight, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, hey, if he's impressed the right people, then good. Hey, you got a job. That's cool.
Brandon, your video feed's looking good.
Is it?
Yeah. And I hear you.
Oh, thank God.
Tell me about Blade. How are you feeling about Blade?
I don't know. I'm not feeling great about it. We're Moon Knight. I liked Moon Knight. I liked Moon Knight quite a bit. We're not hearing a lot of things about X-Men 97, and whenever this guy spews out some stupid rhetoric online, it's that guy.
No.
Listen,
I don't know how he is as a writer, but he has certain views and opinions about the X-Men where I'm like, should you be making an X-Men show? Yeah. So we'll see. How about that? But the X-Men and Blade are different characters, so whatever. I didn't know it was that guy. Oof.
I'm also just not crazy about Marvel promoting from within all the time now.
Same, 100%. Yeah.
Like give other people a chance.
Get a horror writer or something. Get a guy who does action stuff all the time.
That's what's so strange. It's like all of a sudden the TV shows have become like cultivating grounds for their movies.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, like their TV shows aren't that great sometimes most of the time.
100%. Yeah. Because like a couple of those show people are like getting bumped up to make movie stuff. So yeah, that is.
And it's happening a lot. Like the one of the writers from WandaVision is writing the Marvels. Michael Waldron, who wrote Loki, wrote Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
That one turned out Well, the script is not great, but it's still fun though. But yeah,
it's a lot of fun. But most of that has to do with Sam Raimi.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we have, and then there's another
New
one.
World Order. All that's the same people.
The New World Order, same thing. Like, and so like all these people are they're like Marvel is finding these new script writers over on their TV shows, which normally would be fine, but these are people who are barely writing a TV show. Now they're gonna write a movie.
And I do agree about like not always promoting within, but like Zeb Wells, who is one of the best comic book writers today, wrote, in my opinion, probably the funniest episode of She-Hulk. Spoilers for whenever we talk about She-Hulk. When I saw he wrote that, I was like, oh, that makes sense. This dude knows comic book shit. And then he's writing Ant-Man, and I'm like, that's a trajectory of comic book writer to here I get. But coming from random TV show to make big Marvel movie, like it doesn't feel as steppy as I'd like it to be.
Yeah.
But you know, again, I'm not the one making this shit, so
that's true. I have a question because I was gone when you guys finished up the community talk. Did you talk about Donald Glover and Yvette Nicole Brown?
Yes,
we did.
We can still talk about it. Sure. I said since they aren't, I don't think they will be part of the main cast, but they will 100% be in the movie in some capacity.
And I said that Donald Glover would still have a few great scenes with Danny Pudi, just because the fans remember and know of the great chemistry between the two actors. And I think it would be a crime to have this big movie without them doing some great scenes.
So during the table read for Communities, one of the Communities episodes, the episode actually the funeral for Chevy Chase episode, Donald Glover was really, really on board with coming back for the movie. So I'm confident about that. Also, Troy was captured by pirates in the fifth season of Community, I believe. No, the fourth season of Community. So you could have it be like the story that they have to go find him and get him back.
And, wait, he got captured and it was never resolved?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
His ending episode is he goes off sailing with LeVar Burton for a year and then he gets captured by pirates.
That's fantastic. Teach them to read.
Yeah. And so like Burton? So you could do that. You could do that story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or he becomes king of the pirates and finds the one.
Real quickly, if you guys haven't seen it, just audience members, you guys, whatever. If you guys haven't seen the table read that they did, I think 2 years ago for COVID, it's an incredible episode, made all the funnier because Pedro Pascal definitely didn't read the script beforehand.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's been going around lately because of Community and because of The Last of Us. It's a heavy Pedro Pascal week. Mm-hmm. That dude's awesome. That script is ridiculous. Sperm's a funny word.
Sperm is a funny word. Making it funny 8 times. Anyway, I'm so sorry to derail. Where should we go?
No, you're the Community guy. We got to talk about Community. We talked about Community. We talked about Marvel Blade. What's next after Blade?
Armor Wars, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Iron Man fan rises.
Armor Wars is the first Disney Plus series to be transformed, elevated, some would say, upgraded into a feature-length film instead.
Good God. I think She-Hulk for the most part looks really good. When you have a fully CGI character as your main character, you gotta give the company time to make it all look good. Iron Man suits are all CGI. You're making a show called Armor Wars. Expect like a dozen different suits. So I bet they were like, are we gonna do 6 to 8 episodes of this? We can't do this. We got to make this a 2-hour movie. There was no way. If they're gonna bring Justin Hammer in, you got to spend that money on Rockwell. Make it a movie. I think they realized they were biting off more than they could chew, which a lot of these shows sometimes do. And like, we can just make this into a movie, and that gives freaking Rhodey. He's the star of a movie now. Like we have a black man, and like that's so fantastic. Instead of relegating him, like we talked about this with the DC stuff. Like how a lot of that stuff was just on HBO Max. And I'm like, this is awesome. This is fantastic. Iron Man doesn't need a replacement. We have a War Machine, and we have a Riri coming. So like propelling those characters up is incredible. Like I'm so thrilled. I'm so happy.
Me too. I believe Don Cheadle is 57, which would make him the oldest lead actor in an MCU movie.
Thank God he's the dude in the suit, because like him and Robert Downey Jr. can just, it's face cams. Yeah. That's easy for an old man to do. Easy. He's 57? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
He looks very good for 57.
Yeah.
I'll double check that because he could be 47. I just heard 57 recently.
Oh,
no, he's been acting since like the 90s, so he's got to be somewhat older. This is great. Like, it could just be rumors because like
57.
Like, 57. Damn. Like Riri will show up in the show. And I think that'd be great because somebody online, somebody I follow is like, we don't have Tony Stark anymore, so Riri needs someone to look up to. It would be really great if Riri had someone to look up to was a black person, like Rhodey. And him being like a pseudo Iron Man, but being War Machine, like she has a figure to look up to that's similar in her world. And I'm like, that's fantastic. I do hope they do that. I know Sparks brought that up a long time ago about connecting those two characters. I
remember this conversation too. I was saying that they can make Riri Williams Rhodey's niece.
I don't think they need to be related. They don't got to be related because her origin story is really tragic, and her family, spoiler, has to die. So I don't think her bringing Rhodey involved in that would complicate it. And her story is very much like she's a girl who grew up in Chicago, and her family got killed by a drive-by. It's like we don't superhero it up for that character.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, really exciting. This is the first time that they've elevated a Disney Plus series into a movie. I am far more faith. I have far more faith in the movies that Marvel Studios is putting out within Phase 4 than I do the shows.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with this, and it looks like the showrunner of the show, I forgot to write it down. The showrunner of the show is writing the movie.
That's good. I'm glad that they weren't like, this isn't working, we're going to try something new. It's like, it is working, but maybe not for a TV show. Let's make it into a movie. Like, I think that's awesome. And if anything, that even gives that director an even like a bigger upgrade too. As like, yo, I'm directing a Marvel movie now instead of a TV show. Not that, that's anything to bark at, but like, I'm the next Marvel movie. Like, that's really cool.
Yeah. I will not lie. When I saw the headlines, the first half of said headline freaked me out.
Oh,
and then it's like, thankfully I kept reading. I was like, oh, thank God. Because I was like, you cancel Arbor Wars, that's shit's going to hit the fan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we want to address Gail's comment before we?
So Gail asked us, as of right now, what's your favorite TV show and least favorite TV show? Are we talking specifically Marvel, or are we talking of all time?
I think it's like what right now.
My favorite show of all time, I mentioned before, is Battlestar Galactica.
No, she says as of right now.
The
show that I want to watch the most every week is probably House of the Dragon, if I'm making
mine too. Yeah, as of right now, it's definitely House of the Dragon.
Yeah, it's just the meatiest. It's got so much meat. I love it.
I honestly don't know. I couldn't say right now. I'm not. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not really watching a lot of TV right now outside of what I do for the show. If I get further into Cyberpunk Edgerunners, I'm sure that will probably be it.
She said what we're watching right now, and I completed Cyberpunk. So if we're talking about shows I completed, Cyberpunk's the best thing to come out of all time. But right now, no, yeah.
Okay, right now, all right. They specify right now necessarily Marvel.
It's Marvel. This Marvel is the best Marvel TV show.
I think it's probably meant to say not necessarily Marvel.
Oh, okay. Duh, man.
Oh, I watched The Bear. Okay. Watch Gail, real quick. The Bear. Watch The Bear. It's on FX. It's 8 episodes. It's about cooking and drama. It's real great.
Not to belabor the point, but I am suffering a tragedy at home right now, and so TV has kind of soured for me on accident. Like I'm just not excited to watch anything right now, which I'm sure will subside as I kind of go through this.
Well, you've been watching Quantum Leap, right?
Yeah, but like just kind of to have something on. And I like the show, but it's there's nothing that I'm watching right now where I'm like, oh, I want to watch that right now. I cannot wait for the next episode, just because I have other things on my mind.
Yeah, as of right now, I would definitely have to say House of the Dragon, with Lord of the Rings vying. Like, it goes back and forth.
Sure.
It all depends on what my mood is. I don't really have a least one right now, because if I had a least favorite show, I probably just wouldn't watch it. To be perfectly honest.
I'm at the point in my life where I don't got time to be sad and miserable. I deal with that with my regular brain. My entertainment, I gotta like.
Exactly. Cool. Why don't we go on to? It's Ryan's turn. Ryan's the one.
No.
Why don't we move on to the Marvel news? What?
No. I just saw what we're talking right now.
Oh, why don't we go on to the news that broke the internet, which was that Wolverine, Hugh Jackman.
Yes.
Hugh Jackman will be returning as Wolverine in Deadpool 3.
Ryan Reynolds, that son of a bitch.
That son of a bitch.
He did it. That son of a bitch, he really did it.
Yeah. Man, so many opinions this week, good and bad. And
I'm really happy that I opened Twitter and all I saw was that video. So I decided to watch the video before I scrolled Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I did that.
I get why people after Logan are like, no, that's the end of Logan. That takes place in the future. Settle down. It's an alternate universe. Settle down. It's a comic book movie. Settle down.
So the thing is, like, if it was anyone else, if it wasn't Deadpool, and they were like, if Marvel was like, Wolverine, Hugh Jackman's going to be the Wolverine of our universe.
He's showing up in Black Panther. I'm like, why?
Yeah, I'd be like, no, but it's Deadpool. And when Fox was sold by Disney, the movie was already sold as a Wolverine Deadpool film. It's Deadpool. It's a joke. It's going to be funny. It's going to have Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman who've wanted to pair up forever together. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be nice that they're going to repair again because X-Men Origins Wolverine is a disaster.
I've never heard of that movie. I definitely said for the first time for a reason.
Damn. That's a good joke. That's a damn good joke. Man, and it's just, in Deadpool 2, he goes like back in time and he's like, I'm going to fix this and all this shit. I'm like, that's cute. That's very cute. I'm glad this happened. And like, you just can't stop, can you? You just can't stop. You want to make everyone as happy as they can possibly be.
I really think that like this is also, and I do believe that this also means that Hugh Jackman is going to come back for Secret Wars.
Yeah.
I realized something after this happened. I was like, Kevin Feige worked on X-Men and Spider-Man. He wanted those movies to be connected and to have a crossover. I think he's finally doing it. I think he's fulfilling his lifelong ambition.
It took him 20 years, but it's finally happening.
He loves crossovers. Like he tried to do this with X-Men and Fantastic Four. They did a photo shoot and everything, and it didn't happen. And I'm like, the dream. It took a long time, but the dream is here, and it's about to get even crazier because again, we still don't have the FF or X-Men yet.
Exactly. And so if you remember, there was when they did like the big F-all box set for the Infinity Saga, there was the alternate Sam Jackson cameo at the end of Iron Man where he says, I have to deal with wall crawlers and mutants and gamma irradiated thugs, and now I have to deal with you. Kevin Feige at one point thought that X-Men and Spider-Man could cross over, and it would have been Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman with Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
But because of licensing issues, that just didn't happen.
Now we're here. And like, I am not worried about, like, we talked about, like, he is not going to be our Wolverine for the future. Mm-hmm. He is going to be the Wolverine that we know coming back from one last, like, fun hurrah, not a sad hurrah. Yeah. And I can only imagine the fun shit that they're going to do with the Fox merger. I can only imagine Deadpool. I can't imagine the cameos we are going to get of X-Men characters that are from Fox. 100%. That they're, and this is the only time like where a Ralph Boner would make sense and I'd be okay with it because it's in a Deadpool movie. It's not.
What if? Remember what was the One Last Day or Last Day? The thing that happened right before Secret Wars, where all the comics ended.
I was like one last day or something. Yeah.
One Last Day. What if this is Deadpool One Last Day, and it's Fox era Deadpool with Fox era Hugh Jackman Wolverine going on one last adventure before Deadpool is merged into the MCU.
Like that's pretty good. That's really good. I am so like those two Deadpool movies, the more I get further from them, the more I really like them because like this is gonna sound weird, like they feel like more like X-Men movies than a lot of those other X-Men movies do. Because I don't really care about Deadpool as a character too much, but like when a comic is really good, I'll read it, and when the movies are good, I'll watch them. So like, and he's gonna be in the MCU, so like him showing up in other movies is gonna be really fun because like he does show up in other people's comics randomly and I'm like, oh my god, Deadpool's here, what the hell? Like I'm excited for that. Like he will show up in like a Miss Marvel episode or something and like I'm Deadpool, what is going on? He's like, I'm gonna ruin this episode. Like that's the future I'm excited for because it's Ryan Reynolds and like people are tired of that dude's shtick, but like when that shtick is good, it's really good.
Yeah, I have nothing but excitement for this.
Yeah. And there's it's not like people are saying it's like right after he came out of the meeting, but it's not. But like there's like an interview, or like a paparazzi guy talking to Hugh Jackman, where he's like, "Yeah, I'm coming back one more time." And he's like, "I've never seen Hugh Jackman smile harder because he probably just cashed like a $50 million check."
Right?
Probably.
He just cashed the biggest check in Hollywood, and he just walked out like, "Yeah."
And he at the end of the second video, he's like, "Thank you, MCU. Thank you, Kevin Feige."
Yeah, I love money.
And like, look, I'm sure he was paid a lot, but I also know that he probably wouldn't come back unless he wanted to.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can only assume that because I remember like Ryan Reynolds, he went to Disney after the Fox merger, and they were talking about the future of Deadpool, and he was saying about like, "Oh, I'm in the big leagues, yada yada yada." I could only assume that part of that conversation was, how much money can we give Hugh Jackman to make sure he comes back?
I'm sure.
Can we just give him Can we just give him a blank check? And also because of the dynamic between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, I think even it's like, just like the actual behind closed doors conversation was like, "Dude, we want you to come back." He's like, "Yeah, okay, I think I will come back." It wasn't more negotiation. It was, "Can you please?" And it was like, "Of course, my friend. That sounds like it'll be fun." I mean, that's just me imagining. I would love to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation. And I just love how nonchalant the announcement was.
I love that announcement video so much.
Where he just walks by and he goes up the stairs and goes, "Yeah, sure." And Ryan just goes.
I think the eyebrow raise cued to the music was brilliant. Brilliant editing.
Even the subtitles to Whitney Houston's "I'll Always Love You," they change it to Hugh.
I will always love Hugh.
And
you know what's great? You know what's great? They brought back the claw slices through the logo.
Yeah.
Big fan.
I remember when they had first announced the X-Men film, like just a teaser trailer, and it was Wolverine's claws doing the X. And I missed the claws announcing a 3 or a 2 or whatever. I missed that.
Jurassic Park, baby.
Yeah.
Logan 2. By the way, Logan 2 would have the perfect opportunity to do it again because X-23 has 2 claws.
Yeah.
Bing bong.
Also, I really hope they bring her back. I would love to see her as X-23 one more time.
With Disney specifically and this type of thing, I 1,000,000,000% have faith that Daphne Keane, yeah. X-23 Laura Kinney is 100% coming back. That kid has only grown up into Laura Kinney. As far as I'm concerned, I'm like, oh my God, please bring her to the MCU, please God.
She's almost done with His Dark Materials. I think you
could. That's the show she's on.
I think you could very easily just be like, and this is the Wolverine of the MCU, Laura Kinney.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with that. I'm 100% A-okay with that.
The two people that are having like just as good a day as Hugh Jackman are his agent and his accountant.
Yep.
Because agents get a percentage and his accountant gets a percentage of all that money.
I'm also pretty sure Hugh's wife is also excited too. But
I get a new bathtub.
Oh, yeah. I got a new house.
New vacation home. But yeah, anyways, I'm just happy for Hugh Jackman to come back. We all grew up with him as Wolverine. He's our Wolverine. And he has fully embraced the nerd community, and he loves doing this. When he said Logan's my last one, we were all sad, and we're like, maybe he could come back for a Deadpool film. It's finally happening.
That was actually, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, I legitimately was like, the only way I'd be okay with Hugh Jackman returning as Wolverine is for a Deadpool movie.
Yeah. Because that Logan is a finale. It's a beautiful finale, and like, you can only be funny with that. You can't keep going after that.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I cannot wait. Friend of the show, Mag, sent me the reel. So many people were sending me the videos of the announcement, and I'm like, God damn, it's real. It's actually happening.
This could truly be like a Disney first like R-rated billion.
It could.
The first movie ever to make $1 billion that's R-rated. Because Deadpool got close. Deadpool 2 got real close. They didn't though. I think they got like I just listened to a podcast like 900 and 700 million. So like Hugh Jackman, man, he's gonna bring those people in.
People with Hugh Jackman and Deadpool.
No, you know what? Let's shoot for the stars. Let's get this movie to make more than Avatar.
The highest grossing movie of all time?
Yes.
It's gonna be rough.
R-rated Deadpool movie, highest grossing film of all time.
I thought Endgame became the highest grossing movie of all time.
It did, and then Avatar re-released and got $20 more million.
James, stop it!
Yo, man,
God
people keep saying it. It's like Skyrim re-releases. You keep buying them.
And like now it was re-released again and made $30 million.
For fuck's sake, James Cameron, stop!
I'm gonna see it this week, Ben, because I need to see the new 4K.
And so that film now has $2.9 billion.
Actually, to be perfectly honest, I probably should rewatch Avatar, and I would not mind rewatching it on the big screen because it's been a very long time since I've seen it.
Hot, good 3D.
Yeah.
I do want to see it. I do want to see it in theaters if I can, because I want to remember how good that 3D was.
Yeah.
And you don't have that on the TV.
That's another movie I saw in theaters like 3 or 4 times. Specifically IMAX twice for sure. Because
my first viewing of I saw that movie twice, and my first viewing was definitely IMAX 3D. My dad and I put the money up for that one. It was worth it. It was definitely really, really good.
Grendel.
Yes.
Netflix announced a Grendel TV series some months ago, and they shot it. They filmed it. They cast it. They filmed it, and they canceled it.
I am going to guess.
They pulled a Warner Brothers.
Matt Wagner wrote Grendel. Grendel is a very long-running indie vigilante guy. I'm assuming they saw Sandman. And even if Sandman's quality is there, I don't think the numbers were there. And Sandman, very expensive, might be Netflix most expensive.
Sandman bugs me because Sandman was number 3 in the viewing charts on Netflix 3 weeks running, and it still wasn't enough to get a second season.
Not number 1 though.
Sorry, it was number 1 3 weeks running.
There you go. Okay, that sucks. That show's, even though I watched only 1 episode, that show's really expensive. So like, I think they're just like, hey, we got a lot. We're doing a lot of stuff. We're doing more Stranger Things stuff. We got deals with the Russo brothers and blah, blah, blah. And like, do we want to do another really big comic book thing? Nah. Not, especially because Grendel is not a household name. Grendel, unless you're into indie comics, like I don't think you really know Grendel. Like I've never read Grendel. I just know him. So like, I think it might have just been too expensive.
You just know him. How is he? Is he good?
Yeah, he's cool. He's got a cool mask.
I put a lot of water on my thing. Yes, look, it sucks when you cast something and you have something like practically done and then the studio just says no, and it's weird that this is going to probably start happening a lot more.
Could have been really bad.
That's also true.
Yeah.
So who knows? To be perfectly honest, I probably wasn't even going to watch it though.
I'll wait for a trailer just because like I like supporting comic book stuff, but like yeah. If I'm not even gonna trailer, then like maybe it wasn't worth progressing. Unfortunately,
that's true.
Yeah.
The Stadia, Google Stadia.
Hell yeah.
It's done.
It's
going to close down. It's going to close down as cloud-based streaming service. Google is which will stay up until January 18th, 2023, and then it'll be gone forever. And they are refunding Google Stadia orders.
So there was a Twitter post where he's like, yeah, I'm getting like $12,000 back because I went hard into Stadia. Yeah. And then he's getting all that money back, which is great, which is not something any company has ever done in terms of shutting a service down and refunding not just like the product, but every software you bought for it, which is incredible. Ben, I know you have no experience with Stadia because you don't play computer games.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't really know how to feel. I'm not surprised, to be perfectly honest with you guys, about a Stadia shutting down. Because I remember when we were first talking about it, this did seem like a really good idea. This, honest to God, did seem like a great idea, especially for people who, as long as they have a decent internet connection, they could be so far away from civilization, they could enjoy video games. They can enjoy the grandeur of modern video games without needing to try and find a PS5 or an Xbox or whatever, what have you.
But then, real quick, man, that's the thing though. You need a great internet connection,
exactly.
And people in the middle of the country don't have great internet connections. That's the thing.
That is the thing. So really, the writing was on the wall. I mean, the Stadia was a good idea, but at this point in time, but where we are as a society, where the whole country doesn't have great internet, the writing's on the.
Look at me. Look at me.
Look at Brandon. Have Brandon twice today, And thankfully, you didn't have to back out during our Evangelion discussion. But twice today, you had to leave and re-upload because the internet has been wonky.
I miss my home with my good internet so much.
Yeah.
So I listen to a podcast, as I often do, about everything internet related. Stadia was the first step in real progress because being solely cloud based, it is the future, and someone has to start it. So Stadia was the first real attempt at cloud-based gaming that now Xbox Game Pass uses, PlayStation uses, other PC services use. So Stadia might have failed, but they were the first ones to try something. And then now Xbox Game Pass, which I use cloud gaming on, is the exact same thing Stadia was doing. It just Stadia, nobody played on Stadia. So it is a failure, but I'm thankful that it got to exist because now we are in a world where you don't need a PS5 if you have a good internet connection. You can play something like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is like the most beautiful, like the hardest core. Like you need an expensive ass computer to play this game on Ultra. You can play it on Ultra on your shitty computer as long as you have internet. That's great. I tried Stadia. My internet connection was good. It was not a good service for me. You need really good internet. I would like the lag input. Like I would turn 1 second later. I would turn. Like I played Destiny on it, and it was not worth playing.
I had a friend at work who had Stadia. He had it on his phone. He was like, he bought into the Stadia thing, and we were talking about it. And he did mention how there were times the game would lag, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. I was like, and I was even when Stadia first came out, I was looking at his game library. It wasn't that big of a library, unfortunately. The games on it, I mean, there were some pretty decent ones, like the revival of Samurai Showdown was on there. I want to say there's a few Ubisoft titles, if memory serves.
Ubisoft.
Yeah. I mean, Ubisoft was all over for it, but a lot of the games that you would think that are cross-platform, they weren't necessarily there. So not only just like the whole, I want to say Stadia's downfall was the main thing was how a lot of people in this country do not have great internet. And that's what you absolutely need. But also, I want to say the game library, it affected the Stadia not as much, but it was a contributing factor to how poorly the Stadia did. Because Stadia wasn't getting these big titles. It wasn't getting these big cross-promotional things. Sometimes they would, which would be great, but a lot of times, not so much. And that's really where you need a video game system to thrive, is a decent video game library. Not necessarily exclusives. I mean, yes, exclusives do help people who want to buy a certain console. Like look at PlayStation, Xbox. PlayStation has God of War. Xbox has Halo. Which one do you want to play? You got to get that one. But with Stadia and with a lot of these games, a lot of big games like Elden Ring, cross-platform. It's on almost everything. But then it's like it's not on Stadia, so it's like, well, I want to play this big brand new game, but I can't play it on there.
Yeah, right. Stadia. Another big issue that people had was you could use your own controller, which is fine, or you can use the controller that you buy with a Stadia device. And it wasn't Bluetooth. It was Wi-Fi. It's a Wi-Fi controller. So you needed a good internet connection for your controller to work. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
What the hell?
If you can afford it and you got great internet connection, then you'll have 1-to-1, baby. But unless you're playing like a strategy game where you don't need to have like quick succession, like timing, like you're just lagging, like, and you need really good internet. And like, again, I'm glad it got to exist, but like,
if you have a Wi-Fi controller, and one of the biggest games that you were announcing with the Stadia was Samurai Showdown, which is a fighting game, need I remind you. And with fighting games, you need to have quick precision. Your reflexes need to be on par. They need to be freaking high. And your controller lags because your internet shuts out. That's the dumbest thing I've ever. I didn't know that the controller was Wi-Fi based. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, like I was playing Destiny, and like a fighting game, like either you get shot or you shoot someone, right? And timing is important. And like I would be lagging, and I'd be like, "Oh, I died? Cool, that's great, love that." And I quit. I literally played Stadia for one night. I played Destiny for a couple hours, and it wasn't good. And I'm like, "Thank you for the free game on this free service that I tried once. I'm not going to buy anything." Another huge problem is people don't want to spend $60, $70 on a game that is on a service like this, where half the time you might not be able to play it if there's no internet connection. Like there's a difference between buying something on a PS5 digitally, right? I can buy Cyberpunk digitally, which I did. I can play that game offline. If I bought that game on Stadia and I didn't have internet connection, I can't play that shit. It's all internet. So like, it's a fundamental thing of like, we're just not there yet, but someone had to try it first.
Yeah. I mean, even if you buy games digitally today, you can still play them offline.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the features will be cut, but at the same time, you can still play single player experiences offline.
Any single player game does not need an internet connection.
Exactly. I was playing Ninja Turtles with Fanny last night. We were playing Shredder's Revenge, and guess what? We were just playing multiplayer local because we have 2 controllers. Let's go.
Yeah, that is a problem with like games like MMOs or things that are always online. Specifically, what was it? Oh yeah, Hitman 3. They fixed it, but they had a thing where like you always had to be online because of leaderboard stuff and blah blah blah. But like I would be in the middle of a game of like an hour-long Hitman match, and if I lost internet connection, it boot me back to the main screen in a single player mission. Yeah, Brandon, it's annoying as shit. And so many games are doing that, but now we're thankfully the 2010s are behind us and we're back to like, why can't we just let things live? It's not online.
It's like people forget of how bad the Xbox One reception was when they announced that the Xbox One was always going to be online. And then thankfully Microsoft rescinded that and they made it offline. It's like, you could play it online. It doesn't have to be always online. But then when something like Stadia comes in, it's like, oh no, this has to be always online. It's like, that doesn't make any sense though. And really when you bought a Stadia, all you get was a controller and a Google and a Chromecast dongle. That's it.
Yeah. And the last thing on Stadia, it was really nice because you could just go to stadia.com and it would bring you to the thing and you can download or play a thing through the browser. You didn't need the dongle. The dongle was a better experience, but you could just do it online. And that was the easy nature of it was really cool. But like it only catered to people who had the best internet. Even a decent internet connection wouldn't cut it. And I had pretty decent internet in my last apartment, but like it wasn't top of the line. And that's unfortunately what you need. Now Xbox Game Pass, their cloud streaming service is so good. They're like, oh, that's what you do. Here's how we do it better. And PlayStation's doing it, and like we're getting there. Again, just you need internet.
I would say, if anything, the last thing I'll say about Stadia is that it was definitely ahead of its time. If we had internet kind of like how Korea, because if I remember correctly, I could be wrong on this, but I did hear that Korea has like some of the best internet, and it's for all of its citizens. Like everyone who lives in South Korea, they all have some of the most amazing internet, and that's a country, and that's brought to by their government. They're able to give this because it's like, hey, the entire country needs to have the best internet that we could possibly give them. That could be.
This is a great statistic. About 46 million people in South Korea, or 95% of the country, use the internet. The country has the world's fastest internet connection.
There we go.
The world's fastest, and everybody gets it.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go to Korea.
Listen, they make the best movies. They got the best entertainment. Like that's like they got it over there.
Like Korea has it. Japan, as far as I know, has some beautiful kick-ass internet.
So it's good ass.
Oh, they got some good shit over there. So until the United States as a whole has something on that level, it's not going to happen.
Until everyone has like Google Fiber, which like 1% of the country can get. There's like cloud gaming is just not where it's going to be.
No, not going to happen.
Yeah.
Bring up Cookie's comment before we move into
Cookie!
Trailer. Cookie from Just a Little Podcast. Hello, sir. We miss you. Hey, gentlemen, miss and love you all. I miss you too, buddy.
I wish we could. In Florida, my friend. Stay dry.
Yes.
Yeah. Stay safe out there, bud.
Hopefully, we can talk about Star Trek Lower Decks soon.
I need to catch up on Lower Decks. I'm almost done with it.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Love it.
I love you. You hate me.
We're the T-Talk, the trailer park.
We are in the trailer talk. I love you.
Yeah,
I love you. You hate me. The new docu-series.
Brandon, when you said that, I was like, I don't hate you. I love you, dude.
That was the joke.
Oh, yeah.
I had a Barney birthday party at 2 years old. I don't remember it, but I've seen all the pictures. The big dude came. He also had friends. I don't know the friends' names, but they were there too.
I remember the friend.
His mafia. It's his mafia.
I remember it was a green triceratops and a
yellow. There's a yellow something.
Yeah, yellow triceratops and another green herbivore, but it had the big frill, the neck frill. I forgot her name. She had a pink bow.
In my apartment when I was 2, so take that. I don't hate you, Barney.
Barney is such an interesting thing. I remember the songs. I remember the parody songs. I do not remember the hatred being as bad as what's in this trailer.
Me neither. I grew up.
We were pretty young. We were pretty young.
Yes.
I remember watching Barney a crap ton as a kid. I remember, I mean, of course, when you're a teenager, you do jokes, you parody and rewrite the lyrics to the songs, but
Weird Al.
it's Barney though. It's like, what's so bad about a purple dinosaur?
You know what?
It's like Sesame Street. What's wrong
Barney,
with that?
Barney almost killed Dr. Alan Grant
Never forget.
in Jurassic Park 3.
Never forget.
What?
Okay. In Jurassic Park 3, real quickly, in Jurassic Park 3, he's under attack by the Spinosaurus. He calls Ellie. He's like, "Hey, Ellie. Hey, Ellie's kid, take me to your mother." And so the kid's like, "Okay," and he tries, but he gets distracted by Barney, and Alan almost drowns.
It's true.
Okay.
True.
Okay.
Not Alan's kids.
Not Alan's kids.
So before I even watched the trailer, I was like, "Oh my god, did Daniel Kaluuya actually make that evil Barney movie?"
Right?
But no, this is a documentary about people going crazy about Barney. Definitely has like the Tiger King approach where like it starts normal and like somebody got shot. And I'm like, what? So like that's gonna be interesting.
You see people burning Barney toys. You see people taking a hammer to Barney ceramics. I'm like, why would you do that?
There's one very quick scene of a guy crying, saying, "I love Barney," and I'm like, oh, that dude's nuts. That dude's crazy.
And like it kind of like frames it as like a murder mystery for what happened to the creator of Barney, the girl.
Definitely,
like,
I don't think it. I think we would know if something bad happened to her.
No, I know, I'm sure, but it's really funny to be like, but I think she really took the hatred to heart, and like it's framing her as like this missing person, and it's like, what's happening?
What was it? Oh, they got the original voice actor for Barney.
Yeah. I love you.
Oh. I saw this clip on, I want to say either TikTok or Instagram. I want to say it was an outtake where they're having fun on set. It's kind of like those old outtakes from Sesame Street where like the Muppets missed the line, like the one with Robin Williams where he calls him Mr. Robbins. Mm-hmm. And instead Barney goes, "This is a beautiful day for a person." That she takes like this woman's purse on the set and is running around. I was like, "You gotta love this place. There's no cop when you need one." It's just a funny little bit.
Did you guys ever see Hollywoodland?
With Ben Affleck?
Yeah.
I did, but it's been years.
I, for whatever reason, only remember a few scenes from it, but like very vividly remember an outtake that they refilmed with Ben Affleck and the actress who's playing Lois Lane. And they're filming Superman, and like all of a sudden Ben Affleck as George Reeves like takes off his pants and pretends to have sex with the girl who's playing Lois Lane. I'm like, wow. Why is that the one I remember?
Is Ben Affleck the only person to play Superman and Batman?
I think so.
Hell yeah, Ben.
Well,
and Daredevil.
Oh,
really? Ben.
Live action. I think not D. Bradley Baker, whoever voiced him in Brave and the Bold, has also voiced Superman.
Gotcha. Okay, look at that.
I'm not sure though.
One animated, one live action. That's all you get.
Yeah.
So Ben Affleck played George Reeves, who played Superman.
Yes. Yep. Have you not seen Hollywoodland?
I have not. All I remember is that it's about when George Reeves. It was about George Reeves' suicide. That's all I remember.
Suicide, quote unquote. Yeah, I like that movie. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but I remember liking it. Anyway,
is it Adrian Brody?
Yes, Adrian Brody.
Yeah, thank you.
My Father's Dragon.
This looks cute. I'm going to be honest. I expected from the pedigree of the studio to like it more. For some reason, I thought it was cute. It didn't give me like when I watch a Pixar trailer, I was like, this looks really nice, but it didn't fully grab me, to be honest.
I was not aware this was from Cartoon Saloon until they said it. And I do see it. It's in some of the animation, but like if you told me this is the same person who did Secrets of the Kells, Wolf Walkers, and there was the third one. I forgot the third one. But if you told me it was by the same studio who did that, I'd be surprised. I'm like, those movies look a lot better than this. Yeah,
and it's not like this looks bad, but it does kind of feel like a downgrade from the previous looks.
Yeah. It almost kind of feels like, now this is not to say I ended up really liking this movie, so it's not a diss, but it almost feels like what we saw of Missing Link when Leica was like, hey, we're doing Missing Link, and it's very different from our first 4 films.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like that. Like they're trying a different tone, they're trying a different type of movie, and it almost kind of feels like maybe they didn't hit the mark in attempting to do so.
Yeah. I'm hoping the story, because I did say something like it looks visually appealing, just like not as much as the other ones they made before, which is interesting. I'll wait for a second trailer to completely write it off, but like I when I heard about this and saw like who was making, I'm like, oh hell yeah, and I was kind of like, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah. I'm glad you guys kind of feel the same way, because I was like, oh, I hope I'm not like the downer, because it still seems really charming and cute. Like the drag, it does give me like little How to Train a Dragon vibes, a dude and a dragon and like family stuff. It's got a good look to it for sure.
I really like that studio. So here, the director, I wanted to look up the director, Nora Twame. Right, she directed The Breadwinner. The Breadwinner was an Oscar-nominated animated feature from 2017. It's really heavy. It's kind of the closest thing I could compare it to is like Grave of the Fireflies. So it's got a good director behind it. So I hope it's good.
I'm sure it's good. It might be like, this is gonna sound mean to this this movie, but the story is what's gonna carry it more than the good animation, but not maybe not as good. Again, I'm not a writer. I'm not an animator.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Like it does kind of feel like a downgrade, but it's kind of weird. It's kind of hard to put your finger on why.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
All right. Cabinet of Curiosities.
Shit.
Yeah, baby.
Shit.
I am all for this.
That first trailer was like cool, little teaser. This is like he's like making like 8 movies.
Yeah.
And every actor is famous. And unexpected famous. Like Harry Potter people and other people and these people.
Grant, like, Sophia Patella.
So many people.
And I love all the shorts look so visually cool, and all the monsters look really fascinating and scary. And I hope Del Toro is not narrating, but like introducing each one like he does in the trailer.
I hope
like Twilight Zone vibe. Like he's it's a Twilight Zone for him. Absolutely.
No, I was definitely gonna say I really hope this is kind of like Del Toro's version of the Twilight Saga, the Twilight. God damn it, the Twilight Zone.
Is he an Edward fan or
no? We're not going there. The Twilight Zone. This is like his version of the Twilight Zone, where he introduces each episode and then has a little something to say at the end, kind of like a little zinger.
Yep.
So I'm like this whole thing I'm looking for, and also as we keep going in, he opens the cabinet a little bit.
Each cabinet's a different story. Like what's that kid movie? The Indian in the Cupboard. That's not all of this, but. I'm like, man, it's nice that they didn't have to like they didn't hire some like person with like a nice voice. Guillermo's got a voice. He's got a great voice. So it's cool that he gets to narrate his own shit instead of hiring some voice actor.
And it's from some really great directors, and they're putting like their spin on essentially like Del Toro movies and monsters, and I'm super excited. You guys go ahead? No,
I'll say all of them look intriguing. Yeah, like every different scene, I was like, that looks cool. That looks cool. That looks cool.
Yeah, It looks everything. What I love about this is that everything. I mean, it's horror, but everything is like different horror. Like you have like the asylum, the doctor horror. You also have the witch in the woods type of horror. You have the haunted house sort of thing. It's like every different little slice and genre. It's not just like one big old. Hey, here's a script, a spooky hospital and a spooky asylum. It's all medical horror. Ooh, this is all that is. It's like it's different. Each time is different, and I like that. No, not like it. I love that.
Did you guys see that Del Toro? Someone tweeted like Guillermo del Toro watching Pacific Rim Uprising, and it's the clip of Homelander watching Dawn of the Seven, and like so like the audio like tones out. Del Toro liked it, and everyone was like, "Oh."
That man. Like that is a dude who like we talk about like we don't know what he's making until he has a trailer coming out. This dude has 2 projects coming out this year. Is Pinocchio this year?
Yeah, Pinocchio's this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got 2 Del Toros this year, baby, and one of them's an anthology. Ooh, thank you, Netflix.
Netflix.
Thank you, Netflix.
I'm so happy that Del Toro seems to have found a home he's happy with at Netflix. Bring on more Del Toro.
Pinocchio also Netflix?
Yeah.
Damn, they're getting him money.
Both of these are Netflix properties, or not Netflix properties, but these are both going on Netflix.
See, this is the problem with Netflix. Like they release so much shit, but then they're like Guillermo del Toro. I'm like, oh yeah.
They're like, hey, Del Toro, please. Academy Award-winning director Guillermo del Toro, you want to come do some spooky shit with us? We will let you do whatever the hell you want.
You can have a lady bang as many fish as she wants on our show.
And then, of course, he's like, well, I want to do Pinocchio. Okay, that's fine. He's like, but it's going to be better than the Disney Plus version.
He's going to be made of actual wood. We don't care.
And then he's like, yeah, but also I want to give other directors and storytellers a thing. So I have this analogy show I want to do. It's like, do it. Can we put your name on it?
I want to just give credit where it's due. Del Toro is co-directing with Mark Gustafson. Even though the movie is called Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio because of the Disney Plus film, he's co-directing it with an animator on a few things. But this is kind of like his big break. And it feels like Del Toro is trying to do the same thing with Cabinet of Curiosities, where he's kind of helping other claymation directors, horror directors, try to get them more prestige. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, 100%.
Why does it feel that Del Toro is the true good person of Hollywood right now?
He's the best.
He's a wonderful human being. I'm so happy he gets to do stuff.
I will still forever be salty at Disney for not giving him the chance to make a Haunted Mansion film, but I will always be happy that Del Toro is like, hey, I'm going to go do fun things. I'm going to do things I want.
I would have loved every movie that he's been attached to that didn't happen. Hellboy 3, Haunted Mansion, Mountains of Madness. I always lament that that so many of his films that he's attached to don't happen. You could what you said, Ben, always be mad. Drop in any movie name that he was attached to, and I feel the same way. Like I wish we lived in a world where there was more Guillermo del Toro.
The man's a treasure. Even a film that I'm not the biggest fan of, Crimson Peak, I still really like that movie.
Crimson Peak rules.
It is a good movie. Sorry, Brent.
Del Toro was the guy who was going to make The Hobbit originally. And he was in hardcore production mode before, and then shit and scheduling and shit happened. I'm like, man, there was a world where there were really good Hobbit movies. Man, what a world.
I mean, he did write some of them, or he helped with the screenplay.
There's a lot of production on The Hobbit that Peter Jackson used a lot of what Del Toro had done because they were so close to filming. But ultimately, those films suffered because Peter Jackson stepped in so late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he didn't really want to do it.
No, he really didn't.
It kind of shows a little bit.
Yeah. All right.
Del Toro.
The Callisto Protocol.
Oh,
I love... That was a weird noise. I love Dead Space. What if we got a different Dead Space, but also a Dead Space remake around the same time?
What if you got a video game with Josh Duhamel and the boys, the Asian
Karen
girl from the boys.
Karen
Fukunaga, yeah.
I didn't realize that there was going to be actors. I mean, I know there was going to be actors, but I didn't realize there were going to be famous people. And I'm like, I rewound it 3 times. I'm like, is that Josh Duhamel? Is that bald Josh Duhamel? Because I recognized the boys lady immediately, but I'm like, Josh, is that you? And I'm like, yeah, it's Josh Duhamel. I love Dead Space. I played Dead Space with Sparks.
Yeah.
If you've played Dead Space, this is that, but different. That literally there's blood, shoot the tentacles. There's literally shoot the arms. They're just doing the same thing in a different scenario, but it looks incredible. Looks super gory. I love that it's not just Dead Space. It is more mutation, like Resident Evil monsters instead of sci-fi daggers or whatever. I think it looks hella spooky. Ben, I can't wait for you to play it next year.
That the whole time I'm watching this show, I'm thinking, I'm going to hate life when I sit down and play this game.
Future Spooktober.
Yeah.
There's a Dead Space remake and a color. There's 2 spooky dissection games coming out.
Yep.
Welcome to Surgeon Life.
Yep. I mean, the trailer does look amazing. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It looks terrifying, and I do like how you have some interesting kills, like that railway with the spinning thing of death, goes by like the big column and chain. I don't know what the hell the proper term is, but yeah, he pushes it and it goes splat.
They are taking a lot of the mechanics from Dead Space, which is fine. There's a stasis thing where you can freeze enemies in place, and then you can push them into things or decapitate them as you need be. So it will share the good similarities between Dead Space while still being its own thing, which I think is great because if you're good at something, just you can what's not improvise? What's the word?
Adapt.
You just make it a little bit better. Iterate.
Oh, iterate.
Yeah, it's an iteration on Dead Space where we're getting Dead Space in 2022. We're also getting the quote unquote sequel to Dead Space. So it's great. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Halloween Ends.
What do
What do we think?
Well, I want to hear what you guys think.
I don't.
Yeah, me too.
No.
Yeah, me too.
I was kind of hoping that it would just be a continuation of the same night.
Guys, 4 years later, what are we doing?
Yeah, the second she says that, I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Why didn't you move?
I just I don't know.
So, I don't think they're going supernatural because there is a line like, "Oh, I have to die for him to die." They're not doing any Horcrux stuff or anything like that. But like,
I mean, but they already did that in Halloween Kills, where he's not a supernatural being, but he's superhuman.
Absolutely, but I mean, they're not going to introduce cults. So, I mean, like they're keeping it quote unquote grounded, even though the dude got shot a billion times or whatever. I just don't. I don't know if I want a movie where it's like half of it's him fighting an old lady, then the other half's like it's just him killing people again. Because like it doesn't. If it feels like they're trying to ramp it up to like this big finale, but it's just like the same movie that's been made for 40 years. Yeah. So and again, I'm still thinking about the test screenings that I heard it was really, really bad, but that was months ago, so they could have changed it. So I'm just
we also have a bad taste after Halloween Kills.
Yeah. I'm not in a great spot with this trailer. And I wasn't in the other ones too, but the other ones were better. But this just feels like we're just doing the same thing again.
Yeah,
kind of. So
the review for Halloween Kills is there. Just to reiterate, I really didn't like it. I really like Halloween 2018. I think that movie is great.
Same.
Yeah,
but Halloween Kills is such a letdown after that it doesn't. The momentum of Halloween 2018 is dead now. Like I don't have that momentum going into this, so I'm kind of looking at this like, I don't know.
I just don't know what more we can. Obviously, like we haven't seen the movie. I don't know how much more they can grab in this franchise that's new. That's not just he wants revenge against Laurie. Like I don't know what more. Not that there necessarily needs to be for like a slasher movie, but that first Halloween movie is awesome. And then the second one it's a little more like your messaging is a little confusing and like a little more messy. And then this third one, I feel like it's just getting more messy. By not really doing anything. So like, I hope I'm wrong. I really want to be wrong. He's also making like a new Exorcist trilogy after this. So like, I hope it's good.
I also like, I'm looking at like Halloween Kills and all the things that you introduced in Halloween Kills, which was a lot of things that just quite honestly don't all work. And many of them don't. Like you have to pay some of those off. Like, why does he want to go to his sister's window all the time? Why is he stalking Laurie all of a sudden when the 2018 film told us blatantly that he wasn't? Like, what are we doing here with this thing that you're going to pay off some threads from Halloween Kills? And if we're doing 4 years later, why is anybody still in that town?
And 4 years is a long time.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
And there's a line of you say you've moved on, but you haven't. Of course, she hasn't moved on. 4 years ago, her daughter was killed.
Yeah. I almost wish they did like what they're doing with the new Scream, and like they're taking it in a completely new place.
Yeah.
Like have it be like this is the finale, and like I really thought I was done with Michael Myers, and like I moved to like Florida, and then Michael followed me to Florida. Something different because it feels like another Halloween movie when that's not what I don't want. Just another Halloween movie at this point. Like especially after the first one, like that movie's awesome, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'm pretty negative on this right now. I'm not feeling great about it. But X-Files, I want to believe. I always want to believe.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't know how really I feel about that. I was looking forward to this trilogy of Halloween films all taking place on one day of Halloween. That was like, to me, that was the crux. I was like, this whole story is going to end in one hellish night.
I wanna just say something about that real quickly, Ben. They were probably going to initially, but because of the pandemic, they couldn't film Kills and Ends back to back.
Yeah, that's probably.
And okay. they were meant to be filmed back to back.
Still, 4 years. They don't have to make it 4 years later.
That's
yeah,
true.
But I don't. I mean, I'm going to see it eventually, but at the same time,
review it.
Well, you guys are going to review it. That's the weekend I'm in Portland. Yeah. But I don't know. I hope it's good.
You dodged the bullet this time, Magnet.
I do want it to be good. I am going to go see it. I'll be reviewing it with you guys. I am going to go see it because I want to see how this ends. I want to see what happens because you're right. That 2018 Halloween film was fantastic. That movie made me really enjoy all the original Halloween film even more.
You know what you will be here for though, Ben? You will be here for Werewolf by Night and Black Adam.
Ah, there we go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
My final thought on this is like, I just don't know if I need a movie where it's like, it's either going to be like half an hour of these two old people fighting each other, or it's not going to be that, and it's just going to be random people getting killed as in every other Halloween movie.
You know what?
So
how are we supposed to accept Jamie Lee Curtis can fight off this superhuman 80-year-old who's been shot and stabbed 40 times and then got up and killed 50 people?
We even see in this trailer, like, she stabs him in the hand. So I'm like, we know, like, she can take him on. I'm like, I am all about girl power and femininity, but like, she's a 70-year-old lady. Come on.
I wouldn't buy it from a 70-year-old man either after what they put Michael Myers through in the last film.
It's that Instagram teaser that just drove me nuts, where it's like Michael Myers facing the camera, Laurie Strode, Halloween ends, like it's a boxing match, and I'm like, those are my grandparents. Come on. I don't take it seriously.
I just kind of I think, you know, kind of making it like the allowing Laurie to heal from the wound that she had in Halloween, that's why she was out so much in Halloween Kills. Okay, fine, you said it later. Mm-hmm. But this kind of like Halloween Kills made such a huge mistake, making Michael Myers basically indestructible. Because if you're going to set the third film, Halloween Ends, on their fight, I don't believe that anybody could win against Michael Myers at this point.
That finale of Kills where he like stands up in the crowd and just murders everyone. I'm like,
after he was like stabbed 40 times.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a fun scene to watch, but in what's happening in the story, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
And then walked all the way to his house to kill Judy Greer.
Yeah.
Also big mistake.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Yeah. Well, I'm cautiously not optimistic.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
The Last of Us.
I wish Sparks were here. Oh, I wish Sparks were here.
Ooh.
It looks great.
Yes. So if this were not the guy, Craig Mazin, who made Chernobyl the greatest show that came out in the last couple of years, in my opinion, won a bunch of Emmys, but doesn't always matter. If he weren't making the show, I would be a little more hesitant, because with The Last of Us, that is a solid narrative. It's not an open world game where a lot of things happen. It is 10 hours of a single line story where you're following several characters down a journey. And it is one of the most cinematic games ever made. Naughty Dog is they are known for being cinematic. You play the Uncharted games, Brandon. Imagine that, but spooky. This looks like shot for shot like that game, in a way that I'm excited about, but also they're doing just enough different stuff, and they're including stuff from the outside material inwards to make it feel like a really, really great adaptation. And Pedro Pascal, he's just Mr. Babysitter, man. That's his job these days. Whether it's in sci-fi or in horror, he's babysitting. But
I didn't know that the girl. What's the girl's name?
Ellie.
I didn't know that actress is playing Ellie. That's very exciting to me. She plays Hilda in the Hilda animated series, and she was also so she's British, and she's also in the second season of His Dark Materials with Daphne King, and she's great. I love her, and I love Pedro Pascal, and I think this trailer looks incredible.
Yeah, Ben and I know both these people from Game of Thrones, where she plays little Lady Mormont, the coolest little queen on the planet, where she's murdering people left and right. She's such a great choice for Ellie. It is really cool that she is giving, like, she's going to be in like the biggest show of the year. It's really cool. And Pedro, he's already a big star, but like this is going to put her into the stratosphere. The fact that a lot of this is done practically, like the clickers, horrifying. I am so excited to be in those scenes where it's dark and like it's just clicking happening and you have to be silent or you're gonna die. I think this is gonna be a big winner. I think I am so impressed. Like they are not half-assing this at all. The casting's great. Freaking the guy Ron from Parks and Rec is playing one of the characters in this. He's like really sad and dramatic, and I'm like,
Nick Offerman.
Nick Offerman. He's playing like one of the most tragic characters in this show, and I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna destroy us. Yes. We see a quick glimpse of a little girl on a ring around
merry-go-round. Yeah.
She is Ellie's girlfriend from the prequel comic and game. So they're bringing everything into the one story to make it all one beautiful story. I'm just so excited. There's one shot specifically that's my favorite shot. It's literally 1 second. It's after it's the beginning of the game or the show, and the hell's breaking loose. A plane crashes and everything. There's a bunch of people on the ground, and they've all been killed. One person stands up as a zombie really quick, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah. Because like that scene, that is like a 5-minute like one-shot scene of like the entire town going to shit, and you're trying to escape with your daughter out of this town, and like I can already tell they have nailed that 200%. Get ready to cry. Get ready to cry. Walking Dead, who? That show's over. Whatever.
All right. Okay. That's that. Yeah. I'm excited for that show.
Makes me want to play the game. That's for sure.
Oh, get ready to cry.
Yeah, I've never played The Last of Us. I have The Last of Us.
October, Ben.
What?
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. We've talked a lot, Sparks and I, about The Last of Us remake that recently came out for $70, which is the third time that game has come out in the last decade. I got really close to buying it after this trailer. Because man, I was like, there's one shot of them. It's an establishing shot of them in a storm where all the buildings are knocked over, and it's gorgeous. And I'm like, I remember that from the game, and I bet that looks really good on PS5.
What a year for game adaptation! What a year for game adaptations.
You can't say that with Halo is that came out this year.
I was talking more about
what an almost perfect year for video game adaptation.
I was talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. What other ones come out?
Uncharted also came out recently.
Damn. Yeah, but Cyberpunk is like it destroys everything that's bad. So
okay. And Sonic's pretty good.
Sonic is real good.
And The Last of Us, by the way, The Last of Us is next year. It's not coming out this year.
2023.
So, okay. Oh yeah, it was Sonic. I'm gonna have to look that up because I know a lot of stuff came out.
Okay, that's all the news.
Whoop whoop.
This
is almost going to be a 7-hour podcast.
Oops.
Jesus.
All right, that's also going to be it for us. The next time you see us, we'll be with our good friends Sparks and Jeremy Villucci, special guest. So, without further ado, let's. Yeah, I guess so. Should we get out of here?
Well, we should end this part because nothing's happening after this for today.
Okay, yeah, Sparks, just cut this part out.
Welcome to the Fake Nerd Podcast 300th episode topic for Neon Genesis Evangelion Rebuilds 1.0. You are not alone. 2.0. You cannot advance. 3.0. You cannot redo. And 3.0 plus 1.0 thrice upon a time. Here to discern the secrets of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's Ryan Eliopoulos.
It's time, finally.
And here to tell me that being in here smells like his mother, it's Ben Magnet.
What?
Oh no.
Also here to tell me that he is not a doll is, of course, Brandon T. McClure.
The third impact is upon us.
With our special guest to practice the repetition over and over again, it's Jeremy Villucci. And I am Sparks Whitty, here just to be told I did a good job and maybe learn a thing or two about life. Let's begin our human instrumentality project. We're here. We're doing it. This is great, guys. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks for having me.
Hi, Jeremy.
Jeremy, when he was introduced, did not say anything, and this is also an audio podcast, so people are going to be quite confused until that first thing that you say.
Oh, go back and listen. I gave a look. Just imagine the look.
Yeah, the music also stopped, so it's like, what happened to the music? Was that a Jeremy thing? Who knows? He's our musician.
All the music live today, guys.
Ooh. That musical beat is incredible. I love that thing so much.
Decisive battle.
I think the proper place to start before we get so we're talking about all the rebuilds. If you don't know them, you gotta watch them. This is entirely there's no way to talk about these without holding them in conversation with the original series and End of Eva. So if you have not watched any of those things, it's full spoilers. We're talking about it all. Jeremy most recently went through all of this for the first time, very, very freshly and very, very recent.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Well, I started it with Ryan, like, I want to say like a couple months ago, but we only got like 6 episodes in, and then we paused for a while. So the rest of it, pretty much the entire series that isn't just giant robots, I digested in the last 2 weeks, and the bulk of it was in the last 48 hours. So
you've consumed like 30 years of entertainment in like a snap.
Yeah, it was a lot to process and digest. I'm a little fuzzy on it because it all happened like just all at the same time. But as we start talking about it, I'm sure I'll have things to say because I lived it.
Jeremy, quickly, what happened in episode 17?
Don't do this.
No, I actually got this one. So, because episode 16 was the dramatic shift in tones. So, in episode 17, I remember now.
It's okay,
I was
Jeremy. It's okay.
And I was eating a tub of chocolate ice cream. That's what happened during episode.
Okay,
that's my favorite part.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's fun. It is fun. It's fun.
Jeremy has constantly referenced the Stu making chocolate pudding at 3 a.m. in the morning out of control of his life throughout this process. Okay, so I definitely want to talk about everything in conjunction with the show, but I want to start by going through the rebuilds one by one.
Oh, of course.
So let's just jump into one, which picks up total fresh start. Very much like the opening of the show.
Shot for shot. The first several minutes are shot for shot remake.
Right.
Just looks way better.
Yes. In new style, with a red ocean. End of Eva did happen.
Well, so interestingly, I think importantly, the red ocean within the rebuild, this one, is due to the second impact. The oceans were fine until the second impact happened in this universe.
That's true. That is how they justify it for the universe itself. But we also know that, like, aesthetically, this is a cue of the visual of End of Eva.
Because we do return to that world in 4.
Yeah.
So like it's all weird and connected. I think
the biggest thing, the biggest cue isn't necessarily the red ocean, because I don't mean to bounce around too much, but like in 2, it is revealed that they are trying to put the ocean back to how it was before the second impact. And the biggest cue is at the end of 1 when he comes, the boy, what's that kid's name?
Karu.
When he comes out of the coffin on the moon, and there's all the coffins on the moon, and that's the biggest cue of like, oh, this is actually the cyclical story, because this kid is always the same.
Yeah, it's not directly clear in the 2007 first film that this is what we're doing.
Years ago. Amazing.
Ben, you also more or less chugged these rebuilds pretty recently. How are you feeling?
I'm definitely feeling a whole lot better about these rebuilds than I was when I first finished End of Evangelion and the series as a whole the first time I watched it all those years ago. I want to say that when I mean, there are still parts of the story I probably did that day go over my head. Like, I didn't catch the red ocean bit until Brandon just mentioned it. I just thought that, okay, yeah, second impact. This is just Evangelion, crazy Eva shit happening. The world sucks, but here we are. Here's the story. But I will definitely say, I once again, I know we're going to these movies one by one, but once we got to the very end of Thrice Upon a Time, I left that film feeling very satisfied, feeling very like that was an ending. That was a cathartic. I actually feel positive about this. But yeah, I love the whole ride. The whole ride was amazing.
I think before we get into like the real discussion, it's important to note that like these are for better or worse. This is a remake of the show. Mm-hmm. By the time we get to 4, they're doing End of Evangelion again, just very different. Like a lot of the stuff happens in the same way, but it's what happens when someone who deals with depression figures out how to handle it. And when he was younger in life, Anno could not handle it, and it's reflected in end of Evangelion, where Shinji literally can't do anything, and that's a bummer of an ending, and the world's ended, and he's choking the girl. Like, it's bad shit. And then the rest of his life happened, and he never got over it, but he's able to handle it better because he got married. Because he got married and he found someone he loves, and love's so important to this story. And I'm so glad that he got to tell a story that is similar but different. It is not, I cured my depression. It's, I still have it, but I'm able to deal with it because I have my loved ones, and it's a different story. And I think it's so special that this can be a series that is quote unquote a remake while still being wholly original, while still like giving everything that the show needed 25 years later. It's really, it's an impressive thing. Like, we talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake. This came up before that, but like, this is like an incredible example of how to remake something, quote unquote, while still giving it a fresh set of eyes. I love these movies.
I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, by the way, Ryan.
Yes! Yes!
It's been a time. Anyway.
What I think is so interesting about this first movie is that the second time I watched it, in hindsight, I kind of liked it less because of how strict it is to the source material. Because I really like the direction that 2 and onward goes. That's not to say that the movie is bad. It was just kind of my enjoyment of it was interesting this time around. I really like how the first film, even so, cues you into this being somewhat different because the angels are different. There are a few angels that are designed the same, but the order is different, and then there's a few angels that are completely different than the ones that we saw in the show. And I really, really like those new angel designs. And and the thing that really stands out to me in the first film and continues on is how much I really like Rey's story.
Yeah.
All 4 films, I think Rey has an incredible story, and I'm so into it.
The thing that is so that I think works about these 4 movies so well is it's able to keep what everyone loves about the characters from the show, but everyone gets improved upon, and everyone gets a better story. Every single character gets improved upon in some way. I would argue Asuka, there's something at the end with Asuka I don't particularly like that we'll talk about, but overall, like all of the narrative beats that the characters go through, I love, especially Rey. Rey is finally given like actual agency. It is more in the later movies, but like, you definitely start to see the kernels of everybody's sprouts in this movie. Like, oh, it is a little bit different.
Yeah, I think it's maybe simplistic to say, but it is, if you were even to put it through the lens of the loop logic that the films later establish is happening, these are all versions of the characters who are like one step closer to being fulfilled versions of themselves. They are all much better at communicating for themselves. And that's true in the first one. And I think it is the thing that's like, the first time I watched the first one, I was very much like, this is cool. This is mostly the show again. And apart from like very, very like a few things near the end. But watching it this time, I paid much more attention to the fact that like pretty early on, this is a different Shinji. It's subtle, but it's very important that like this is a Shinji who like the same scene happens where Rey is changing into the plug suit in front of Shinji. It happens in the show, and in the show, Shinji is watching her change. He's thinking about her body. In this Rebuild movie, Shinji's looking ahead. He's not looking at her. He's not looking at her silhouette at all. You do see her naked body, but you see her naked body, the audience. The audience objectifies her, but Shinji does not. And that's a huge difference from the Shinji that we had in the show. Yeah. His concept of the sexuality of the characters around him is different. And so are their concepts of how they interact with Shinji because of it. I think the biggest one about 1, and the big reason why I like 1 so much more this time around, is recognizing that Misato understands and has more self-awareness of herself and what her relationship with Shinji should be, because this is a Misato who does the same like shtick about when Shinji comes out of the shower naked and all that stuff. But when he goes away, she says to herself, did I lay that on too thick? Yeah. And she recognizes that there's a level of performance about who she is to Shinji and what role she's supposed to play. And she drops all that partway into the film because Shinji expresses, I am going to pilot the Ava and I'm in harm's way, but everybody at HQ, you'll be safe. And she realizes that what she needs to be is more of a maternal figure to Shinji. So she guides him down and explains that they will all die if an angel gets all the way down to that level, that they all put their lives on the line and it will self-destruct, and they're all in this with him.
Right, because Misato is the one who shows Shinji Lilith in this version.
Right. And in that version, having her make that decision, take that authority on the stance, changes their relationship from this awkward sexual tension that they had in the previous existence. This one becomes a nurturing relationship where she holds Shinji's hand and he holds it back, and he makes the choice to get in the Ava, which is a huge difference. And Misato thanks him and says, I know you're making this choice for you to get into the Ava. Rather than him going behind the excuses that he does earlier in the film, where he's like, I'm doing this just because, I'm doing this because of this. And again, like, that's also just a good reaction Misato has to, I'm covering a lot of things, but that Misato has to, when she recognizes that what Shinji's trying to do is force her into a different relationship that she doesn't want to have, which is when he's being all depressed and she grabs him, and for a small second he smirks just a little. He smirks just a little, and she sees it, and she's like, this is being sick. This is being gross. This is you manipulating, and I'm not going to do that.
You know, motherhood has always been an important thing of the franchise, but like, it's hardcore in these movies. Like, the thing, like, all of Evangelion is like compressed, like super compressed. It's like when you make an Avengers movie, you got to like distill the character to like who the character is. But like, this still is able to go further into the depth while having less time with the characters. Right. That's just really impressive.
Well, I think
we already have a pre-existing knowledge of them, so they can go deeper without having to like recover the exact same thing.
What I think is so interesting about the Rebuild series, and this film really, I think this film does kind of the most, because it's building. What's interesting about this is that it acts like a. This is going to sound incredibly stupid. I'm going to try and make it not sound stupid. It acts like shit. It acts like a reboot. Like, it acts like something. It acts like a classic reboot of the sense of like, we're doing the same thing, but it's also a sequel. So what he's able to, what Anno is able to do in the first film is quickly cue into the audience. You should have the knowledge. You should bring the knowledge of the original show with you to this. In fact, you don't have to. That's a horrible thing to say. I shouldn't have said that. You should bring that with you. If you don't have the knowledge of the show, you'll still get an experience, but it'll be a different experience than people who have experienced the show.
It's like if you see the original show. Sorry, it's essentially, Brandon, I think what you're saying is like, it's like, if you have seen the original show, cool. You're gonna pick up more of the nuances here and pick up more of the subtlety. But if you haven't seen the original show, don't worry, you're still in for a good time, because the first movie is essentially the first half of the first show.
Well, but not just that, but it's kind of just like you want to tell the audience that like the cyclical theory of all this being done before and all this happening again is true. So you want to quickly tell the audience that what's happening here isn't just character arc; it is multiversal character arc almost. It is somehow these characters have gone through a similar, if not the same arc as the original show. And that is encoded, this is super stupid, it is encoded in their DNA so that they can progress further than that. And that's where we meet them in this film, kind of that like genetic memory character arc almost.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to say, in echoing that, any changes that were made from the original series are all direct commentaries on what was in the original series. And so in a sense, like, the cyclical nature of the narrative isn't just plot driven. It's also, part of the greater metaphor, and like, it all kind of functions in concert with itself that way. So anytime that a change is made, it's meant to, say something about, not only because the characters are in a different, like, state of development, but also in reflecting on what I can't remember the series creator's name. I'm too much Anno. Hideki Anno. What Anno was trying to say about depression when he was in his state of depression versus what he's trying to say after overcoming it. So it's there's a lot to be said on what's been changed, because that's where like a lot of the meat is.
Yeah. And this isn't the one. It's 2 where his dad congratulates him, right?
Yes.
It's 2.
I think 1 introduces a lot of these elements in a way where, Anno being very understandable of the time period where he's releasing it, there would be people who would see this movie and not have seen the show.
Yeah.
He wants this movie to be like an interest bridge. So if you see it, then you can be like, oh, I want more of that. Let me go back to the show now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the later films, I think, rely more on like they intend for you to have previous show knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this one, you can kind of get away without it.
Yeah.
But never to his detriment.
No, never to. Yeah. Like you can get away without it. It will give you another perspective on it if you have seen it, but you don't have to see it for this one in particular. You can kind of go in fully fresh to it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The fact that that everybody knows about Lilith, that's a huge difference, because that was a secret.
It was
that Zele and Gendo were doing. Now everyone's involved. Like, no, we're all about this, baby. They're still a secret project, but like we're all about this stuff. And I'm like, man, that's a drastic change.
I would definitely say when Masato takes Shinji down to see Lilith, I'm watching this and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That didn't happen this early in the show. What? Because I mean, as I was watching the show, like up until that point, I'm thinking, okay, cool. This is like a quick, like a recap, condensed version of the very beginning. The few changes here and there. I was totally fine with it. I was still enjoying the film. And then once we got to that scene, I'm like, okay, now this is like the first major difference.
Yeah, it's interesting because it creates the sense of trust that everyone working with Nerve has with the mission. Whatever the mission is that they have been told what it is, they don't know that Gendo, not Gendy, yeah. Gendo. I always, for some reason, say Gendy. He is working with Sele to do the human instrumentality project, but Nerve doesn't quite know that.
They're just saving the world from angels.
Yeah, and they think, because Masato brings it down, is like, if an angel gets to Lilith, it's over.
Yeah.
And so like they know that, they think that they are keeping Lilith protected from the angels. Like, this is the only way. This is why the angels are coming. This is the only way that we can stop the destruction of the human race, is by keeping Lilith in the basement of Nerve HQ. But in fact, it's Gendo just being like, no, actually, I want this to happen. So, screw you.
Gendo, heavy, real quick, Sparks. Gendo's got heavy Palpatine energy in this franchise, because like his whole thing, like in episodes like 2, 3, and 4, he's like, Gendo wanted this to happen all along. I'm like, damn, Palpatine, how'd you plan this far ahead?
No, like for real, it is Palpatine manipulating both the Republic and the Separatists. I'm manipulating everyone to do what I want.
And it is one of those things where, like, I think especially probably because you get more details about the specifics than you actually do in the show. Gendo's plan, like the amount that he forward thinks, kind of doesn't make a lot of sense if you really want to extrapolate it. Like the way that he anticipates some of the things that the kids will do and that kind of thing. I'm like, that's a stretch. But what I was going to say is, like, tying that into the idea of seeing Lilith this early is also Anno kind of saying, like, the mystery doesn't matter here.
Yeah.
The mystery is part of the original series. But that's not important here. That's not what this show is that's not what these versions are going to be about. These are about these characters. And he wants to go at that directly rather than playing with the idea of, like, this is about Sele and the big thing. Like, we're not focusing on that. That's there, but it's not what's important.
I think that's kind of that's what Anno. Well, that's why Anno wanted to make this so tied to the shows, because if you think about the stuff that's not in these movies, the Magi reveal that it's what's her name's mom, or Rutsuko's mom, or what the Dead Sea Scrolls are. Like, we hear about them, but no one ever explains what they are. It's never like a big, like, if you like think about the stuff that's not in this movie, it is Anno saying, yeah, but you've seen the show, so you know what those are. What the Magi is, what the thing is, you're good.
But also, the Dead Sea Scrolls have been a meme for like 30 years. Like, he just talks like, we see the Dead Sea Scrolls for the first time in the 4th movie. They're only ever talked about.
Yeah.
And like the Vatican treaties, they never go into that shit. That's just like fun world building, or like, don't worry too hard about it.
There's a lot of world building in 3 that I just specifically want to get to that I love, but we'll get there.
Oh yeah, Sam and I were just talking about that earlier over breakfast too. We were talking about how like it's almost like counterintuitive to explain what those things are at all, since they're more representational than they are actually important in a lore sense. Who cares? It's like it's just meant to be, the thing that you overcome.
I think most prominently and importantly, it's not that this version has abandoned the idea, the rebuilds in general, but it's pretty clear even from this one that the Avas are the moms, specifically. Like, Ava Unit 1 is Yui. That's not a gone idea, but it's also, again, not a focus of the story. It's nowhere near as important.
You get the sense that it's there because she says, "Oh, it smells familiar." When he's in the liquid, it smells familiar, meaning it smells like his mom.
Right.
So like the idea that it's there, that's Ono telling you, no, it's still in the DNA. This is all in the DNA of this, but that's not what's important in this movie right now.
To be fair, that line happens in 2, but it is
right. You're right.
It is there. I think part of that is like, again, like wanting to go back to, I think the important change of Misato and her relationship with Shinji is that in the original series, like it's Shinji is in search of that mother aspect. Asuka calls it out at one point in these rebuilds that like what he needs is a mom. And that's what Shinji is in search of, whether it's said directly or not in the series. And he doesn't have that. And Misato is the figure that should be that, but she can't be that because she's being this whatever she thinks is necessary to get Shinji to do the thing. And in a lot of ways that sexualizes her to Shinji. And in this version, she breaks that entire facade to become a maternal figure to Shinji. And that is who she becomes in this one. And that is who she is throughout the rest of the rebuilds.
Especially when you compare it to End of Ava, where the last moment that you have with Misato is her kissing him and then dying. And then, Shinji like goes off. And
it's her saying like, we can do more of this when you get back, which is her again, like completely buying into that idea of the only way to motivate Shinji is this.
Right.
And that's not the right way.
And she totally knows she's about to die too. Right. So she knows she's lying to him, which is like just like a further reflection of like the lie of like, being, sexualizing herself to him. And like it's, and like, with the way the movie ends and stuff, it just really drives that point home. So I think in this one, it's her character's so much more fleshed out in a healthy way.
Right.
That makes it like her actually like a positive force in Shinji's life.
Truthfully, you can make an argument, just real quick, Ben, you can make an argument that Misato in this version being the person who's willing to push herself out of that role that she had used to play before is the thing that changes the entire trajectory of what's going to happen here, because that is the version that makes Shinji a different person when he gets in the Ava next.
In fact, I was going to say, that her being a maternal figure for Shinji and what you're saying about it being, like one of the like catalytic moments in Shinji's character development too. Like it really like shows that that's one of the like major themes of the entire series is like, in the original, like the main thing that like Shinji is like doing as a result of depression that's causing everybody pain is trying to like hoard emotional wealth from people, like give me this, give me that, let me internalize it so I can feel, whole. And that's of course, a really toxic way to understand relationships, and that's the commentary. But in this, with a healthy and communicative relationship between him and Misato, it's like they can actually grow from that, rather than this thing where it's like, let me just give you what you want, let me just fill that void for you. It's like no, let's join hands and move and grow together. And it's like it just says what it's trying to say about relationships and how they can improve our lives without us like feeding on them.
Right. Ben.
No, I was actually going to echo or bring up because Jeremy brought up the fact that just in the original Ava show, I loved Misato. I really liked Misato. She was one of my favorite characters up until that point in End of Ava. I hated that point. That was my least favorite part of the movie. I was like, son of a bitch.
And Ava does nobody any favors.
No, does
like
not.
That's a sad movie on purpose. I'm glad these movies exist. Let me tell you,
Well,
I love
the extras in that movie. Man. Look at just everyone getting gunned down. Like, dude, stop killing these people.
I'm going to, because in these films, in the Rebuild films, I love Misato even more. And I actually, one of the things I love about Misato is that she internalizes that instead of like, oh, I just need to be like a sexual object for Shinji to get him to do shit. I feel like you can tell that she goes into mom mode a lot sooner. And she does love Shinji. She's not in love with Shinji, but she's like, I have this paternal love for this kid who's been thrown into his life. He's been given this impossible task, and I'm here to push him in the way, not to be like, oh, look at me, but it's like, hey, this is what we're fighting for. This is why we're fighting. This is what we need to do, and this is the thing. This is when she takes him to Lilith. This is the thing we need to protect. This creepy ass giant white thing
with hands coming out of the bottom.
Hands coming out of the bottom. It's this grotesque horror eldritch image, but this is the thing we need to make safe. We need to make sure this thing does not get in the hands of those angels.
Yeah.
So the whole time, even in the later films, even though Misato's character, like going from 3 and 4, the character is different, but at the same time, I'm still intrigued. I still love the show. And I will bring this up much later on in this topic, but Misato goes out like an absolute badass in this.
I want to say, I think I'm going to a little bit rebuttal what you said there, Ben, about her being a different character in 3 and 4. I don't agree, and I'll get into more of it. But I think that what this movie does, kind of bringing it back to this movie, is that the idea of her falling into that maternal figure role for Shinji creates a better foundation for her character arc that she stays true to up until the end.
Okay.
And I think that's great. I think it's great.
Yeah.
A great change.
You're right. You're absolutely right. That is a great change.
Yeah, I absolutely love who she becomes over time. I love everything that happens in the later movies, but like again, like that we can't get there unless the changes are here from the beginning. Like her instinctually being like a mother figure like so early on really solidifies the fact that like when she does the shit she does later on, it's like, oh come on, girl, I know you're better than this. I know you're better than this. And that's so juicy and that's so spicy. Love it, man. Let's talk about some angels because. Shit, dog. Yeah, like the first angel's cool. He's got the ping pongs coming out of his hands. You know, shot for shot remake of the
Tesseract one. I like the blue Tesseracty multiform motherfucker.
Ramael. I don't think I've ever seen a character or like a creature get such a significant upgrade from being just like a diamond dude to being geometry from hell.
That thing scared me. It's really like it's so like it's human without any human form, and that's scary. And the fact that its form changes so dramatically every time it does and can change from like something that seems playful to something that seems scary, the unpredictability of it, like that was a creature that like I was actually afraid of. Yes. Without it being like jump scary, I was just kind of sitting there like, yeah, this makes me uncomfortable.
It's awful and awesome. Like
great
screams geometrically.
Great sound design on it. I think that CGI and 3D animation is going to be problematic later in these rebuilds, but here with this angel, it's very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think they use the CGI in the 3D in the 2D space very very well in this movie, especially when it comes to the angels. Most of the angels are brought to life by CG in some way, shape, or form. There's like the centipede one that has the CGI legs. That I think is really cool. I think it creates this horrifyingly beautiful creatures. Like angels are kind of described to be like these creatures that are kind of from like a real angel was never supposed to be beautiful. Originally they were talked to be like these disgusting creatures. And
you're not afraid.
And also like beautiful at the same time. And so like this is what that says. Every creature has a sense of like beauty to it and grace to it and kind of like a majesty to it, but they're also deeply horrifying.
Right.
I think that's great.
The way again, this is like pretty much like besides like how good the effects look, this is the same type of battle. You got the big diamonds trying to drill, Shinji gets taken out, you gotta use a sniper rifle. holy shit, guys. Like I was building one second. I was building Toji from the series Evangelion. It takes a couple hours. These are the nice figures that you build. I had to stop building it because I just had to watch the movie for a bit, because the scene where he gets hit by the beam and they have to reload the sniper rifle and the music's blaring and Rey pops up with the shield. That's some of like the most intense anime I've ever seen in my life. And this is the first movie. And I'm like, how do you make something that was already so good so much better? Like Anno has a way of like of timing and pacing that like every microsecond is important and like every cut feels important. And like, I know Shinji's going to make it. I've watched this movie multiple times. I've seen the show multiple times, but I'm still worried because it just feels so impactful. And that music is so good and the screaming. And I'm like, and the way the camera, like when he's trying to do the lock on, the camera has to like adjust right to shoot the red thing in the middle. That's Martin Scorsese's cinema, dude. Like that is so effing good. I was like, I forgot I'm building something right now. I'm just watching a movie.
Cinema.
Anno is a truly great filmmaker. Like there are no other ways around it. You get the what would clearly come up later in Shin Godzilla with the blast to all the missiles at once from Ramael. Yeah. Like you can see the DNA of like his later work reflected here. Anno's great. These rebuilds in general are just wonderful to behold. I will bring up later like my sticklers about CGI stuff. I want to touch on a note. This is not a narrative note. This is a dub note. I had never watched 1 through 3 of these rebuilds with the Amazon dub because I had the Blu-rays, so I'd watch the G Kids dub.
Yeah.
Which the G Kids of Thrice Upon a Time will come out finally in December in theaters this year, and then eventually on Blu-ray. That is the Netflix cast for those who might be wanting more clarification. That is them. A lot of the Amazon films mostly reuses the ADV cast. This works in some places better than others because some of them just aren't capable of recapturing the voices. Specifically, I had not heard Toji in these ones. Because he is the original voice actor, that dude sounds 50. And it doesn't work. And it threw me because it was fine in Thrice Upon a Time because he's old.
Because he's 28.
In Thrice Upon a Time. And so I didn't realize that was going to be a problem. And I was watching this and I'm like, oh, I cannot deal with this. It's for Toji.
I had the same note. I wrote down the same note. I was like, oh, you are an adult man.
Yeah. Because he is the original ADV voice actor for Toji, it is very noticeable in the first two
Spike
films.
Sounds pretty good for being an old man too, though. He's doing a way better job.
Spike sounds good. Spike still sounds like Shinji.
I was joking that Rey sounds like Zelda Rubinstein from Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But definitely, like, some people have benefited in this voice cast better than others, and Toji is one of those where I'm like, you shouldn't have cast him for this one. Sorry, my guy.
I'm a mad fan of the raspy voice, so I really love the Amazon Netflix Masato. I think she's so good. Probably my favorite, like her and Ritsuko. I love them two so much together. I love them so much.
It's probably.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
No, it's probably because when I first ever watched Evangelion, it was through the Netflix dub. So when I started watching the Amazon dub and I heard Masato's voice, I was actually at first taken very aback. I was like, I don't know.
Very different.
It's extremely different. But then it's like, oh wait, this is the original cast. This is the original cast from the ADV dub of Evangelion, and I did get used to it. By like, I want to say halfway of the first film, I got used to all the voices.
Yeah,
but definitely Masato's voice was the one that I had to get used to the most.
Yeah.
Because I was more used to the Netflix dub.
Yes, I do think that overall that Misato is probably stronger now. The ADV one lives in my memory as like the first time I watched it, but I do think a lot of the Netflix cast is pretty good. Misato in particular, I think that this voice actor, who is the original ADV voice actor, struggles in the beginning of this movie, mostly because that's where she's doing a lot of the like drinking the beer and loud exclamations, which is just not who the character really is once she breaks that facade later. She's just not really that person anymore. But that is the version that she was in the show, and she's not great at recapturing that voice. Like, you can hear her age more in that, but when she's doing like a lot of the like more direct conversational stuff, it's fine.
She's aged up 14 years.
No. I'm talking even in this movie when she gets to the point where she takes him to Lilith and they're just having like conversation stuff. I'm saying that stuff she's able to play a lot better than she is like the goofy in the apartment antics earlier in the movie.
I feel you.
That's the part where I can hear. That's the part where I can hear her voice really stretching.
I have a few notes I want to run through real quickly.
Run it.
I still think, I don't know if I said this in the first time we discussed the show, but I still think that the buildings collapsing into the ground and rising up is one of the greatest decisions any mecha kaiju franchise has ever created.
Okay,
that's incredible. I've always been just like, when I first saw that in the show, I looked at it and I goes, oh, of course. Why hasn't every Godzilla movie done this?
Yeah, the scene where she takes him up to like the top of like wherever she goes to, and like they see the overlook of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's nothing here. Like just wait a minute, and then all the things come up, and like this is what you're protecting, my guy.
Because Brandon, in Big O they had domes.
Oh,
Big O.
Oh, Big O.
Big O.
Big
Yeah,
O.
Tokyo 3 and the Geofront is an all-time idea. It honestly, the fact that we haven't seen it in any kaiju movie before is kind of bananas because everything is rips off everything these days. Like it's kind of surprising.
I think touching on that note, like we see more of like just everyday life in Tokyo 3. There's a whole montage section that we get with Shinji when things are kind of settled and at a good point for Shinji. And it's more of like, this is when they're getting the blackout notice and we see like people, planning their airplane flights and going through the airport and going to get groceries and all this kind of stuff. And it's more of a glimpse of like the common life in Tokyo 3 than we even got in the series.
Yes. Just going back from the beginning again, the world is definitely in worse shape than in the first and then in the series. There are a lot more buildings collapsed. Like definitely, like the second impact, like messed this world up more than the first one did.
Yes.
Yeah. The idea of like what I kind of really appreciate about this is even if you don't subscribe to the idea of the cyclical nature, which I obviously do, but the idea that like the second impact killed half of the population of the human race is a big deal in the show, but the devastation kind of feels like they've kind of gotten past it. Like we're in a post-apocalyptic world in the show, but here it's like, no, that was devastating. Mm-hmm. The second impact like destroyed our ecosystem, killed half of the people of the planet. Like they even say in later movie, not to jump ahead, but like the second impact purified the seas. Like the idea, like all the sea, the sea was uninhabitable. And so that like completely would have destroyed. And so like all the buildings. And interestingly, there's also a shot in the beginning when it's really just like in the beginning of this movie when it's really just kind of like doing the shot for shot remake. There's actually a car kind of smashed, hovering, just like an inch off the ground, but vertically.
I know the moment you're talking about, and also I feel like it's reflected in really small moments if you pay attention to like the context of it. Like you pointed out a moment that actually struck me in the same way when we were watching. I forget which one it was, but it was during school. The teacher asked some sort of question about somebody not being there.
Oh, he just never gives a shit.
And he doesn't give a shit. He's like, who cares, stuff. And like, if you think about that in context, like schools in Japan, there would be no teacher that was like, whatever, who cares? It would be like that. So like, it's so much like, there's like little things like that are, and I think that the series has always had like little moments that do a lot of world building without saying very much. Mm-hmm. Like in the original series, there was this one moment that stuck with me where Shinji's taking out the trash to like this big port of where like trash goes. And it's like the only trash, implying there's not many people left. There's like trash day and this is the only bag in this huge port, so I love Anno's direction in like how he's able to like capture things without saying anything.
And the rebuilds have more of, I think, overall a environmentally like climate change conscious narrative that exists. It's not a primary narrative, but it is there. Part of the way that he's interpreting impacts on and its devastation on the world is affected by like what has happened in the interim from the show to now,
especially since it's so much about intergenerational conflict,
right? So and what we inherit.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the pose that Jeremy just started. Just intergenerational conflict.
Hey, you guys, you ever think about intergenerational conflict?
I want to say real quickly, just quick note that I wrote down. The Ava roar is unsettling as hell, and I love it. When Unit 1 is unleashed and the mouth opens, that roar is such an interesting, unique roar to the Avas. It's kind of like it's kind of not human. Like, is the weird way to describe it. It's got a human. It's got a human. It's got a human like voice to it, but there's something unnatural, and I think that's awesome. I love it. I love that sound design.
Very unnerving.
Going back to my notes, I think just the way that Rei and Shinji are connecting with each other now is different and better than it was in the show. The way that they come to like, why do you pilot the Ava, and how they bond with each other. Is just, again, like it's removed from that sexual objectification context. Even as we have the same scene where like he collapses over her and we repeat that beat, it's not something that lingers with Shinji the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like Anno repeated that beat to say, like, to show us the way that Shinji plays in the aftermath with Rei, that's not a relevant part of how he recognizes her.
One of the things that I thought was interesting, what that I think is a really good choice, is to remove Asuka from this movie completely. Allowing Shinji and Rei to just have a movie together to build that relationship was an incredibly smart choice.
Right.
And I think ultimately created a much stronger relationship between the two characters.
Yeah, as a big Asuka stan who thinks Asuka is the true hero of the entire series, I still think that's true.
And also because like it allows for her character development and like her relationship to Shinji, which is always like beneath the surface, to feel more impactful, because she always kind of has this air of like, looks like I'm fucking late to the party again. Looks like you're off thinking about other people again, and it's like because she got there late, there's that.
Yeah, it allows her. By removing her from this story, you allow the second film to be about her, and build up a strong foundation for that character.
I also love how the end of this movie is like women taking care of business while the boy is like settling things with his dad.
Speaking on that, like it's something I forgot until I glanced over at my notes. Another important beat of just, again, like Misato's journey to being this maternal figure for Shinji. She advocates for him against Gendo. Gendo wants to pull him after that first shot, and she says, please don't do this. I want to put full faith in Shinji and let Shinji do this. Shinji will decide when he doesn't want to do this. And that's a huge shift for how she engages with Gendo over Shinji as well. She has adopted that role. She is a different version of Misato as far as like her relationship with him is concerned. I also really like the beat where she hands him the phone so he can hear the other voices of people who are rooting him on, and that reappears in his head to drive him forward. Which is like, it's like it feels almost kind of tropey, because like that's a common shonen anime thing to have, that like the run Barry run kind of moment of anime. But even that being said, it's not something you usually had with Shinji. And that makes it different.
It makes it cathartic. It's kind of the first sense that this film series will be a little bit more cathartic than the series.
Sure. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I hope the penguin's okay.
Pen better be
Penguin's got a whole
okay.
life, man.
I'm not saying we know what happens with Pen.
Pen gets a happy ending.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert if you didn't watch all of it. Pen does get a happy ending this time.
What's very funny to me is that Anno decided to remake this film and was like, I'm keeping the damn penguin.
Yeah.
I'm keeping the damn penguin.
Favorite.
He honestly fits more in the rebuilds than he does in the original
He really
series.
does, because you get so much of a more focal point about animals and how they exist still in the world, and so Pen being a conduit for that storytelling.
Well, just tonally, like his existence in the original is like, oh, this is the one thing that doesn't make me sad. But then, like, he obviously has to die with how it all goes. So
oh yeah, that penguin did not make it through the end of that series.
He turned into Tang.
He turned into Tang.
Little cross.
Tang, orange soda, whatever you want to call it. But yeah,
it's Tang.
Y'all have any more notes before we talk about Kadru at the end?
I don't think so.
These notes.
Oh, Oh, interestingly, they call Lilith the second angel. Just thought that was interesting.
You know who the first angel is, Brandon? You.
Oh, thanks.
You're my little cherub. You're a beautiful little chubby.
You shut the hell up. I'm too emotionally compromised to take this right now.
Cherubal winged.
I'll mute you.
One-winged cherubal angel. So this movie ends on the moon. We see our nice young lad Karu awaken from a coffin. There's like there's a bunch of coffins on the moon. Some of them have been opened already, and he's like, "Oh, third child again." I see. Same old Shinji. Old Shinji.
What I really like about that is it almost kind of becomes. This is super projecting to a later to kind of like the later arc that Kaoru has, but like he says in this film, I will give you happiness this time.
Mm-hmm.
And like that, the idea of like it almost becomes like Kaoru is Ano. Like I'm gonna make you happy this time, whether you like it or not. You're gonna be happy this time.
It is the thing that directly says Karu at least has memory of the loops. Karu has knowledge of it. Karu has an idea. I did want to point out, like, End of Eva has a line that we're kind of living in this entire, like the entire rebuilds are living off the line from End of Eva, where Shinji says, "I guess I'll stay right here, learning the obvious over and over again." And that is what Shinji has been doing. And like Karu retains memory of all of these times, and he's like, "God damn it, Shinji, we're gonna get it."
So I have a question for everyone. Maybe y'all can help me out with answering. So why?
Boy, no.
Why? What is Karu? What is going on with that? What is he? Is he a boy? Is he a mom?
He's the first, and he's like the first and 13th angel or whatever.
What does that mean?
Yeah, as much as everything else has a meaning in the show. I don't know, man.
I think if I were to come up with formulate a theory, which I just kind of think he's this kind of amalgamous. He is what the universe needs him to be in this film. He's the first and the 13th angel in the series. He's like the 8th angel or something like that. Maybe a later angel,
man, because like there's 12 of those, and then like 13's kind of like a baker's dozen.
No, they're biblical angels.
Oh,
yeah.
Does it matter? Okay.
Well, I mean, it's whatever. I think what Kaoru is always an angel, but his placement in the universe as that is different each time. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know. He's a really cute boy. So, I just want to
boy, howdy is he.
Real good at that piano.
Oh, I cannot wait to get to 3. All right.
This is definitely one of those shows where like, definitely like, could they explain more? Sure. Do I want them to? No.
What I think is so interesting,
because like real quick, like if you need to explain everything about the spears, everything about the gates of Gulf and like the sacred rites and Adam, and like it's just like it's one of those things where like you give me enough where I don't want to ask questions. It's not like a murder mystery, right? Like it's like a David Lynch thing. Like I'm not just something.
I think real quickly, Ben, because I was trying to say something. The thing of like, I think what's really important to the series, what gives it its longevity, what gives it the sense that we can have this hour-long discussion on just the first film alone, the idea that like the questions are important, but I'm not going to answer them for you. You ask them, you look out for them, because all the biblical allusions, all the story beats, he is not interested in the answers. He's world building. He's giving you questions. He's answering some, but giving you some questions. And he's looking at it like, I don't have all the answers. You don't have all the answers. We're in the story together. The answers that are important to you, you will seek out. You will find in the story. You will find in the ancillary material. It'll be something, and it creates this kind of engagement, this like positive engagement that you want to keep kind of living in this world of like, okay, and kind of like finding the answers. The answers are not important. But it's kind of like what Jordan Peele said when Us came out. It's like, I'm not going to give you all. I could tell you what I think, but what's important ultimately is what you think.
Brandon, that's a really like developed and mature way of framing something that I remember you saying to me like more than 10 years ago.
Oh, I was a different person back then.
I know, but it's so interesting that it's like an echoed sentiment, but much more developed. When we were talking about like the Bermuda Triangle, and you're like, yeah, I want to believe in the Bermuda Triangle because I want there to be questions in the world. I don't want an answer to that. That it can just be a mystery. And I always remember thinking that's a really cool way of thinking of like stuff like the Bermuda Triangle. And then you said that, and it was like, oh, that's that same thing, but even more fleshed out.
See, this is the problem with being friends with someone for more than 10 years.
It's been a long time.
It has. I've actually known you longer than I've known Sparks.
Then,
oh my God.
Yeah. I was going to say going into, because I want to say my mistake from the first Eva series and in Evangelion is that I wanted my questions answered. I want to know what the hell was going on. I was watching YouTube videos. I was trying to figure out what the frack I was looking at. I was trying to figure out what is this ending? What's going on?
And who's Organization 13?
But see, that's the fun. Going on to YouTube and finding the answers to the questions that people are asking, finding the answers to the questions that that's part of the engagement. That's part of the fun of being in this film.
Going into these films, I'm just like, what happens. I'm just gonna try and interpret what I think is going on. And I think that also helped my enjoyment of these films more, is that I wasn't going into this thing, because I was going into this again, all right, I know who this creator is. I know what the first show is like. The first show is going to do some bonkers crazy shit. I'm probably not going to understand all of it or any of it, but you know what? I'm just going to be along for the ride. And I enjoyed it more because I was along for the ride. But when they said like the doors of Guff, I'm like, I don't know who Guff is. I don't know what the heck.
Who's Guff?
And it's like, what the hell? Isn't he the quarterback for the Detroit Lions? What? I didn't know what was going on, but I was just like, you know what? That's the thing. It's kind of like, it's like, here's the thing. Just accept it or just let it go on. Who cares?
Because I watched it so like in such quick succession. I had this experience where like I had to just ignore a lot of that shit like altogether because it's just too much being thrown at you at that rate, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was forced to only focus on the things that were like thematically important or characterly important, or just like the bare bones of what's going on in the plot so that you understand narratively what's going on. But like any of the world building stuff, I'm like, I probably missed something here. Like they probably answered what Guff is. I don't care. Moving on. And it's cool to know that they don't really, because like if anybody else watches it the way that I experienced it, first of all, do that. It's really good for your mental health. And I mean that. I really mean that. It was very cathartic for me. But anybody that does that is going to have that kind of experience where like that all that extensive world building that could have been done, like answering every single detailed question, it doesn't matter. Like there's way too much in the story like that's going on for you to even care about that. And then like you can think of it in like a fun kind of like, oh, I wonder what that is, and maybe like do your own little deconstruction of it within the world. But ultimately, the story that's being told is served best by not exploring it. And yeah, to piggyback off what Brandon was saying, it's cool to have them as questions too, because it makes you think. It makes you ask questions about thematic stuff too.
A lot of the terms in this movie and in the later films, a lot of biblical terms get thrown at you, like Nebuchadnezzar, the
key of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah,
I think it helps and functions as just being familiar.
Yeah, or just like all these like biblical terms get thrown at you. It's like, oh, central dogma, Lilith, blah blah blah. The spears of like Longinus and Gaia, Cassius, whatever the hell. All these terms get thrown at you, but at the same time, those terms won't necessarily matter. What matters is the character arcs. What matters is the themes of what these characters are going through. Like Shinji going through his thing of like, I don't want to pilot Eva. Okay, I'll pilot Eva. And then it's like, oh, this is what I'm fighting for. Him going through and him going through like the constant trauma of fighting and seeing his friends get hurt, but then seeing his friends get back up again. It's like, let's do this again.
This is I know, like, I'm talking about the fourth movie just briefly, but like this is what I look for in like hardcore like genre fiction. Like this is everything I could ask for. The biggest scale possible, literally billions of dead Evangelions floating through space. But none of that matters. None of that shit matters. It's about a boy talking to his dad. That's what's important.
Right.
And you can throw as many spears and keys and gates as you want. I'll eat it up because at the end of the day, they're just gonna have a conversation to each other.
I love that.
So that makes people so mad. People hate these movies, y'all. I can't wait to talk about these other movies because they hate them.
The action's so engaging, it's like watching Gurren Lagann or something. But you're right, it's like the interpersonal drama is so much more engaging. I almost, because I was watching it in such quick succession, there are certain moments in the earlier Rebuild movies where I was kind of starting to tune out the action a little bit because I was like, okay, come back to the characters because I've already seen this fight in a different context. It's just, but with how good the action is, you know, it's kind of weird to say that, almost sacrilegious, because you could put this up against any giant robot fighting anime, and the action's just as cool in this.
Yeah.
I won't say that's true about all the rebuilds, but I will agree with you about at least 1 and 2.
I want to just real quickly. I love at the end of this film when Shinji saves Rei. Not really saves her, but like, you know, pulls her out, and Rei smiles at Shinji. Great moment.
You could smile.
You'd be pretty if you smiled more.
Mom, I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, sorry, Spark, go ahead.
No, I was gonna actually bridge off what we were talking about before you brought up that note, but it's a good note. Which is it's very like what Ben was saying of I was looking for the Lord. I wanted the answers in the original show, and like that's the kind of fan that Anno like put the middle finger up to with End of Eva, because he hated that kind of fan. He hated the fan that was like demanding what he felt was like the wrong things of what he was trying to convey with the show. And Rebuilds just continue that pattern too, where he's like, this is so not important. But I think it's also the Rebuilds are setting you up better for saying like, it's not about that and you shouldn't be looking for that. Whereas the show, like, it did leave you with like the mystery aspect that we already touched on. Like there was mystery to it. There was a reason to feel like maybe you wanted to demand answers.
Sure.
Also, that show transformed mid-production because of Hideki Anno's life. So like that is a very
not just
special experience.
Not just Anno's life, but because we were watching that video essay because of the sarin gas attacks that happened on the Tokyo subway in the middle of production as well, which had to do with Christian, not Christian, but like religious fundamentalists who were also like seeking
the end of the world
through their prescribed narrative, like the end of the world and that kind of thing, and that made a reassessment of what they were saying with what they were doing with the show. In the middle.
And so they had to make a really like quick pivot. And so what they focused on was the interpersonal stuff and just because of Anno's recent experiences with depression, it kind of unfolded in almost like a stream of consciousness way. So like that's pretty cool.
I love throughout all of the movies, Shinji's tape player is always with him, or he loses it, but it's always playing 26 and it jumps to 27, 28, 29, like with Gendo and stuff. Like I love that is always a motif no matter what.
Yes,
like rewinding, going forward.
Yes, we were that happens in 2 here in the rebuilds because we're in 25, 26 territory with the first rebuild. In the original series, it does start I think a little bit earlier in. Like, I think we're in some earlier numbers before 25 and 26. And then in End of Eva, we do move into 27, which is, again, like kind of a cue in of like, this is episode 27 kind of thing. And we do a similar thing here in the rebuilds where we move past 26, we move into 27 and so on. And we do that because of the introduction of Mari, who comes at the beginning of the second film. And
Mari illustrious.
Tons of fans. Part of the reason for the hatred of her character is because she's masked up at the beginning and her character perceives a certain way. So a lot of people on first impression when they were watching the movie thought we were seeing the introduction of Asuka.
Yep.
And it wasn't and got mad immediately.
No.
I love Mari.
Me too. I love Mari. I'm a big Mari stan, so
I'll tell you what. I really like her. I love her introduction. I really like her more in the other 2 movies. Like when we get more of her.
I I want to talk about her action sequence in the beginning because I think that action sequence is so damn good. And I love the bones of an angel trying to escape this nerve facility while this kind of like prototype Ava is running after it. I think that is so visually interesting. I was so into it. I just love the idea that the bones of an angel were just like, no, I'm out of here. Get me the hell out of here.
She's got a crazy ass. Completely
she's
original.
got a crazy ass. You're right.
She's got a crazy ass. She's got a very unique looking Evangelion, unlike anything we've ever seen before. Which like is the first indication of like things are going to be different in these, y'all. Yeah. They're not just going to be humanoid looking Avas anymore. Get ready for that shit. She's just fun and like I get why people don't like her, especially if you were like old hardcore Ava fan. Like, what is this nice, pretty, big boobed woman doing in my show? This isn't the tone I'm looking for. And I was like, exactly.
I'd like to clarify. I'd like to clarify. This girl is 14. We are not sexualizing this girl, okay? I'm putting my foot down right now. It's not happening.
Oh, Jeremy, that destroyed everyone's ears, but that's okay.
You're right.
Also,
put a compressor on
it. They're all like 28 in the end. So it's like, whatever.
Brian's dying.
Technically,
anime's killing me.
Technically, if we're jumping forward, Mari is much older.
Mari's like 60.
Everyone else. Yeah.
Mari's actually like the oldest out of all of them.
But we'll deal with that later.
I mean, I want to know what kind of skincare routine she has. I mean, damn. But
well,
yeah, that's
what's interesting. I don't want to touch too much on Mari because I think the stuff later on in the films are the kind of stuff I want to touch on are kind of the reason for this. But I think with Mari, it kind of the issue that I wish we had more Mari. Like I wish we did kind of go a little bit further into it because in her first appearance she said there's the double like it's weird using kids like this, and then she says it's weird using adults like this, but I'll do it. Like so she's using Nerve or Sele or whoever she's pretending to work for, and we never really get a lot more of that. And I think it's because the third movie changed so dramatically. I think that because we know that the third movie is going to be different than what it became.
Yeah, once past 2, the makings of 3 and 4 were considerably longer than the first 2.
Yeah, and like the story is so different. Like this is the one that has because they all have the next time on. This is the one that has the next time on that was not relevant at all. That third film does not reflect what that next time on was, whether or not that could have been intentional or not.
So that's not true because you brought it up now. It's not true that it's not relevant. Everything in that next time on happened. You just don't see it.
No, I know.
True. So it's still relevant because it's all the information that's true.
I know. I wasn't speaking storyline wise. I was speaking more towards the sense of it didn't actually end up becoming the next time on. It was supposed to be a different movie.
Right. Yes, because Anno basically comes to a decision that the third film should pick up with Shinji. Like we shouldn't do a story that doesn't have Shinji, which is what that was going to be, was a story without Shinji. And he decides that that's not what they should do. So everything happens in that next time on preview. It's all alluded to and talked about as fact of what has occurred.
I mean, there are slight differences because we see like the 4 children were supposed to meet Gendo in that one, and the third child wasn't even going to be in that movie after a while. So there are differences, but yeah, the kind of like the crux of it is canon.
Canon.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I really love that though.
If you want more of Mari, read the manga.
I'll just read the porn. No, I won't.
Stop it. I'll mute you. I actually, this is my favorite movie, I think. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of a toss up between this one and 4, if I'm honest, because I really like what they're doing 4. But this one I think edges it out as my favorite.
I think the more I think about it, I think 4, because I just recently saw 4 a few days ago, and I recently saw 2 and 3. Because going into 3, 2 is definitely my favorite, but I still really enjoy 3 for what it is. And I would say that 4 and 2 kind of like are neck and neck. It kind of it feels how I might give a definite answer, but I definitely love 2. 2 was definitely one of those. Was when I was watching 2, I was like, this is already we're going in a different way. I mean, cool. We have the king of the tsundere, Asuka, in the mix now. We have all the stuff going on, and they're still fighting angels. We get some great action scenes with Unit 2, but then things start to change they keep changing. And one of the big changes I noticed was when they bring in the new Eva unit, and it's not Toji piloting it, it's Asuka, and I love it.
I really like that. We talked about Toji. This is also where I put or in the notes. I really don't like Toji's voice, but I do really like his story arc. I think the change to Toji is a good one. He doesn't really have a lot of character development in these first two movies. He's not really someone that we would have the kind of like the genetic coding arc of being upset that he's still in that Eva, but giving it to Asuka creates a much more personal fight and a much more personal experience for Shinji to kind of go crazy afterwards, to be like, oh, you know, that kind of rampage he has.
I think the chief difference that I think makes two work so well is that Toji and Kensuke and also Asuka and Rei, they are in their relation to Shinji changed from these are people I hang out with because I go to school with them. These are people I hang out with because I work with them. To these are my friends. Mm-hmm. We are all friends. We all are connecting with each other. We are all bonding with each other. That's a big, big difference.
Yeah, they took time to actually like show scenes of downtime, which are really important. Like when they're hanging out and eating the popsicles, kind of in the you know, like auto yards and whatnot. Yes. It was really good. Them going to the aquarium was really good. Like you can look at that and see it as like, you know, like filler in a way, but it's so integral to the character development, because without that, you know, that's what the original series had, and that's really reflective of what depression is like. Like you're cut off from connection and experiences and like relationships. And so like if Anno's trying to say something about overcoming depression with these rebuilds, it's pretty clear in the way that he's like characterized the relationships.
Well, what's interesting about what you say about like the being depression, you know, depression is like you closing yourself off from people, is that's kind of what AT fields represented in the first in the first series. Like the idea that Gendo is saying we're going to live in a world where AT fields don't exist, and that's kind of what is representative of depression. It's that wall, that AT field that you put up that nobody can ever touch you because you've put up this barrier.
And symbolic that he's the one talking about those barriers.
Right. And so like in this series, we start to kind of see in this film how Shinji is not putting up his AT field symbolically anymore. He is letting it down. He is able to let people in. And that creates a really incredible payoff going forward, which we'll get to.
Right. And all this is again like fostered from Misato opens that door. And Shinji changes, and Shinji's different with everyone in this film because that door is open. He has one healthy, nurturing relationship for a foundation, and all of his relationships change because of it.
You know, before we go forward and talk about the rebuild, something I'm a little unclear of, and maybe there isn't an answer to this one too, but you know, I get so many questions. How aware is Shinji of this like cyclical Groundhog Day thing that he's doing?
It doesn't appear that he's aware until we get to Thrice Upon a Time when he's standing on the shore with Karu, and he says, "We've done this before." And I don't think Shinji's aware until that moment when he's inside of it.
Okay, because I was wondering if like he was going through these worlds over and over again and making small adjustments and changes to see if he could finally get like the perfect one.
So I think it follows a lot of like. There is an amount of, whether it's intentional or not, Hinduism reincarnation concept here, where it is you are going back and you know that you want to improve on something, but you are not necessarily going back with the foreknowledge of what it is you're trying to improve on. Okay. So you like make those adjustments to yourself in a way to like set yourself up for going back in, but you will not retain the knowledge of what you changed.
And I guess if you're coming at it from the perspective that everybody is doing that, and it's not just Shinji, right? Then when somebody like Misato makes a change in the way that they interact with characters around them, like, opening up to Shinji and stuff, it's them also trying to improve on themselves. And that's why everybody is like an improved version of themselves. Okay, I get it now. And I understand now.
I think what's kind of interesting.
I've got a light bulb over my head.
I think what's kind of interesting is the idea that, like, when Shinji is like, the whole point of the Third Impact was to create in the show was to do the human instrumentality project, and everyone becomes goop and everyone's in everyone's mind, and there are no AT fields, there are no bodies, there's just the one consciousness, and no one is alone ever again.
That sounds awesome.
I think what you have because Shinji's revelations, if I remember correctly, and it's been 2 years since I've seen the show, is that the idea of like, actually, it's not bad. Individuality is not the problem, and so like to have this kind of like revelation that if he is the person who reset the world to become the Rebuild series, to become the next cycle, then he could have made a conscious or an unconscious choice due to that lesson that the coming world will have less or no AT fields between people. People will be less willing to close themselves off going forward in this next world.
Yeah, you can't.
That's what happens in 4. He's like, well, I want a world without Evas, so goodbye. So that's that. I think 2 is the best movie. It's not my favorite, but I think it's, if you were to give someone like one piece of Evangelion, just one thing, this is what Evangelion best represents, I think 2 is the best. I think it's the best movie.
That's what I was thinking too.
Like the character stuff is I think some of the best, especially with like Rei and Asuka and Shinji. The action at the end I think is astounding, and especially with Shinji's choice of like this little dude finally has agency, and he's like, I'm gonna be the robot man, and everyone's like, be the robot man, and then he ends the world. That sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. He finally got his wish and he ruined the world.
I was saying to Sparks that ending when Shinji's first like clawing his way through the that to get to Rei, that at first I was like borderline kind of cringing. I was like, this I don't know how I feel about that. This is kind of stupid, but it kept going, and like
it's his shonen moment.
Because it's very shonen. It's extremely shonen, and like
in a way Eva never was before.
Right, and that was always the thing that stuck with me about it. Is it's like, oh wow, it's Magical Boy without the shonen aspect. That's crazy. And so when they did that, it almost started feeling like jumping the shark until it kept going. And really, it lasts so long, and you can the struggle is so palpable that by the time he actually reaches Rei, I was like getting like choked up. I was like, oh my god, this is get to her. You can like it was so profound.
You have Kaoru, like he's just like, something's wrong, y'all. Something doesn't 2 spears. They're not the same. I don't know, man. Something's weird. They're the same spears. And
well, that's in
3.
Oh, that's in 3. Sorry, that's right.
Yeah, we're talking when he's in the Eva and he's trying to get to Rei and it accidentally triggers the near third.
And it was the sound design that was getting me, because it's the song, which is kind of a sappy song, and then the only other audio you hear is a very dry recording, like a dry room recording of Shinji grunting. And I think it was the dryness of the recording that was getting to me, because I think usually in this situation any audio editor would put some reverb on there. It would sound more dramatic with some reverb. Having it be really dry, I could hear the recording booth. It was like, and it just, there's more reverb in this room than what was going on, and it was just kind of like uncomfortable. But I started to realize that was like the point.
Yeah,
was like you're supposed to feel uncomfortable. You're supposed to be like intimately in that moment with Shinji, and reverb would have made it seem too larger than life, and that would have actually been the jumping the shark shonen moment if it was like that, for sure.
There's sound design, like we talked about it like in all the movies, but like they definitely heighten sounds that shouldn't be as loud. Like whenever the angels are like beast moding or reforming, you hear the of their bones and stuff, and like that's way louder than it probably should be, but they're doing that on purpose to like it's gross to hear that shit.
It's really gross.
What I think is really great about Otto's approach to the Rebuild series is that he very much took it, if it's not broke, don't fix it, when it came to like sound design and aesthetic. Like he was just like, no, everything looks the same, everything sounds the same, it's just the story's different.
You got it right the first time.
Real quick, since we're talking sound design, I'm sure Brandon caught it, the Ghidorah sound effect when
100%
it's called on comms. It's just a little like it's Ghidorah's like sound that he makes. It's what goes off on the comms, and I was like, that is unmistakably Ghidorah.
just Anno sneaking away from the sound recording room, like I'm gonna put this fully in my movie now.
He's just like he's pitching Shin Godzilla, and they're just like, and now here's the sound design room. It's like, cool, what are you doing? Nothing, don't worry about it, goodbye, I'll see you
in that bag. Nothing.
See you when I do Shin Godzilla.
I think I wanted to touch on I think the rebuilds in general, especially in this film, we have a better sense of international just existence. We get like the hyper focus on Asuka coming from Euroforce 1, that she is part of the Euro Air Force. The US having a unit an Ava unit they are working on that completely just fails in the middle of the film. This Vatican Treaty, the whole thing exists because it's like a international thing where only a nation can only have 3 Avas at a time. And all of that is just far more present on the lore of the world than it was in the show.
Sure. Yes. I really like that too. I wrote that in my notes. I was really appreciative that we got to see that. Also that that Celia is doing something on the moon, probably turning Adam into an Ava. So I thought was kind of cool.
And Gendo doesn't actually know what it is, because this is a kind of like, if you want to get deep into the lore stuff, this is the first part where we learn that like Gendo doesn't know everything, because Gendo says there are parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls he doesn't know.
Yeah.
And that whatever they're doing probably has to do with that. And so there's just things he doesn't know.
Final rights.
Like where to find Yui. We gotta talk about the aquarium. The aquarium's great.
Have you checked
wonderful scene?
The whole aquarium sequence, I think, is fantastic. Kaji can be a shitty person, I think, in these rebuilds. It's post his death handled a little
considerably
better.
He's still shitty. He's considerably less shitty than in the movies.
Yeah, because he has less time to be shitty here.
It does make him look a little better.
No, it's true. Like Jeremy and I were having this conversation where like there's this idea, I think, more present in the rebuilds, that Kaji is a person who has a moral high ground. He was always trying to do a right thing for the world at large, but still was like himself
a scumbag
and not a great person with his romantic entanglements and that kind of thing. But like his primary objective of helping the world was always a good in him.
To me, he like represents like an idealist who has gone through so much shit that they've just come out really jaded. Mm-hmm. And like, because like in his interpersonal relationships, especially in the original series, right? He's such a misogynist and just like an all around kind of like creepy dude. But like then like what he does with his life and how he sacrifices himself is almost counterintuitive to the sort of selfish way in which he acts. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So it to me just feels like they are alluding to the fact that when he was younger, when he hadn't gone through so much in his life, that he was probably a much more like moralistic individual. And in fact, they were having that conversation. I think this is one of the rebuilds. He was having a dinner with Masato. And he was talking about how, they've gone through so much shit to become adults, and it was supposed to be something that you're supposed to reflect on about Shinji and Rei and Asuka, as teenagers on this, coming of age story, becoming adults and whatnot, and piloting adult bodies.
And the fear of becoming adults.
And all that good shit. But I think there's a second allusion in that conversation, that's speaking to his character about how he was a more idealistic person, but now he's gone through some shit and now he's a shitty adult like everybody else.
And importantly, he's always, in both versions of the story, he's always working as a double agent.
Right, yeah. Right. Which is his redemption.
Right.
But the redemption is really only there for you to like connect, I think, those higher themes. So because it makes you ask questions about him. Because otherwise, up until that point, the whole time I was just like, I hate this guy. I don't want anything to do with him. And then in his last like episode or two, in his last moments, it's like, what? There's more to him all of a sudden. Now he's dead and I don't get any answers. Like
watermelons.
So it makes you ask questions. And there's those questions again.
I like. Yeah, I really like. He's a big old scumbag, but like I like the character. What's his name? What's his name? I already forgot it.
Kaji.
Yeah. His God, like. In the original show, he's the one who gives Gendo the little baby Adam, the little suitcase. In this, he gives him the key of Nebuchadnezzar. So like he is very much involved in doing the bad stuff, but he still wants to help his homies. And I'm like, that just makes him even more complex because he sacrifices his life at the end for it. I'm like, man, what is your deal, my guy?
I think there's a sense in this version that he's not fully aware what Gendo wants to do with the key of Nebuchadnezzar. He was hired to get it, and he's happy to do it because he's that kind of person. But he doesn't quite know why Gendo wants it.
but he does like have some idea of what that Gendo wants human instrumentality. He gets that because before he's gone, he's already established Ville. That will come up later, and like he's set that up. He's gotten them the ship to be able to do it.
He starts the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, like he's Andor.
Kaji Andor.
Actually, I guess he'd be more like Stellan Skarsgård. He's there to get that ball rolling because he sees the warning signs in this version more so than he did in the show. He sees the warning signs of what Gendo's actually after. And I do think the key of Nebuchadnezzar is the key to why he knows that. Anyway, I did want to touch on when Kaji's at the aquarium. I think that the art style, we get very much the same story we've had before, but like I just think the art style is real good on it, where he tells Shinji about what happened to Misato during Second Impact. And the art style on that is really good. That's where we get like the red line art. That looks really, really gorgeous. And it is, again, like visuals we saw in the show, but I think it's just done really well. And this is where Shinji recognizes, like, even deepening further his relationship with Misato. Misato told him in the first film, we are the same with our relationship with our dads. We have bad relationships. We don't get along with them. We can't converse with them. She couldn't. And Shinji didn't internalize that then. He internalizes it now.
Mm-hmm. Is it in 2 or later on when he talks about how like the fish, the ocean smells bad? Is that
that's 2? That's right here. That's the same conversation. That's Kaji and him up on the roof of the aquarium, and he's saying that's life rotting.
That's what it's
because it means that there's life and life is decaying, but life is here.
I love that.
Rather than like the empty void that is the red ocean.
Love it.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really cool execution. It's a really good excuse for putting all the kids together.
Have you been there?
I've been to a aquarium. Ryan's been to a aquarium.
But have you been
I
there?
did.
No, not to that aquarium.
Oh,
I saw the exact same jellyfish.
Yeah.
Man, like, so Rei and Asuka, they both got some feelings. They're both, man, I love it so much that they're both trying to impress Shinji by cooking. We have the same elevator scene. It's not 5 minutes long.
Oh my god, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
What's kind of interesting about their relationship with Shinji is that as far as I interpreted, Rei's relationship is kind of that of a mother. He wants to protect him. She wants to protect him. Yes. Whereas Rei
doesn't know why she likes him either, which is kind of like
right. I think that's probably the genetic coding of where Rei comes from. Like the idea, like Rei, I don't think has romantic feelings for Shinji. She just doesn't know why she has any feelings for him, and she wants to protect him. It's why she says, "I'm going to make sure that you'll never get into an Eva again."
Yeah. And she also has transcribed away the feelings. That, again, like they do the same thing. This happens in the show where Shinji saved her the same way Gendo did. He came to the plug the same way Gendo did, and it made her like kind of scrub Gendo out and see Shinji, but Shinji treats her better than Gendo does and treats her more like a person. And that creates a difference in how she sees him. I think you're right about everything you're saying, but that's also an important textual point of where her shift in relationship with him comes from.
And I think what Asuka wants to do is also process her own feelings for Shinji, but it's more of like a crush.
Yeah,
she even says it in a later film. I think I had a crush on you back then.
And it was always the intention of the show that Asuka was not dealing with the fact that she was romantically attracted to Shinji.
Yeah, and I really liked seeing the two of them juxtaposed in such a way that it made you think about the differences that both of them were doing, while showing that they're somewhat doing the same thing, but they're hoping for a different result.
Yes. Yeah. And because we brought up the elevator scene, I just want to touch on what I think is so good about that is like you get this reaction where there's a lot of important things that happen in that elevator scene, which is that Rei tells Asuka like an Eva does not define. You're not defined by the Eva. Mm-hmm. Like you can exist beyond it, which is not the concept that they have in the original series. And then when Asuka says you're just a doll and goes to slap her, originally that just happens. Rei just lets that happen, and that's how she perceives herself. Rei stops her this time, and she's like, "No, I'm not a doll." And they recognize that both of them have been cutting their fingers for their care for Shinji. Yep. Whatever the motives behind that, they both have different angles for that, but that's what it is.
What you got on your thumb there, buddy?
A little mic thing.
Oh, I've got this. Mine's a little bigger. Mine's kind of better, but that's fine.
That's a guitar thing.
That's what she said.
I think that moment is executed really well, where they have the grab of the arm and they recognize those same cuts on each other because they're both trying to learn to cook.
Absolutely.
Because Shinji takes care of them and they want to serve Shinji too.
I think one of the best things about the aquarium sequence, or the
Pen.
sanctuary sequence, Pen's pretty great. But when he says
the penguins in the pen.
When he's like happily giving everybody food that he made, he's like, here you go, and he's kind of like, it's really weird to see Shinji happy. Like, I'll just put it that way. Like, it's really weird to see him happy, and in this film he is happy quite a lot.
One of the ways that I feel like Shinji's happiness in relationship is portrayed that is so different from the original series is that Shinji starts placing less and less expectations on the relationships and just lets them like naturally exist. Like that's what happens with Rei, you know, like and that's why as an audience we're able to sort of pick up on the really subtle undercurrent of it. Like, oh, Rei's kind of like his mother, and they're not like flirting because Shinji has sort of let go of the expectations of, you know, like seeing her as a sexual being. And, you know, the same thing happens with Asuka. And that's why there's that undercurrent in their relationship, because Asuka kind of wants him to come to her, but he's just not doing that because he's like, I don't have expectations about this. So like every relationship, you just see Shinji just be like, you know what, I'm just going to be me and you be you. And that's what I learned in the series. So hopefully that works for you, you know?
One of the things I actually really like about Asuka and Shinji's relationship in the rebuilds is the scene where Asuka goes to Shinji and they just talk to each other. Like Shinji has his headphones, she goes on, and of course Shinji is like, wait, there's a girl in my room. Oh my God, what do I do? And she's like, don't turn around. I just want to talk. And they talk about because you can tell that she's talking to a little hand puppet, and she's talking about how lonely she is.
Yes. Very, very astute, Ben, because in the show, the way that this is translated, the same moment happens as Asuka goes into the room, but Asuka goes in and just collapses next to Shinji, facing him, and falls asleep, but knows to an extent what she's presenting to Shinji, and Shinji, being the character he is in that version, goes in very closely to kiss her, and then decides not to because she calls out for her mom.
Ah, that's right. I remember
This
that.
version has them not face each other. It's again completely removing that sense of sexual objectification that Shinji had before. And now it's a relationship where they're talking about like, why do you want to pilot the Eva, and like giving real answers. And Asuka is opening up with Shinji, and Shinji says like, I don't really know. And she's like, that's not a real answer. And so Shinji gives a real answer, which is like, I want my dad to praise me. And Asuka feels that. And she, you know, she'll call him an idiot, but like, that's still something that she's connecting to him over. It's a huge. I'm glad you brought it up because it's a huge moment.
In fact, her calling him an idiot in that moment is the first time that it's actually felt endearing and not just like, oh, well, fuck you then. It's like, all right, I understand that. I think it's stupid, but I get it.
I don't even know, to be honest with you, because we watched it a while ago and I did not keep track of the line. I don't even know necessarily she calls him an idiot. I think she calls him naive. You're a naive brat.
Well, it's at that point that she says, I'm going to call you idiot Shinji.
Idiot Shinji,
yeah.
That's how that scene ends. But that's the part that feels endearing.
Yeah, because when she first meets him, she doesn't even acknowledge him by his first name. And it's not until the scene when they're talking about why they're piloting the Evas, and Shinji is on cloud 9 for a hot second because his dad said, hey, I heard what happened. Good job. And that's the old. Of course, that just puts Shinji as like, yay, recognition, validation. And when he's talking to Asuka, I also feel for Asuka because in these rebuild films, she's completely alone. She has no mention of her family. She doesn't even have a family.
Her and Kaji don't have much of a relationship in these.
Yeah.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm
yes.
so glad we lost the Asuka desperate for Kaji's attention.
Honestly, I love that Asuka and Kaji don't really interact as much in these rebuilds, because if there was for me a very cringe moment in the original show, that was one of them.
Well, because it's the same Misato Shinji relationship that's happening, but now it's Kaji and Asuka, and it's also one of the things that made Kaji grosser. Like Kaji's still gross in this, but it's significantly less because he's not playing around with Asuka.
Yeah, I I 100% agree. The only reason like they're like together in the show is like he's like her liaison to Nerve or something. And,
Yes.
that's a relationship that doesn't need to exist in this. So
Right.
Yeah.
What I think is kind of interesting when we talk about a lot of these scenes with Asuka and Shinji and Rei and Shinji and all that, is that I wouldn't say Shinji is a healthier person. Or he is a healthy person. I wouldn't say he's a healthy person. He's still got a lot of problems. He's still got a lot of character growth. What?
Tuberculosis.
He's still got a lot of character development to go through in these films, but he is, especially in this film, on his way to being a well-adjusted person, and then it's the near third impact that screws everything up for him.
Sort of. I agree with you for the most part. Part of it is that Shinji still lacks decisive action.
Yeah.
That's still something that he can't do because again, like
Decisive battle.
while he is having a healthier relationship, he has to be pulled to like confiding something to Asuka. He has to be pulled to going to her rather than him taking initiative and going himself. Because we also learned same way, Shinji also had a crush on Asuka at the time, but he wouldn't do anything about it, which is what Asuka was waiting for. And like, you know, she also wanted and demanded that of him. But Shinji didn't ever do it. And this is the thing where, like, it comes up later. It's an important definition of Asuka and Shinji's relationship where she says, like, do you know why I wanted to punch you in the face? And he says, it's because I couldn't make a decision. When you turn into the angel in this film at the end, I didn't help you, but I didn't kill you. And he just lets the demi plug take over, which is Shinji's in action at absolute maximum. And that's why she's so upset, because he just so constantly, and this is more a Shinji who was in the show, but it is still true here, a Shinji who just refused to do anything.
And that's why it's honestly better that it's Asuka in that Ava and not Toji.
Yeah,
because it says more about the relationship.
Yeah, I want to talk about that fight, because that fight it didn't bring me to tears, but it definitely pulled at my heartstrings, because we get to the point where Gendo tells Shinji good job, and it's like, oh, this is the turning point. Their relationship's finally going to improve. They're going to talk, and then the second Gendo says, "Kill her, do it." It's the Palpatine, do it, and Shinji can't, because it's like Asuka's still in there, and he's like, that is an angel. You gotta kill her. You gotta destroy it. And it's like, no, I can still save Asuka. I can still do this, but he still doesn't do it. Right. And then what was that Unit 3? Yeah. Was that Unit 3?
Unit 3, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, Unit 3. Unit 3 is the cursed one.
And then when Unit 3 takes the plug out and bites it, I'm like,
yeah,
oh, no.
Very, very, very brutal. Yeah, because we've seen Shinji do it before. We know what he does to pull a plug out. He does it at the end of the first rebuild to save Rei. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't take that action. He stays frozen in his fear. And that's part of the problem. Jumping back to the action beat with the angel before that, this is the one where they all have to team up to catch it with the AT fields. The way that they use Tokyo 3's buildings to give Shinji the boost.
Oh my god!
Aside and then jumping across the buildings. Sick as shit.
They turn a track, and he's like, it's like a NASCAR track where he's running almost at 45-degree angle. It's like, wee.
One of my favorites
on a big screen so bad.
One of my favorite things in all of sci-fi is when people just yell nonsense at the screen, and then things happen and like that. It's one of my favorite things ever. And so, like, the idea of like, oh, he's not gonna make it. Lift up it's like doing so that, like, the action sequence goes along and people are barking orders at everything, and it is an incredible action sequence. I was legitimately on the edge of my seat, and I've seen this before.
Nobody does. Man, like, I don't even know how to, like, boring procedural, like, we gotta read things off a list to make things happen more exciting than Hikayano. Like, do the thing, punch the thing, reverse the drives. Like, in all of Evangelion, Shin Godzilla, that dude makes me care about people punching buttons. Hardcore. It's really fun. And then again, running on the side of the build, like, man, good, impressive shit.
And like, I think this also has some of the probably some of the best mech action because of that sequence being so good. But like, they need to get to, like, you also have like a lot of character moments in there. Like when Shinji gets to the angel, he's holding the angel, and he yells out, "Asuka, I need help." Yeah. And so get Asuka, like, he's yelling for her and Rei. And to kind of have, like, that's the moment that Shinji kind of takes this, like, decisive action of, like, this is now that I am here, I'm in charge. You need to get here so that we can destroy this. I think that's a really great character moment for him.
It is. An important note we gotta spend some time talking about from this one is one of the most major moments, I think, in a big change for the rebuilds, which is Rei trying to convince Gendo to do a dinner with Shinji.
Yeah.
Which is the moment where like he's like, no, I don't really want to do that, and he sees Yui, and it makes him falter and say yes. Now
That's a through line all the way to 4.
This is pretty complex because like, do you guys think he was actually ever going to do this dinner? Now I say that because he gets in the car.
Yeah.
However, Gendo earlier in the film says we need to expedite Unit 1's awakening, and then orders Unit 3 to come over and puts Asuka in it. And so when the shit hits the fan with Unit 3, which is what makes him drive the car away, he knew that was going to happen. So I argue that I think on some level Gendo did not ever intend to do the dinner.
Well, he did. He planned the testing on the same day on purpose.
Yes.
So like I 100% think Gendo had no plans of going, and like he's like, oh well, we got to do a test. Sorry.
But how would Gendo know that the Ava would turn into an angel?
Because that was his plan.
But I was going to say that
He specifically says earlier, we need to expedite Unit 1's awakening, and then orders Unit 3 over and puts Unit 2 away. So he knew it was going to become an angel. How does he know that? I don't freaking know. But he does know because he's getting what he wants. He's getting the Human Instrumentality Project. He's getting the awakening of Unit 1.
That the conclusion of his arc is recognizing that his like path back to Yui was through Shinji. Right?
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh, there you were this whole time, right there. Whoops. And I think that moment when he sees Yui in Rei is just like, planting
specifically Yui saying, please take care of Shinji, which he has never done.
Exactly that. Is that she says, please take care of Shinji. It's like a seed that you're supposed to remember so that when that arc comes to its completion, it's like him going, oh shit, that was right in front of me. Like I was literally thinking about that. But of course, I think you're right. I don't think he was ever intending to do the dinner, but you were supposed to see that in him because it's a conflict for him.
Right.
It's so shitty because he's like, Ray, let's have some dinner. And he's eating dinner. And he's like, I don't have time for dinner with my son.
Yes!
I don't have time for dinner with my son. Like, mother effer, dude.
Not only that, Gendo has like this grand steak and Ray just has pills.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
steak pills.
What?
I love this.
Well, we find out why.
Yeah,
we find out why that could be the case in a later film.
The fact that it's this giant table and like a designated room. And so it's a whole show of things to have dinner for him to be like, I don't have time.
Yeah.
It's not just like dinner at the computer, it's like it's a room for dinner.
Dinner time, but not for anyone else.
I'm sorry,
but for a room we've never shown before and sit across 20 feet across from each other with these beautiful plates just to say I don't have time for dinner.
You know what? That even though the context of the scenes are different, when Gendo and Ray are having dinner at that super long table and they're sitting on opposite ends, it kind of reminds me of the first Batman movie where Batman, or Bruce Wayne and Vicky Vale are having dinner and they're on opposite ends of an even longer table and they're like, hey, you know what? F this. Let's just go have chill with Alfred. Let's just actually talk instead of having this pomp and circumstance BS. But with Gendo and Ray, because Ray is like, hey, let's have this thing with Shinji. Let's go. And he's like, nah, fine. I don't want to ... But I have a way. Because I actually, Sparks, I like how you talked about that because I didn't think about that. I thought it was something that I was like, oh, it's an unfortunate circumstance. And then you see the car quickly turn around by Shinji because it's like, because to me, when I saw that scene, I interpreted it as like it was a, oh shit, we got to do this now moment.
Yeah.
Where instead it's like, because now that I think about it, it's like, you know what? Gendo is that much of an asshole. He probably could have planned this whole thing ahead. That rat bastard.
Absolutely.
His whole thing is being manipulative of situations and others to an extent that like feels unrealistic, honestly, when you examine it deep in context. But I heard people give the argument of like, well, he got in the car, so maybe that was going to be his outreach. And I'm like, I don't think he really thought he was ever going to make it in that car.
Well, see, I think that like, I don't disagree. Like I just want to I blanket that. Like I'm not. This isn't me disagreeing. I think that what this is, what could be construed from that is that he was going to do this, but he was never going to reach out to him. They'd have that dinner. He'd sit across from him. He would never talk to him, and then he'd go home. Like I don't think he ever intended for it to be like that outreach that Ray wanted it to be. I think regardless of reading, he never intended to open up to Shinji.
No, God no.
And it wouldn't just be a dinner between Shinji and Gendo. It would be the 6 other people are there. So I don't think Gendo would want to be there regardless, because he'd have to talk to not just his son, but a bunch of other people he doesn't want to talk to.
Right. So true. So true. Like in Ray's mind, it's like, well, it's supposed to make it easier. And it's supposed to be, it's kind of nice because it's supposed to be the surprise for Shinji. So Shinji doesn't even know that his dad didn't show up because he doesn't even know that it was supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of a nice thing in the hindsight. But like, you know, Asuka gets informed and it's like, shh, keep it secret. And like everyone wanting to do this because everybody cares about Shinji and everybody wants something nice for Shinji.
Why?
Yeah, but just Gendo. Because everybody likes him,
and he's a more likable person in these movies than he was in the show.
He is. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but one of the scenes that stands out to me is when not Asuka is when Misato comes home and she's talking to Asuka, and Asuka's busy doing her thing, and Misato goes, "Oh," and of course Asuka tries to play it off. I don't know why. I just like that scene. Because even though Misato and Asuka don't have as close a relationship as Misato and Shinji, you still get that, like, I don't want to say giggling teenager moment, but it's this nice little moment where Misato recognizes like, oh, you're doing this for Shinji because you might have a thing for him, and while Asuka might deny it to high heaven at the time, it's still obvious because she saw the cuts on Ray's fingers and she has the cuts as well. So
yes.
I just think it's a cute little scene and it's nice. I like it.
I agree.
I have written in my notes one real quickly. I've talked a little bit about it in the first film. I really like the new angels. I really like the new order of the angels. I think the new angel designs are great. The 7th angel is the coolest thing in the world.
Which was
I love that thing.
Which
Here,
was
I'll show you a picture because I cannot describe it, but it's this wire work thing.
Oh yeah,
I have it hanging above my bed.
I love that thing so much. I love how it had the fake core. It's like, oh my god, that wasn't the core. Flips over and the real core is. Oh my god, that thing is so cool.
The moon is a gunman.
I think where specifically in the first 2 rebuilds, but in general for the rebuilds, where CGI 3D animation has benefited the most is in these more abstract designs of the angels and things they're able to do with them and make them look truly unnerving and bizarre and different. I think they have benefited a lot from that. There are issues I have with how they use 3D and CG animation in the next 2 films, but here with these angels, I think it looks really good.
And we talked a little bit about the sound design already, but I just want to say the bone sound design on the bones of the 3rd angel that Mari was chasing in the beginning of this film, so unnerving. I love that sound design so damn much.
That's pretty damn good.
Because you hear it like, love it.
Oh, I had something I was going to talk about the other day. Oh, the angel that probably is going to give me nightmares is the giant Technicolor eyeball with wings. You guys know which one I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, the one that came from space.
That's the one they catch. Yeah.
Ugh. I hated
it. The end of the film.
Yes.
When Mari is in Unit 2 and she goes beast mode, I love that so much. I love how that's animated. I love how that's done. I really like the voice acting in that sequence. Mari was such an interesting character. And Ray's death to prevent Shinji from getting into an angel, her whole thing, I will make it so that you will never get into an angel again. And then just that angel just eats her.
Yeah.
So you know what? Screw it. This is explicit. So fucked up.
Yeah. Mari activating cheat code berserk mode. Yeah. Like that's just something you can just do. Mm-hmm. Incredible. Like I think the movie looks best when like this type of shit's happening. When it's like when it's Asuka beast mode or Mari in beast mode, like the colors are extreme. The cockpit is in Technicolor mode. When angels do front flips like backflips frontwards, like when they're like that's not how people are supposed to move. It's super unnerving. I love it. It is so. We've been watching a lot of anime movies that use 3D CG recently, and like for better or worse, like it could look better. I think specifically because we're dealing with like mech designs, it's a lot easier to make mechs look good in 3D than people. So specifically in 2, I think the 3D stuff looks incredible. I love it. I have almost no complaints. And it's also like almost like a 10-year-old movie at this point. Like it still looks good. Jesus.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
That's true.
Quick side note: I love Mari's entrance. Like when she meets Shinji for the first time.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
Well, she just flies in on a parachute. And Shinji's all like,
the crotch to face, Ben. Really?
Not like that. Not like that. No, she just comes in on a parachute, tells Shinji not to talk about it, and Shinji's just standing there with this dumbfounded look. Was like, what the hell was that?
I do really like the mystery of who Mari is in the beginning. It's just kind of like this girl just kind of shows up into the story to do something.
And again, we referenced it earlier, but she is the one in this version of the story. She's the one that changes the loop. Yeah. The loop would have continued, and it's essentially set within the fine work of the film that because Mari enters when she does, the loop changes, and we move to 27, which happened in the end of Eva last time. So now we're like really changing the story.
Man, so big climax is happening. Shinji's got to save Rei. Misato's yelling, "Do it! Save her for yourself! Do it! Be the pilot!" And he does it, and he goes to save Rei, and then he triggers the third impact.
Unfortunately,
all according to plan. Finally, the gates will go. And it's
the pact with Lilith is revealed or whatever.
Yeah. It's
in a lot of ways, it's a bigger climax than the beginning of end of Eva. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, especially because like at this point,
this one knows what I mean.
At this point, like the Evangelion, this film, it's kind of early to do the third impact as far as like the audience. If the audience is like, okay, if this is a 1-to-1 for the show, this is early. We're doing the third impact. Okay, so we're done. Right, that's the third impact. That's the end of the story, and that's what I really love about this movie. Where it's just like, yes, the third impact is here, and the story is done. Nope.
It's like credits roll, and then it's like spear.
It gives you a straight up. It's Avengers: Infinity War. Like third impact happens. Shinji's probably dead. Happy ending. Like 10. How long do we have to wait for the next one?
I really love the fact of like. The final battle and having Shinji in that cage and having Mari be the one to get him out of the cage and bring him to an Eva. I think it's all animated so well. It's all structured very well. It's all choreographed incredibly. We didn't really talk a lot about. I kind of lament that we didn't really talk about Shinji's rampage after he almost kills Asuka. When he goes to destroy Nerve HQ for a minute.
Oh, he's stomping on the geofront like a little toddler.
Yeah, I completely forgot to mention that. I think that's a great scene. Mm-hmm. And it kind of goes to show, like, to bring it back to what we're talking about already, where it's like it shows that like when Shinji grows a backbone, things are bad. Like things can go very badly when Shinji actually gets decisive. He is decisive. He's like, someone needs to pay for making me almost kill Asuka. Mm-hmm. Like he doesn't really realize that some of it is on his indecisiveness. And so in here, when he's like, I need to save Rei. Rei is my friend. I'm going to save her because she's going to die right now, and I can do this. And so he has that shonen moment. But in doing so, in growing that backbone and being that decisive, he triggers the third impact.
Mm-hmm. And again, like all the homies are rooting for him. But like his mom is like, Masato's like, you can do it, my boy. I love you. Get it. And then like she inadvertently causes the downfall of humanity. And like,
right.
It's just really, really rough.
That's the thing about like Misato. That's really interesting when she's egging him on and she's like, do it, Shinji, do it for yourself, because she does not know that Eva 1 was designed to create the third impact. She doesn't know that.
Right.
And that kind of that leads into her arc in the future.
Gendo Misato.
But but then the third impact happens, everything's going to shit, and then the credits roll, and you're like, that's it, right? And then Kaoru comes in with the spear of he has Longinus, right? Or Cassius?
Cassius, I believe.
I think it's Cassius.
And impales Shinji's Eva.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he impales him with hope.
Stopping the third impact. Interestingly, stopping the third impact, which will get kind of retconned in the next movie.
Near third impact.
Well, I know, but if that is the case, then there is a second near third impact that happens. Because Lilith and Unit 8 have both spears in them. And Unit 8 was the one that Kaoru was piloting at the end of 2.
Yeah, because we see like in the glimpse down there that Kaoru was taking it down, and all kinds of shit happened in that 14 years. Who knows?
I thought Unit 8 was Mari's Eva.
Oh, you're right. So it's Unit 6. It's Unit 6.
Yeah. Mark 6.
The interesting thing about what we learn later, and because we're kind of like moving off of this movie, I don't mind talking about what we learn later about the near third impact is that it didn't end. It couldn't have ended when Kaoru impales Shinji. It had to have gone on longer because Lilith was off of her cross. There was a Eva, and both spears were in those Evas and Lilith. And then obviously we know about what happened with Kaji. We know that didn't happen in those 5 seconds that the near third impact was happening, so it had to have happened longer.
It's like the third impact was so close to happening that it didn't happen, and it's like the world is kind of almost stuck in like this weird limbo where like shit's flying everywhere. It's a weird future world.
Well, better plant some rice.
Now we got a whole movie to get there.
I love this movie dearly. I fell in love with this one. I think I'm good. Should we move on to 3?
Yeah, I really like that Kaoru comes down and he's like, God damn it, Shinji, we're gonna make this one stick.
You're gonna be happy, damn it.
We're gonna get it, Shinji. We're gonna get it.
All right. Evangelion 3.33 or 3.0 or whatever.
This will be the one that we kiss.
3.0.
3.0. Yeah. So if people are watching the 1.1, 2.2, those are the DVD Blu-rays. The movies that were theatrically released are
movies that are actually
1.0, 2.0, 3.0.
Yeah. Cool. So this one is nothing like the next time on, and I think it's all the better for it.
I unfortunately knew about the time jump just because of I'm on the internet and I love Eva and just like the third movie has been out already. So, but that didn't ruin anything for me because I didn't know what the context for anything, and like I didn't know about the curse of the Evas or anything like that. So like I love time jumps. We're currently watching House of the Dragon, which is literally a time jump every episode. So I'm a big fan if done right. I think 3 is my personal favorite simply because I love the state of the world and where the characters are. I think 4 again is like a beautiful finale and like a full circle thing, but like 3 is like the crazy sci-fi movie I never thought Eva would turn into. And I love it. I love the character swaps of where people are. I like where she's at. I like that everyone hates him. Like I find it to be such a fascinating movie to be like, before everything gets happy, this is like shit's bad, but like
it's also the shortest.
It's also the short, which
I was surprised when I watched this one. I was like, really, this is only an hour and a half. Okay.
Yeah.
Sparks, you were trying to say something before.
I was just gonna say like I do really like 3. It's very hard for me to perceive these in separate contexts. To be honest, they feel too much of a piece of reliance upon each other, regardless of like putting the show and End of Eva aside. Like it's hard for me to take these as like individual films rather than a limited series.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's especially hard for me to do that.
Well, you decided to watch 30 Years of Entertainment in like a week, so
decided. I've lost control of my life.
So I want to quickly we'll start at the beginning. I think the orbiting action sequence rules. I think when they're trying to say get Unit 1 from and Shinji from whatever cross thing that's in orbit, and Asuka and Mari are trying to get to it. That thing is awesome.
Double teaming it. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Lots of here's where a lot of the CG's coming in.
Four-eyed crony.
Four-eyed crony. Yeah. They're so fun together.
I don't think the CGI is as bad in this orbiting sequence, and then a lot of the sequences that are going to come up from here that are the action sequences, especially ones that have a lot of units, my main critique against them is we completely lose the weight of Ava's and Angel's. It's all gone. Everything becomes very weightless in this animation style, especially once we get into like crowds of things going on.
Well, they are in space. There's no gravity.
Yeah, there's just nothing. There's nothing. Once you get past this orbiting one, there's nothing action sequence wise I would think of as iconic as some of the action stuff.
I will disagree with the beginning of 4.
Beginning of 4,
The Eiffel Tower.
With the Eiffel Tower, you can. I don't agree. I find that's another one where I find like that weightless feeling. It just.
I saw that.
I don't think it all works.
Which was the action sequence in the beginning of 4?
The one Brandon that I tweeted that you love.
Oh yeah,
Mari doing the wheel. Yeah.
Oh baby, don't
misunderstand. Like I like the concept of the sequences, just the execution of some of the CGI stuff, especially in like large crowds. I'm just like,
oh no, yeah, I will never
click.
I will 100% agree with someone saying I don't think it looks particularly great or the actions. I will agree with you. It just doesn't bother me whatsoever.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to decipher my notes. I write so many lines of dialogue of some of this lore stuff where I'm just kind of like national treasuring this. Like, oh my god, did I figure it out? Like the Illuminati is real.
We didn't touch on it at all with the first 2 films, and I meant to, but I kept forgetting to. But it becomes more prominent here, so we'll just bring it up. Misato and Ritsuko's relationship is far superior in the rebuilds.
Yeah,
as very clearly evidenced in 3, but I think it's there in 1 and 2. Honestly, that it's already going in that direction to be much. Better.
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with that completely.
I love them.
I also really like Asuka and Mari. I think they're both great together. Specifically, I think it was genius to pair them together.
Asuka's got an eye patch now, and eye patches automatically make people cooler.
Honestly,
I agree.
Asuka's eye patch was spoiled for me. I mean, these films have been out for a while because I would see GIFs, I would see people tweet about Evangelion, and they would use Asuka of the eye patch. I'm like, how did she get an eye patch? Because she never had one in the original show. And we get to this part, I'm like, oh, so she lost her eye when the angel bit her plug. Okay, that makes sense.
Did she though?
That's what I thought for an entire movie.
That's what I thought for the entire movie as well. But oh man, that opening sequence of Asuka. First of all, I was like, good, they didn't kill Asuka because I would have been upset if they did kill Asuka right then and there. And
that'd be wild.
That would be wild. And then when they're going after Unit 1, and you see, and I love. This is one of the reasons why I love Mari, is that even though Asuka's constantly calling her a 4-eyed crony, she's just like, sure thing, princess. Just like, she's always so chipper. And I don't, even in the face of absolute death and destruction, she's like, I'm just going to go in this having fun. Screw all y'all.
What makes Mari so much fun as a character that I really like it when she's on screen. And as much as I wish that there was more to do with her, actually a character development or something, but like the fact that the reason why I love her so much is because of how much enjoyment she gets out of fighting angels, out of being an Ava pilot. She kind of gets the kind of enjoyment, a farther enjoyment than what like Asuka needs to be an Ava pilot. It's something that she feels she needs to be, and she is good. She's cocky about it, but there's a level of fun that Mari brings to being one. That even when she's losing, she's like, "Oh, this is a jam," and then she's like constantly like ready to like. She's never going to lose, even if it looks like she is.
Mari is the protagonist from a different anime.
Yeah,
she is from an anime where it's not as sad and it's more action packed, and she can be the big, the big boob anime protagonist that every anime fan loves.
That's such a good way of putting it.
Into Neon Genesis Evangelion to she's the Dr. Manhattan of the DC universe. She's going to bring a new perspective on life to this whole world through her positivity and love. And I think that's just she is kind of like, despite not being the most prominent character, she is kind of the key for this show and for these rebuilds in a weird way.
Jeremy, what were you about to say?
What?
Never mind. Okay.
No, I was just saying, Ryan, it was a good way of putting it. That's exactly how it is.
Thank you.
This is from another person, from another anime.
Jeremy, you okay, buddy?
And now she's here.
So yeah, so Asuka and Mari now working for some other organization we don't know yet.
Organization 13.
Organization 13. Thank you. We're combining all the franchises today. They get a container. It's got the unit that had Shinji in it, and they got Shinji, and Shinji's like, good morning, everyone. What's up? Everyone looks so different. What's up?
What I really love about that is that they weren't sure they were going to find Shinji. They knew where Unit 1 was, and they knew what they needed for Unit 1, but they were like not entirely sure that they would find Shinji when they opened that cockpit.
Right.
And I really like the kind of like they're distrustful of it being him of him. Is this really Shinji? Is this like, or is this something else? And they're like, well, if it is, we got to kill him anyway. So
I
even put
love. Go ahead.
Sorry, because even when they bring Shinji in and you see his feet and they like kind of tagged him, they wrote stuff on his
With
feet.
the question
You
marks?
put Ikari Shinji and it's a question mark. I'm like, is this actually?
because we live in a world where there are the Rei clones. We'll talk about later that there are also the Asuka clones.
Mhm.
So could Shinji himself have been another copy created by Gendo to do something to them? Like they need to know.
Yeah.
And I think that's really well rendered into the story.
this is also the movie where Asuka starts calling humans Lilin.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I like knowing everything we do from both 3 and 4, Asuka in that 14-year time period has learned that she can no longer identify herself as human.
Mhm.
Because she is different. She doesn't age. She is also like Rei. But even beyond that, there is this concept of the children are just built different. They just are.
I really like looking a little bit at this where Asuka says where she says the curse of the Avas. And that's kind of the kind of lore that I really like in this where it just throws it out there and it leaves the audience to ask the question, what is the curse of the Avas? You go looking. Well, it does kind of provide an answer towards later in the 4th movie, but it's not really something that like is heavily dived into. And that's kind of, that goes back to what we talked about with the first film, which is the beauty of these films. And what I think I find so engaging about them is the questions, like what all the questions that I ask that enhances my enjoyment of the films and the character arcs and the themes and all that.
I really enjoy the pacing of this first part of the movie because it's like half an hour. It's literally half an hour before Shinji finds out what happened, like why everyone hates him. We have a whole action sequence, him getting yelled at, him getting tossed into a brig, and someone finally is like, hey, homie, this is your fault. This is all your fault.
Even then, they don't really explain it to him. Not really.
Fully, no.
All they say is like, you can't get in an Ava again. Nobody says the world is the way it is because you did that. Like nobody says that here. That doesn't happen on the ship. Yeah. They get confrontational with him. They tell him like, you can't pilot an Ava again. They tell him that Rei Ayanami doesn't exist anymore, which he's like, but I saved her. I'm certain of it. So he's so fixated on that. He has no idea what the world is like now. He has no idea that like what he did caused the world to get worse. He has no concept of it here. He doesn't know until Kaoru shows him later.
Yeah, he's so happy that Asuka's okay, and then she just goes, punches the glass so hard it cracks.
Holding resentment for 14 years, I thought I would be able to handle it, and I can't. Oh,
then, of course, and then like when we see Misato and Shinji meets Misato, he's like, "Oh, Misato, my mother figure, what's going on?" And she's like, "Do nothing."
She's in Gendo mode.
So cold, just so cold to Shinji. It's like, oh, what?
I love it. It's so sad.
But it's really understandable because it's coming from this place of not only that for Misato, it's not only coming from a place of the world is like this because of you. The world is like this because of me encouraging you.
Yes.
And that's very understandable that Misato no longer knows how to approach Shinji. No longer knows how to be that because she thought she was doing the right thing. She thought she was being that good mother figure. She thought she was supporting and encouraging Shinji.
Nope.
And it led Shinji to ruin. In many ways, Shinji lost 14 years of his life because of Misato's actions. And that's what she's internalized. And yes, she should have given Shinji context when he asked for it. Yeah. Explain to him what happened because he wouldn't have left the ship. But because she didn't, he leaves. And because he just cannot accept that Rei wasn't saved, and he believes that Rey still exists, which is how Genno's able to trick him.
Speaking of Rey,
yeah.
Do you know what I love? You know what I love very, very much? Before we get into more of the kind of the meat of the episode, what I love very, very much are flying battleships. Just battleships, normal battleships that you'd see on the ocean, but in the air. I love that shit.
I was like,
heavily inspired by Battleship Yamato. Arnold's a big fan of that.
I love the Wunder takeoff sequence. I love the action sequence. Quite honestly, and this is going to come up a lot in the next films. Anytime there's an action sequence with a Wunder, mwah, cinema, baby.
It's a really really cool idea of like using the body of Angels and Avas to construct your own flying ship, and then using all the other battleships as shields that are puppeteered in the air. Just wild concepts happening that you just they don't tell you everything either. You just got to accept it. And you're like, hell yeah, cool.
And I really
like a ship, whatever.
This is also kind of the thing of like, this is also kind of, it's like talking a little bit about the crew of the Wunder, like the idea like that this franchise would be more cathartic than people who watch the show. To people who watch the show specifically, because there are characters that became kind of fan favorite characters, Toji and some of the crew members in Nerve, that don't die. Like they get to live in this version of the world, and they get to kind of be part of that fight. And I really like the new crew members. We kind of get the idea. We get who they are very specifically. You know, there's the girl like, I don't trust this. Why are we doing this? And then there's the guy who's like, I trusted Kaji more than I trusted Kaji with my life, and I will trust. He says, I can trust her. I'm going to trust her.
Right.
He has this line. Go ahead. I was going to say he has this line. When you die, and that's it. You youngsters shouldn't be so fussy. I don't know why, but I love that line.
Yeah, we get our Nerve boys, our Nerve headquarter boys are back, and they're old. And we also get Maya, who is also a technician in Nerve. She's back, and she's old.
We saw all their heads explode at the end of Eva, and they're alive! Yay!
And that's the thing. That's the thing that like I really liked about the Rebuild series is that it creates you. In order for you to care about those characters, you have to take what you know from the show, what you've enjoyed from them from the show. So in order to and watching it this way, you're like, oh, thank goodness, because I didn't want to see their heads explode again.
Yeah, I don't want to see him turn into Tang anymore.
Maya still has her implied affection for Ritsuko. That still exists. So that's neat.
Ritsuko, man, I cannot tell you how much I love Misato and Ritsuko's new look. They both look so cool. God, the short hair Ritsuko look is so fire. I love it. Can't get enough of it.
Yeah, they look great.
I really, when Rey comes with the vessel of the atoms to take Shinji. Before that, this is kind of what I was circling. Toji's little sister working for Villucci.
Yeah,
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say one of my favorite parts about films 3 and 4 is the fact that a character that was a huge driving point for another character finally gets in the spotlight, and that being Toji's little sister.
Yeah,
because in the original show, the reason why Toji goes after Shinji, punches him, is because his sister got hurt in that Eva fight.
Well, and the same in the beginning of same in the first movie. It's the same thing.
And then they become close friends, but we never see the sister. And one of the reasons why I love that one of the biggest changes in these films from the anime is that you see Toji with his sister leave the hospital. Toji never gets into an Eva, and then Asuka takes his place. And that's one of the things why I love the Rebuild so much. And now when this girl starts talking, I'm like, what's going? It's like, who is this girl? And then she mentions her name. I was like, finally.
Yeah. And I was talking a little bit about how much I like the takeoff sequence with the Wunder. I wrote it down because I wanted to remember. It's just like one of the things I love so much, barking orders and doing and pushing buttons and seeing how that and it's so well done with the Wunder, and like doing like then we're gonna turn on our axis, and we're gonna flip around, and oh my goodness, I was just so grateful. And like Ryan said in the beginning, like this kind of takes the sci-fi direction that I didn't think Evangelion would do, and I was so here for it.
a big fan of futuristic apocalypses with robots. Big fans all around. So Robot Ray kidnaps Shinji back, brings on the Papa Bear, looking real cool with his Cyclops shades on. Like, hey Shinji, what's up, my boy? You're gonna be a pilot, and we're gonna do another impact. How you feeling? You want to meet your mama?
We're gonna do.
All right, Shinji, you're gonna pilot the Ava.
We're gonna do this again, but this time the right way. Okay.
Yeah. And also, I got this guy Karu. He's gonna help you out. Dual plug link. Hang out, be friends. God, this is why I love this movie, guys. It's Karu and Shinji.
Of course, that's
what
there is to love in this movie for sure.
The piano stuff between these guys, it's not just like a great moment between the characters. It's some of the most beautifully animated thing I've ever seen in my life, and it's just people playing pianos.
Cool
like it's Mr. Piano Man. I'm sure you'll appreciate it, but like, holy shit, it's incredible.
Cool little detail about that when they have the sheet music overlaid, it's actually what they're playing.
That's incredible. I love that.
I was watching. I was like, oh shit, that's literally it. Because like,
I wrote this down.
Usually, you don't see that.
I wrote this down in my notes specifically because you brought up the piano sequence. I said, boy, they animated the shit out of this piano sequence. Like that, it's some of the, there are mech fights that look worse in this franchise than this piano sequence.
Oh yeah.
They really just like went all out in this piano sequence. And then I kept writing, then I wrote as like their relationship goes forward and everything. I wrote, so gay, just fuck already.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, their piano sequences are them banging.
I know.
Like for Ava, that's them getting it on hardcore.
There's the scene at the end when they're talking when Karu is like, okay, but actually we're not gonna do what Gendo wants to do. We'll get the spears and we'll fix this. We'll fix the world. You and me. We're gonna do that together. I'm going to do that for you because that's what's going to make you happy. And there's the bit like Shinji goes in for a kiss, and I'm like, dude, go for it.
This is Sparks. This is where Shinji finally learns what happened. It's Karu who shows him the end of the world. He takes him down the steps, and you see the big moon with the red crosses. It's like,
right.
Sorry, bro.
He says, like, do you really want to know? He's like, yeah, I really need to know. And Karu's like, okay, I will go explain it all to you.
I was watching the show and texting Sam, and I started taking pictures. I was like, look, it's happening. It's happening. It's gay.
The thing that I was watching this, I was just like, Karu is giving Shinji doomy eyes that I haven't seen since Nala gave Simba. Like those are some doomy eyes.
All praise to our bisexual king Shinji. It can no longer be denied.
No, it can't.
They run like stallions. Like
I love that. Like Karu in the show appears more like an antagonist, despite like him.
He has like a sense of betrayal to him, and there's none of that.
Even though he still is the one who stops, he lets Shinji kill him in the show. Like it's double in this one. Like he is like, I am here for you. I am only here for you. I don't give a shit about anything else. And he still saves the day at the end of the day. I'm like, man, Karu got like, again, every character gets a massive upgrade in these movies.
Yeah.
So much so because when I was watching this film and we were getting so much more Karu, that's what obviously it's a film. We have more time. We have more real estate to work with instead of like an episode or two in the original show. And we're getting more of Karu. You definitely get more of how he's attracted to Shinji. He wants to help Shinji. And even like the scene that broke my heart was when they're in the dummy plugs and Karu goes, something's not right. Something's not right. And the big traumatic thing happens for Shinji. I'm like, I would probably go into a traumatic spiral state too. Cause he has this relationship with Karu right off the bat that they just instantly click. It's not like with Asuka. It's not like with Rei. As much as Shinji wants to connect with those two, he instantly connects with Karu, and it's like, and it shows. It shows that it's a natural.
Well, I think that's because what Karu does immediately, the moment that they're in the same room together, Karu is attentive, and he's into him. Like he comes to Shinji as a friend first and foremost, and no one else in his life has done that.
Not immediately and not directly.
Yeah,
like Misato did. Eventually, Rei did eventually. Toji did eventually. Asuka.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
immediately
I know.
Kaju
I'm
brings that
agreeing
in.
with your point. I'm saying that that it is immediate, and that is what separates it. And this is what Karu did in the original series too. Is Karu was so direct with his immediate affection for Shinji that's why Shinji latches on so quickly, especially because he's in such a terrible spiral at that point in the show. Here, not as terrible, not yet.
Yeah,
keyword being yet.
I think before we get into like kind of the end of where Karu goes, like I think that like one of the things that all 4 of these films do very well, and specifically 2, 3, and 4, is taking the time to slow down. The pacing, look, this film is the shortest of them, but you honestly wouldn't know because of its slower pace than than some of them, and like that's not a bad thing. It doesn't slow the pace to its detriment. It slows it down so that we get what is essentially a romance blossom between these 2 characters. We allow ourselves to stay in that moment for as long as this film will let us. And I think that really helped in regards to like Ben mentioned like the film has more real estate than the series. That's not necessarily true. A series would have more real estate because of the amount of episodes that it would have. Collectively speaking, a show has more real estate than a movie. But the show, what this movie would allow to do, to have more consecutive real estate than a show would, because a show would have to be structured in a very specific way, whereas the movie wouldn't have to be structured in that same way. The moment can go on for a far longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, one other thing about this movie that's actually scared me and was when because it freaked me out, because I was like, come on, Shinji, just because I was rooting for Shinji. I wanted Shinji to have some happiness. I was definitely on board with Karu being like, I'm going to make this kid happy. He's going to have happiness finally. Things are not going to suck. And when he's putting on his shirt, it's like, oh, this feels a little big. He sees Toji's name, and I instantly thought, God damn it. Not again.
They fool you.
Yeah, those some of the bitches, they got me.
Really, all it was the old guy. What's his name?
Fusky
just raided a few lockers.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, we need clothes for this kid. Close enough.
Here's a question. Who works at Nerve? Who's building all this shit? It's just Fusky and Gendo.
There's like,
well, now it's all self-sufficient at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah. Especially in 4, with the amount of shit they're building, like they got to have like some like god quarry somewhere building the shit for them.
I want to highlight when they're playing the piano together. Karu asks Shinji what he wants. He says, I want to be better at the piano. And he's like, that's not real. What do you want? He said, well, I want to play the piano and have it sound good when I play it. He's like, okay, well, that takes practice. Do the repetition over and over again until it sounds in a way that you think is good. And that's just the cycle.
Yeah. Do it until you get it right.
I cannot. The piano sequences were some of the most engaging things I've ever seen. Certainly in these films.
I have something to say about that. Being a piano player, and how it relates to the sort of story that they're trying to tell on a metaphorical level of, overcoming depression and navigating relationships and becoming an adult and all these really heavy themes. And I love that they tied it to the piano, because that's a metaphor that I feel I understand really, really well, because I spend all my time playing piano. And one of the things that I tell all my students when they're, to sort of prepare them for practicing, is I'll see a lot of students get frustrated because they'll try and play something and they can't. And it's this sort of disconnect that when you're confronted with something that you have to do, you are used to, on a subconscious level, being able to just send the signal from your brain to your body and to do the thing. We don't remember spending time as babies learning to walk. We don't remember the time spent learning language, right? We just can access that. So when we learn an instrument, we're essentially asking ourselves to start at square one like an infant to learn a language skill. So people get really frustrated, especially children, when they're trying to learn an instrument. And so the thing I have to teach them to help them overcome all that frustration is that there is no such thing as failure when you're practicing. You just do it again. It's a process of elimination where every failure that you make makes the picture clearer. So when you play something over and over again, you're going to make a bunch of mistakes, and it's going to sound like garbage. I tell them, embrace it. It's going to sound bad, but you have to keep doing it. And, in how it relates to that cycle, it's like, okay, Shinji's doing this over and over again, learning these lessons and failing over and over again until he gets it right. Right. And it's just so perfectly stated through the use of piano that way. It's like it's such a brilliant metaphor. I mean, Anno must play. I imagine he's got to play something. I don't know. It's something that definitely hit me. I actually want to go back because I wasn't even paying attention. I was so transfixed by the scene itself and also by the fact that they got the sheet music right, which is so rare. But I wanted to see if they animated the fingers on the piano according to the keys that were corresponding to the sheet music playing on the screen, because that would be just an extra step. That'd be pretty cool.
I love that. Real quick, just like the animation for all these movies, whether it's like the 2D or 3D, all these movies look incredible. Like for real, like some of like the most detailed, like when people are wearing clothes, those clothes are always ruffling. If they're wearing like little bandanas or like the little things are fluffing in the air. Specifically, like when we're close up on people's eyes, their eyes are always moving. Rey specifically, there's so many close up of Rey's eyes. They're like mirroring End of Ava, where I'm like, this, like her eye, like the details in her eyes are shaking. Like it's these are such beautiful movies. Even when it gets to the stuff that's not as, it doesn't look as good, I still find it like, I just love looking at all these movies.
I agree. You mentioned Rey. I once again really like Rey's arc in this, but it's a different Rey. I like this Rey a lot.
Miss Lookalike.
Yeah. I really enjoy how Shinji kind of initially can't understand that it's not the same Rey.
Because he's never been let in on that.
Right. He doesn't have that insight that he did in the show that Rey was a bunch of clones. So like this Rey being different doesn't quite compute with him until it kind of starts to, and then he starts to be like, okay, well maybe I can pull out the Rey I know, and by giving her
this
the
is
and things like that.
Rey living in like a cardboard box, doesn't read books, Rey, right?
Yeah.
That's what a bummer.
Well, in a way, it kind of goes back to that whole theme of, in order for Shinji to get along with this new Rey, he has to just accept the relationship at face value and not put expectations on it. That's like one of the last lessons he learns in that vein, is he had put all this work into this relationship with Rey, and then 14 years passes, it's a different person now. And it's the last time he has to confront having expectations in a relationship, because even after you get to know somebody, you still can't have expectations in a relationship. You still have to treat it moment to moment.
That's a good note on it. I think it's also Shinji's refusal to accept his failure.
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact that like everything that happened to the world, at least I saved Rey. No, I didn't. And so like all of that is having to, that is his overarching lesson for this one, is having to accept I failed at something.
Right.
And in the, going from this into the next one will be, I have to accept losing somebody.
And what's really great, real quickly, Ryan, is that kind of bouncing off of that, Sparks, is the idea that like, because Rey's arc was so good in the first two, the audience is also kind of heartbroken that this isn't the same Rey. Like we're cued into that idea that we because we have the show knowledge, but the idea of like, oh no, I've lost that Rey.
Right, because for the first time as an audience, we're going, oh my God, they're developing Rey. She's getting a story. She's not just going to be a puppet. And then like you have to lose that. You go through that with Shinji essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan, you were saying.
I was going to say it definitely wasn't super important, so I'll get back to it.
Okay.
The Fuyutsuki.
Yeah, thank you, Fuyutsuki. Yeah, the Fuyutsuki Shinji scene where he finds about his mom and Rey and everything, and he freaks out.
Yeah. He was like, I'm just gonna. You seem like you're kind of finding some stability after some things right now. Let me just like really ruin that for you.
Let me ruin your life just real quick.
It's like,
I really-
hey, you know your Ava? Yeah, it was your mom the entire time. Have fun with that knowledge.
What I kind of think is so interesting about like the Ava, the mom dying, having built the basically like working on the Ava project and building and building all that and then disappearing within the Ava, is that it kind of creates like more backstory for Gendo. Like they were already working for Nerve to prevent the third impact before he even got into the idea that like actually maybe the third impact would be a good thing because I get to see you again. And so I think that creates a little thing. Also, horrifying imagery with just the ray heads behind him.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
Like a doll set.
We get that image a few times in this film and in Thrice Upon a Time, but yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. And I feel so bad because Shinji's trying to talk to Fuyutsuki, and Fuyutsuki's like, "I'm just going to ruin your entire perspective on everything. Have fun with that." And then finally, Karu comes in, and he's like, "Yo, I know this sucks, but we can get through this." It's like,
it's even more prominent than that because to Shinji, what has happened is that everything is a lie. Misato doesn't trust me. Nobody wants me. My dad has tricked me. All of this is wrong. There's no point in getting in the Ava. I can't believe in anything or anybody. And Karu's like, you can believe in me. And he's like, no, I can't. Can't believe in you. And that's when Karu's like, all right, cool. So I'm going to take this collar, put it on me. And I need you to understand that I'm going to do whatever it takes to make you happy. And we can fix this. Because there's no sin we can't atone for. So Karu has a lot of good lines in this movie.
Yeah, and Karu's like, listen, Shinji, we're gonna rebuild the world, baby. I'm doing this for you. We are gonna set things right.
God, okay. Nothing good will ever come from replaying a traumatic refrain. That's what he says to Shinji when Shinji's just sitting in there. He's like, nothing good comes from piloting an Ava, and he's like, yeah, nothing good's gonna come from you sitting here doing this either. Like, sorry, Shinji, you gotta get up and do it.
And the thing is, Karu believed that together they could rebuild the world the way it was. Karu believed that if Shinji helped him get into the 13th Ava, that they would be able to do this.
Right.
And I believe 100% that Karu did not have any malicious goal. No. He kind of looked at it like going like, you and me can do anything together. Look at the beautiful music we made. We can rebuild the world the same way. And Gendo is the one, and Gendo tricked Karu.
Yes.
And I think that creates a really tragic story for Karu in that way.
The whole thing is tragic because it is Karu thinking like, I think this is the time, Shinji. I think we've got it this time. You're here with me. You're listening to me. You believe in me. We've shared this stuff with each other. I think we've got it this time, Shinji. Like we can go do this together. And then they get there and he's like, no, something's wrong. And Shinji can't let go. Even with Karu saying like, Shinji, don't do this. He can't let go of like, this is the way I fix it. This is the way I fix my failure.
Yeah.
He's so obsessed with that he cannot drop it.
He can't turn back. Like it took him this hard and to get this far. Right. And he's at the point where he thinks he can fix it. There's no way he's going to turn back, even if people are now telling him not to.
Right.
Like he's got to go through with it because it's like, then what has all this been for if I'm not going to do the thing, right?
But you cannot redo.
You cannot redo.
I can't believe you just did that.
You cannot redo, Jeremy.
I really like the whole thing of like, and like this is also the kind of the first sense that we look at the near third impact as having been a lot bigger than we were cued in to believe because Lilith has moved and the unit is there. But like the spears being there and Karu going like, why are they in that configuration?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't right. We need to turn back. And he kind of has this moment where he realizes that like, oh, this is it. Gendo won.
Yeah,
right. Because they are identical despair Longinus spears rather than both the spear of Longinus and Cassius.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
And so we don't know which one we're supposed to take, which one we're supposed to do. And so like he has this moment where he's looking at that going, and that's why I think that's why he also kind of looks at Shinji when he knows that the collar is going to explode. He looks at him like, I'm sorry.
I know what I got to do now.
I really thought we could do this.
Yeah. And then he gets attacked by the lady homies. They're coming to stop him, Mari and Asuka. Shinji goes real hard to get the things done.
And importantly, at this point, Shinji says she's not even the real Rei Ayanami, and Rei, the Miss lookalike, hears that.
That's rough.
Which
like, I'm not Rei.
Yeah. Because importantly, based off that, she makes the decision later to eject herself out of the unit and allow them to destroy the core of the vessel of atoms.
Yeah.
So Shinji. Oh yeah. So Shinji and Kaoru are in a dual plug Eva. Very cool. Is this the one where the arms extend out?
Yeah.
Man, when they're like in their spots, you don't know their arms, and then they become Grievous arms. I'm like, yeah.
Unit 13.
What's
Unit
really
13, yeah.
What I thought was interesting, what I think some of the kind of like the lore interesting that I really like, those questions, going back to those questions that this movie keeps wanting me to ask. Like, Seele is implied, the people in Seele are implied to just be those slabs. Like, there's nobody like communicating with them, because when they turn off the thing, you see like brain, like you see the last thing that is like a brain disappearing.
And that's a new idea.
That's a new idea. Yeah.
In the show, we saw one of the voices as a person who gets in the end of Ava, he gets turned into the LCL as well.
Yeah.
So that's a new idea for this, which is neat.
It gives them a more reason to want to do human instrumentality, because they're just brains in a jar.
Yeah,
he isn't even like Seele didn't want human instrumentality like Gendo did in the show. Like Seele, not in the same way. Like Seele was when Gendo took it over. Like Seele was like, "How dare you betray me?" But in this, they're kind of like aligned before Gendo is like, "Okay, well, you're gone now, and now I'm going to take over."
Well, they explicitly say it in 4, but like Gendo's instrumentality is different than Zayle's. He wants it to challenge God. They want it so humans can stop suffering. Like, his is ulterior, just straight power mode.
Right. It's the I kind of wrote that down, where it's like the Seele's plan was to replace the angels and take their seat in front of God. Gendo's plan was to overthrow God.
The really simplistic and consistent one between the show, even the rebuilds, is that Seele wanted all humans to be merged to one existence. Gendo does not want that. Gendo does not like other people. He doesn't want to be merged to them. He just wants Yui.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all he gives a shit about. But what he doesn't understand is that Yui is not in the unity of what they're doing.
Nope. He's in a rope. She's in a robot.
Let's see. This is the first time we hear Yui's name this film.
Oh, Yui?
We hadn't heard it in the first 2 films. We'd seen her, but we hadn't heard the name.
Doesn't Fusky say her name in 2, or am I wrong? Either way, you're right. We do hear her name a lot more.
I clocked it because Fusky says it in 3. I was really curious what happened.
Also shows Shinji a picture, and in that picture we also see Mari standing next to Yui.
Yep.
So Shinji doesn't really clock that at all.
I mean, I didn't clock it at all until later on. I mean, in the 4th film, when we saw during the Gendo scene.
The pencil flashbacks.
Yeah, the pencil flashbacks. I didn't clock. I'm like, wait a minute. And then, it all makes sense.
Curse of the Avas.
Curse of the Avas. I was going to say something about something. Damn
well,
it.
The 4th impact's about to happen.
Before Karu's head explodes, what he says is, "It's not your fault, Shinji. You need to find a place to rest that you can call your own. The ties that bind you will show you the way. Please don't be sad. We'll meet again."
Of course they will. So,
Karu kind of hoping that Shinji can figure it out this time, but he's also prepared for, like, we might do this loop again.
I'll see you in 10 years with a reboot.
Yeah.
Like, I want you to find that happiness, but I guess I failed to give it to you. Yeah. Maybe next time.
Yeah. Karu, his head exploding. It's like it's not just head explosion. Like they turn it into like a piece of art where it's like, damn, Shinji just watched his boyfriend's head explode.
And I really love how that's animated, because like you see like Shinji reaches out because he forgets that there's a wall between the two of them, and he's like trying to break through that wall. And I really love how it's animated, how you can see the background essentially, but you also see him flattened up against it. Like he desperately is trying to reach for Kaoru, knowing what's going to happen. It's tragic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kaoru's death looks really peaceful too.
It does.
Just like a little pop.
I would like my head to explode that way.
He's got such a nice warm smile.
But it's
okay.
Really
calm down now.
It's really traumatizing for Shinji to see it happen this way, because of just how bloody and messy and awful it is. And Shinji can't deal.
No,
it's the worst thing that could happen to him.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm good. Should we move on to 4?
Importantly, Mari is the person who comes down and ejects Shinji. Man up, save the princess, learn a thing or two about life while you're at it. Otherwise, Shinji would have been sucked in, but she pulls him out. And they are able to avert the impact because of what Kaoru does.
And the fourth impact summons the Black Moon from the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. Really just awesome imagery of just this giant thing. And we don't even know what the Black Moon is, but it doesn't really matter. This is part of the fourth impact and beautiful.
We have seen the Black Moon.
All I know is
End of Eva. It just is more like a moon, but Lilith Ray pulls it up out of the earth.
Right.
Yeah, it was really weird when Green's Clearwater Revival came out and started playing the Bad Moon Rising out of nowhere.
Yeah.
All right, 4th movie.
No, I have one more note. Sorry.
Yes.
Asuka. Importantly, Asuka was going to walk away from Shinji because she's so frustrated with what he's doing, who he is, and how he's being just curled up in the fetal position. But she stops and turns back and pulls him out. That's her choosing to change how she's going to handle this moment rather than abandoning Shinji.
It's just the three of them walking in the desert. That's the movie.
Road trip.
Beep. And then we get
Bad Moon Rising starts playing as they start.
And then we get a next time on Ava. Definitely, all that stuff's happening. 9 years later.
I think it, for the most part, it was at least
all it is Mari and Asuka's Ava units fighting a bunch of other things.
Isn't it like the 2 merged Ava things?
No. It's just them fighting a bunch of like a crowd of things, and that's it.
I could have swore there was a shot where there's like the pink and red merged Ava, like the Superman Batman robot.
There was that was in like the next time on Ava, and we never.
And which one for this one?
For the third one,
They're just making shit up because they were.
We did not see a combined robot. That's all I'm saying. That would have been really cool.
I remember Brandon texted me because he texted me making sure I watched the third Ava film, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, that talk about a departure." He was like, "I know." It's like the second one's like, "Hey, next time on Ava, you watch Ava." Nope.
Well, what I specifically said was was when I really like how the second film is like, here's what the next movie is about, and the third film is like, fuck that. All right, number 4. Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 Thrice Upon a Time.
1.0.
Oh, sorry. The I guess the
1.0
Amazon Prime says 3.0 plus 1.01, but Amazon Prime also has the films listed as 1.11, 2.22, 3.33.
That is the official title, is 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time.
Anyway,
you'll be able to talk about these films. I can't even call them by name. It's too many numbers.
So the first thing I want to say about this one is
I have to use the restroom.
Yeah, go ahead. There are certain shots that really reminded me of Studio Ghibli.
Okay, I was getting that vibe too, actually, weirdly enough. All the stuff in the town.
Because, Jeremy, Hideki Anno is friends with people at Studio Ghibli. People from Studio Ghibli helped work on this movie for these exact sequences to make it feel more like a Ghibli village scene.
So that's why they were playing.
That's why it feels so magical. Not that he couldn't do that on his own, but like some of the people came over like, hey, this looks great. Let me give you some zest to how to give you that rich Ghibli feel. Like, oh, it's a real magical village. Like, I definitely felt that. Once I learned that.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching these while I parallel playing the beginning of Final Fantasy VII Remake because of all the stuff you do around the town and the slums and all that. It's like
the side quests. Yeah,
the side quests. It just felt very, like in conversation.
Actually, 100%, Jeremy, because I haven't beaten it, but I have played Final Fantasy VII Remake recently, and it is a lot of like, we are doing flower stuff and helping some kids and doing like, damn, this does feel like 3.0, 1.0.
It's like,
yeah, you're right.
You need to find a cat. Help me find my cat.
Right. And to me, it also, in a way, sort of feels, I mean, I don't know what the development of the series was like, but because I don't know who was involved. But Cloud's character development in the remake is more fleshed out. it feels more like it's trying to say something about the original game, kind of in this, not quite to the same degree, but in the same way that they did with Shinji.
FF7 Rebuild.
FF7 Rebuild.
No, that's it's
7.11 remake-a-thon advent.
I mean,
Escaflowne.
I mean, if they're gonna keep calling the consecutive Final Fantasy remake games, because it's like Final Fantasy VII remake, Final Fantasy VII Rebuild, if they rebirth, and then the third one is gonna probably Reunion's the better one. That's probably gonna be the final game.
Yeah, they definitely like FF7 and the Rebuild Eva movies are very similar and like same thing but different, which is really nice. I do hope we see more of this type of thing because I think it's really inventive. Yeah, man.
You were saying they're going to do to Chrono Trigger, because I support it.
That is the rumor that is the next thing being worked on. I don't know if it's going to be like an FF7 remake, but they are remaking that to look at all hot shit.
God, I hope that becomes true. I hope that is true.
Before we talk about the whole people online, this movie is incredibly divisive. 3 and 4 specifically are incredibly divisive because I think people want Ava to be something, and then it turns into something else. And I get it. I watched a couple video essays specifically on people who don't like the thing, but it also reminds me a lot of Last Jedi discussion. So I think that's where a lot of it's like, oh, we don't like the thing being different.
To be honest with you, I was talking with Jeremy about this. I think the thing that it most reminds me of, and that I think it speaks in a tone of, at least for creators' desire to return to a work and how they want to leave their characters, is Matrix Resurrections, which is if you totally miss the point of actually what was going on in the original Matrix trilogy, then you don't like Matrix Resurrections because you were there for something different. And it feels much the same here. If you weren't paying attention to what Anno was actually wanting to do with the Ava series, and the characters and what he was trying to build with the rebuilds, even at the beginning of the first 2 we've talked about, then you're not here for this story.
I don't know if I've ever, specifically with 4, the last movie, I don't know if I've ever watched such a personal piece of big blockbuster art in my life. Because this is specific, especially the end of this movie, is straight up just Anno talking to the audience, showing them where he used to live. Like, just talking about the show and like the name. I'm like, I don't think I've ever watched something so personal. It's like the Avengers had like an auteur behind it. You know what I mean? Like it's such a beautiful piece of work that it's allowed to be so big, but also so small, like I talked about earlier.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's I think it is hard to parse, and there's a lot here. And because it is a personal work, a lot of people just don't want that.
Yeah.
I personally love this movie. I think it's a fantastic finale. I love everything. I love how all the character, we get so many great character beats and we get so many great character moments. I absolutely adore this film. Like I was saying earlier, 2 and 4 are, they, depending on what my mood is, they might change, because as of right now, 4 is my favorite of the films. To me, 4 is my absolute favorite. Don't get me wrong, I love the other 3. The other 3 are still great films. But as a whole, if 4 is like, that's that nice little, the cherry on top that makes everything cohesive and makes everything worth it.
It's so meaty. There's a lot, like the first half of the movie is like pure character, and then the last half is like so much action, but also character stuff.
Yeah. We were talking about, Sparks was talking about the action, or someone was talking about the action in the opening action scene where they go to Paris, and you see the entire city is red, and you see all this destruction, and then I love how Mari comes in and she's piloting her Ava, but she's like driving it. I love how she's using it like that. She's like,
I gotta say, I specifically, Ryan, you posted that GIF. I'm not joking. That shot, that specific GIF, is my favorite shot in the entire franchise. I adore just the backing up as the thing smashes into you, just the casualness of that. I am so in love with that shot.
Yeah,
I would watch that on loop.
It's, again, talking about like unique Ava design.
Oh, that is a cut. Thank you, Jeremy, for that cut. I love that show back.
She's definitely Tokyo drifting in air. It is a unique Ava design where it's like, yeah, you're using a steering wheel and you gotta turn to make your moves. And again, it doesn't it's only in just the beginning action scene, so like they just throw it away. But like it's just incredibly unique. And we are getting to the point now, Sparks, where a lot of this movie is 3D animation, whole lot of it. And I will, while loving it, I will agree. While I totally love the way it looks, I do wish I do wish it looked a little better in some aspects, just because like the specific 3D animation they're using, definitely at the end, it does feel incredibly big, but also weightless.
Yeah.
It's the weightless factor for me. Like I like the designs of things. The designs are not the problem. The problem is like when these things come together, it feels much more like just banging the action figures together rather than like the thoughtfulness that was put into even the interactions earlier in the rebuilds, let alone the interactions in End of Eva and the Evangelion series, which has these super iconic, like every move is thought about, every interaction of a thing is thought about. And here, at a certain point, we're just crashing into a bunch of these things, and it's irrelevant of if it's 1 or if it's 12. It all has the same impact. It has no extra meat to it. And that's where I'm like, those sequences just kind of glaze over a little for me. They're just not meaningful.
I definitely think upon like if I rewatch this movie a bunch, I definitely think it'll be more of an issue, because like it doesn't look as solid as like 1 or 2 or even 3, because they're relying so much more on it. But they're also like they are trying to do. We're showing a million Evas on screen at the same time. They're all like dead bodies, but like it does feel just like. It doesn't feel like it's there. It just feels like, oh, it's like an afterthought almost.
And I get the idea. And like, it's one thing when you're like showing the crowd, right? And the crowd is just there. It's another thing when the Eva units that our characters are piloting are confronting with them. And that those just feel like, those feel no different than Shinji and Gendo crashing into the buildings that aren't real at the end. Like they feel just as weightless as that. That's the problem, is that these interactions of the Eva units encountering these other Evas shouldn't feel that lofty in the weight behind them.
In the Gendo fight, I'll allow that one because that's like doing something.
Sure.
But yes, it shouldn't feel that way for the actual movie, not the fake movie they're making. Yeah.
But those things feel like, as far as the weight of hitting those things, they feel absolutely indistinguishable from each other. And it's entirely appropriate in the Shinji Gendo stuff. I love the stuff they do there.
Yeah,
that's different. But the stuff that we're talking about where, specifically it's Mari and Asuka coming down to get to the 13th unit, and they're crashing through Eva after Eva that have the halos. And I'm like, I like the design of them. I like the idea that these are the Evas made out of the skulls we were stepping on at the end of 3. That all works for me. It's just the fact that like I hit 1, I hit 12. It makes no difference. The weight is the same.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
a warrior 1000.
I forgot to mention. I really quickly just want to go back to 3 real quickly. Just be like, I think the mouth inside of the Earth was a sick design. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Like Ben, this is probably my second favorite, but a close second. Given my mood, it could be quickly become my first. I really like the length of this movie, which is weird to say. It's 2.5 hours, and I think they use it very wisely with character development. Yes. And there's a lot of character work in this that I am just always here for. I love the village. I wish we spent more time in the village. Yeah. I thought the village scene was excellent. I love the opening action sequence. I really like the concept of like the coreization of the world can be redone with these pillars, and that's like how it's protecting these pockets of civilians. One of the things that I really like about that is it creates a kind of world builds in a way that Anno hasn't really done before. Like, okay, the world as we know it ended in the near third impact. There's people alive. Okay, well, what are those people doing? And then before we get to see it, and I really like that. I'm really glad we did that.
Yes,
you cannot imagine the sigh of relief I had when Toji showed up on screen.
Actually, sounding age appropriate.
Yeah, sounding age appropriate. True, very true. Yeah, but when he shows up, and I was just like, oh, thank God. And not only him, but you also get Kensuke, the reveal that the class rep and Toji are married and have kids. And
the class rep thing is so funny to me, because that is textbook definition. Like, you need to bring in what you know from the show, because that class rep had a line in these movies and barely anything else. And also, and to have the payoff of the class rep and Toji being married is purely just for the show fans.
It's very cute, and I like that, like, they don't say her name. It's like, yeah, remember the class rep who doesn't have a name? And I'm like, you guys are cute.
Hikari,
yeah.
Yeah, I really like the stuff, and then like we also get like great stuff with Asuka. Like she's like, this isn't a place I'm living in. This is a place I'm protecting.
Yes.
And how we get the it's in these scenes that we get the reveal that the children are called Mock Lilin, which I really like that idea, that concept. That is one of those morsels that I'm just like, give me. I need to go to YouTube. I need to go to the wiki. I need to go places to consume more about this kind of lore. That's the kind of thing I love. What is a Mock Lilin? It's these kids.
So Shinji is back to end of Evangelion mode. Not talking, not eating, just the most depressed, can't do anything. Rei is doing all the character development in the world, learning how to be friends with people, learning how to change her clothes, learning how to work, how to sweat, learning that babies are not shrunken human beings. That's so
and I love
good.
What does it mean to say goodbye? Oh, it means it's something we say in hopes that we'll see each other again.
Good night. Yeah.
What does it mean to be? I love all the abstract explanations that Hikari gives to Rei to these questions that are so, like, you know, what Jeremy was talking about a little earlier, like these things that are like, we don't think about saying good night, good morning. We don't think about what that really means, and to have to explain it is difficult. But the way that they explain it is such a beautiful kind of poetic way that when she leaves the note, it really hits.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not a fan of like amnesia tropes, because generally they're done very tropey and bad. But like the way that it's done here, it's not done as like a mystery. It's like, this is the person who doesn't know how to be a human being, and it's just an entire group of people who are out to help her. And there's no antagonism. There's no negativity. It's like, no one's like, you don't know how to do this. You don't know how to do this. Like, oh, let me teach you. Here's no problem. I love to help you. Everyone's so welcoming because I understand like the situation.
Like for this Rei, she is such a different world of what she is when she was living at Nerve in the third film. Because the third film, since she's trying to bring her books, he's trying to connect with her because he thinks, oh my God, I did save her. And then the realization hits is like, no, I didn't. And like, this flashback she gets like, oh, so these are books. Like, I love when she goes to the library and she drops one of the potatoes. The little girl comes up, is like, oh, I'm giving this back to you because you dropped it. And she's like, oh, thank you. You want to read? She hands her a little picture book and she's like, okay.
I love it.
I really and then when she sees the kitten, like the cat had given birth to the kitten, and she smiles.
What might be my favorite line in the entire franchise is, "This is a tiny human. Why did you shrink her?"
Yeah.
It's very good. Rei's whole story in the village is so endearing. You also have this kind of thing with Asuka that you kind of get these like weird flashbacks with what happened with Kaji in the show. Like she has a relationship with Kensuke, and Kensuke's kind of like clearly just like done with her. Like he's just like, oh, this is Asuka. She's naked. Whatever. Here's a towel. He does like her. He does care for her. But it's not like a creepy way. It's kind of an endearing way of like, oh, that's just Asuka.
Mm-hmm.
I like that line that they walk.
Mm-hmm. It's like an older brother, little sister sort of thing. I don't know if that's the appropriate, and I don't know if that's the appropriate term. But yeah, like when Shinji walks in, Asuka's name, she's like, "I'm naked. You're not flustered," because that's when you know Shinji is messed up. And then here comes Kensuke, and he just like, here's a towel.
Just drop a towel.
Just doesn't go, ooh, just goes walking. Continues on this walk.
What I kind of like about Asuka also in this is, you know, when she starts freaking out about like, you should eat this before you can't anymore, before your body doesn't desire it anymore, because that's what happened to her. And that kind of goes back to why Rei was ate so little at that dinner, only ate those pills, like because her body didn't need it. Her body didn't need that food. Same with Asuka. Asuka's only living on water. Her body doesn't need food anymore. Eventually, according to Asuka, will happen to Shinji as well.
Yeah, and Rei doesn't. I mean, she quickly realizes once her little meter goes off, they're like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. Actually,
I can't live outside.
I can't live outside of LCL. I can't live outside of robots."
So why?
Because she's a clone. I don't know.
It's because it's those like tank things. Those tank things like rejuvenated her body. And she doesn't have that.
It's implied that in like all the previous iterations, like that Rey still needed to go to the tank bath every once in a while, still needed to be serviced by Nerve to keep operating.
Right.
And this one, she's completely removed from it, so that's not going to work.
Her warranty expired.
I think nope, it's gone. Oh, I'm really glad that Pen and Toji and all of them finally have happy endings.
Pen's got a whole.
Regardless of what happens, they have happy endings.
I love when we get to see, because like I for like 3 movies I was like, I bet Pen's dead, and then like in this one the whole family of Emperor Penguins, I'm like, good for you, buddy.
We see Pen in like 2 or 3 for sure.
Yeah, we just don't see Pen in 3. From 2 to 4, we don't see him.
Oh, yeah.
But because knowing that this third impact was happening, I'm like, oh, the third impact probably got Pen, poor guy, and then having him have a again, that goes back to the catharsis that these movies are giving to fans of the show. The things that, like, things that it's kind of fan service in a way, but it's in a way that kind of heightens the experience.
Yeah, it's not the sexy fan service,
right? Rather than detracting from the experience.
It's
go ahead, Ben.
No, I was gonna say, going on Brandon's point, is that this is the type of fan service and the type of ending. It's a definitive ending. It's like we know what happens to Toji. We know what happens to almost all the characters. Actually, we do know what happens to all the characters, and we know. And it's like, it's the ending. I don't want to say it's the ending we wanted, but I feel like it's the ending
we deserve.
It's the ending we deserve. You're absolutely right.
Because this is like characters deserve.
Yeah, it's like we finally get something. To me, it's like I always really enjoy it when we have a for sure definitive end. Like, this is it. I can walk away from this knowing that either things ended happily for characters or things didn't, or things ended horribly for characters. At least I know this is definitive, because with End of Evangelion bringing that sucker up, I'm just like, what the frack is going on here? I'm leaving that with more questions than I have answers. And even though, because this is Hideki Anno, it's like, okay, it's like, there's going to be things in here that I'm not going to understand. There's going to be things here that I'm not going to have answers for. There are things I'm going to have probably walk out here with even more questions. And after I was done watching this film, I actually took a deep sigh of relief. It's like, that was a great ending.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we'll get into talking about the specifics of the ending.
Yeah, we'll get into more. But
speaking of just the these minor characters, like, it's just nice that we know that they have their here's your slice of life, as you brought up, Jeremy. We got slice of life somehow still in this. I really like again, we're talking about like the climate change ecological narrative. There's like this sense of optimism that like the world is pretty ravaged, but they're able to change pockets, and they don't know how much time they have. They're like, we're not really sure how long we'll get to keep this up, but we're going to live to our fullest to the last moment of it.
Yeah. Basically, like, they're just waiting for Gendo to make a move. And like, they're just waiting, like the Wonder is just waiting to pick up Asuka. Like, we don't know what Gendo's doing. We have to wait for him to make a move so we can challenge him. Otherwise,
the Wonder is in France and getting the repair stuff ready so that they can go in and make their attack. They have to go pick up Asuka on the way. So they're doing repairs. Meanwhile, Village Life is like, whatever happens, it's kind of out of our control.
Yeah. I really like the concept of the Wanderers, where these Avas, essentially these clones of Unit 1 that used to be people, maybe, like
they definitely were people,
but they keep getting up, and that hasn't happened before. Something changed, and they're getting up now, and they're walking around.
When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
And I think that is such a messed up imagery. I love it. I love seeing the sound effect of like getting up and like slumped over and just like zombie walking away, and like it zooms out and you see like a bunch of them in the kind of the field outside of the village, because they can't get into the village because they can't walk in the court non-core area.
Yeah,
I think it's all that's all very cool.
So we touch on like the Shinji not feeding himself kind of thing. He gets brought food and he eventually does give in and eats it. And even though sex when he's crying as he does it. And I do think that that's a very good representation of like the what Shinji seems to be expressing is I'm such a failure. I couldn't even kill myself with starvation. I failed.
Yeah, he's defeated.
Yeah.
By not being strong enough to not eat the food. So eating it is a defeat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough. That's really real.
It feels like a more potent, sincere. I don't want to say authentic, but we'll just stick with the first two. View of this kind of like deep depression than what we were getting in like End of Eva, where he's just kind of just despondent. There's an active act of pushing away, and in this case, it's pushing away food that he is doing rather than just sitting doing nothing. He is actively choosing this absence. And I think Asuka, it's rough to watch her like try and cram the food in his face, but it's coming from a place of like Asuka doesn't have the tools or the means to like pull Shinji out of this, but cares.
She's not soft enough to be the person that she needs, but like she will still help him however she knows how to, and that's shoving food in his mouth. Right.
She just doesn't have that capability. She doesn't have the tool set. She's not there to fix Shinji, and she's 15 years beyond this. She also makes a interesting note. We brought it up earlier, the like Mock Lilin. They have ineffective emotions. Like they are not able to move past teenager emotions, regardless of how much they age, which also annoys her. She just can't emotionally grow.
Yeah.
Not to the full extent of what she should be able to.
She even says like, I'm an adult now, but like clearly she's not.
Well, but she is like, I've grown past, like, there are things where like you can feel her growth, but she still can't let go of emotions towards Shinji that are bound to when she was a teenager and around him. She can't let go of those things. And no matter what, even though she can recognize like, I don't have a crush on you anymore, and I've grown up in this way and that way, and I take full responsibility for my actions, and I'm doing these things for myself and for protecting these people, she's still bound to those emotions to an extent, and like is not allowed to leave them, which is a note of Anno metatextually talking about these characters who are trapped in their the fans' depictions of them from the series. They are locked into being these people.
That's the
another way you could read that is that that's just a more honest interpretation of growing into adulthood anyway, is that sense that when you're an adult or when you're a teenager and you're projecting yourself into the future, it's like you feel like you're climbing along, aging, and at some point you'll reach this plateau where everything just kind of like evens out, and it's like, oh, now I'm me. But like that never really comes. Like you're always climbing, you're always growing. Yeah. And so, here I am at 32, still like commenting on the fact all the time. It's like, man, I still feel like I'm 18. I still have like so many of those same mindsets and some of those same, emotions and feelings and perspectives. I've grown. I have a lot more perspective and maturity, but like that's still in me. It's still a part of me. Like the point in where I reached like some sort of like emotional sentience, going through like puberty and whatnot. It's like that stayed fixated as a part of me. And so like that feels like it could also be, commentary on that, because that's a lot of it is, coming of age stories. So
right.
Yeah, I think what's interesting also about that is that it almost kind of feels like it's not a defect. It's a feature, because Asuka all of a sudden forgets. All of a sudden, like says to Rei, like UI and Omni series always had a attachment to the third boy. Like that's built into their DNA. They're built into their coding to have that attachment, almost kind of feeling like Asuka at least thinks, which it could or could not be, at least thinks that she is programmed to not move beyond her teenage emotions.
Right.
I love, we talked about like the pacing of it. Like I love that like almost like the first like hour of this is like I mean, besides the opening action scene, it's like 45 minutes straight of just living life.
Yeah.
It's so, and again, I get why people are mad that this is like a slow movie or whatever, but like, hey, you got an hour of nonsense happening in the next hour, so you guys get that.
I could do a whole series in that town.
For real, yeah. I would 100% watch. Like, just if you want to do another show and just the slice of life episodes, I would watch that.
Seriously,
I absolutely love that. Again, there's no antagonism towards Shinji. Even Asuka, who is like antagonistic, she's still trying to help him. Kensuke is out to help him. Rei's out to help him. Everyone's out to help him, and they're not going, you need to do better, Shinji. They're like, we get it, and we're here for you. Do what you need to do. Here's some food. Let's go fishing. If you can't catch a fish, try again tomorrow. It is always trying to further him as a person instead of making him feel bad.
Right.
And I think that just like that is so nice and welcome. And it like turns Shinji almost into like Neo at the end of this movie, where he's like, I got it, guys. We're good. We're all cool.
I want to say that like that's also kind of an example of Ano's own journey with depression, recognizing how other people handle it, because he when you have depression, a lot of the times not only do you close yourself off, but you kind of do it because there are people telling you to get over it. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're just sad, get over it. And so like there's a lot of the show which is just people telling Shinji, get over it, be better. Why are you like this? Whereas in the movie, it's a much more adult way of looking at depression, a lot more mature is the word I was looking for, a much more mature way of looking at depression from an outsider's perspective, not necessarily from the inside, because you have everybody in Shinji's life accepting that this is what he needs to go through, accepting that he will work through this, and only just acknowledging that we will be here when you do.
Yeah, there's it's doing it better than End of Eva, where it is what you're saying, like with the forcing and trying to shove Shinji out of his what he's creating there. And this version is much more, hey, we are trying to encourage you to do something, because you also can't just sit here and do nothing. Like the worst thing that's ever happened to you happened. And now you have to move forward from that. And that's a lot of what Asuka is doing specifically, but it is on everyone. Like, while they are being supportive, while they are being there and present, they are also saying you have to take responsibility for yourself. You have to take responsibility for your actions. You have to move out of this and recognize where your responsibility is to others as well. And that's where it comes to when Rei goes to Shinji and Shinji says, like, why is everybody like, I'm the worst? Why is everybody being so kind to me? And Rei's just like, because we like you. And that's it. Like we like
and
you.
That devastates him.
Right. It devastates him because like he has to come to terms with the fact that everybody cares about him. Everybody wants what's best for him, but they also, because they are, recognizing the space he's in, are like, we are ready to support you, but you have to take that step. You have to be the person to do it. If you leave yourself trapped in this place, nothing will change. Nothing can get better. Nothing can grow. And some people will suffer in the absence of what you're doing.
You can have as much support as you want, but you still have to be the one to pull yourself up.
Yeah.
Which is why he makes the decision, which is why it's important that he makes the decision, I'm going to go with you.
Right.
He doesn't know he can get into an Eva. He doesn't even knows that he wants to. He's like, I should go with you.
Now, is this before or after Rei's head explodes in front of him?
So yeah, when he decides to go is after Rei's head explodes, because what it starts with is like the slow progression of him, like, okay, I'm going to come to the house. Okay, I'm going to start cooking again. I'm going to help you fish. I'm going to practice fishing. Repetition over and over. He's going to practice fishing, and that's what he's doing when the moment with Rei happens, and it's a far more less traumatizing death, but importantly, like what happens there is that Rei does die in front of him. Miss Lookalike dies in front of him, and Shinji learns how to move forward with loss. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like Shinji's not allowing himself to be trapped by it anymore.
I really love Rei's goodbye, Miss Lookalike's goodbye. How it keeps getting closer as she's walking backwards a couple steps, says something. Walks backwards a couple steps, says something. I think that's all beautiful.
Yeah,
mm-hmm. And her suit changes back into her Unit 0 suit before she. Yeah,
it's good. It's a really good death scene, and it's kind of the first death scene that's not framed as trying to be traumatic, right? Mm-hmm. It's the first death scene where Ano is signaling to the audience that this one's okay. Shinji will be okay.
This one's okay.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, but I think it's also worth, not glossing over the fact that, it's not only just a good emotional beat for Shinji, but it's also an important emotional beat for her. too, because she's kind of accepted like her place in the universe for the first time,
right?
And
that's why in some ways it feels like why she never really gives herself a name,
right? Exactly. And yeah, in fact, giving her a name would have made that death a lot worse, because like it's really tricky when you make a character's death an important beat for another character, because it sort of invalidates anything that the other character could have, unless it's good writing, and it's good writing, so it didn't do that.
Right? Because it's not really losing Rey that makes him go. What makes him go is the consideration of what happens earlier in the film, where he and Asuka go and pay respects with Kensuke to Kensuke's father's grave. And Kensuke says, your dad's still out there. You should probably have a conversation with him before he's not around anymore. And Asuka's like, that with Gendo, like of all people. And he's like, it's still a dad and son thing. You should still go do it. And that's the thing that's lingering on Shinji. When he makes the decision to go back, he is going back to have a conversation with his father. But he's not going back because of what happened to Miss Lookalike.
Right. So the Wonder picks up Asuka. Shinji's like, I guess I'll go with.
I want to talk about Kaji's kid.
Yes, I also was like, we need to touch on him before we move on. Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, I really so real quickly leading up to that area is I really like seeing the coreization of the world. I think it's horrifying. There's the bit where like they see just like the hands in the ground, just reaching up from the ground is some truly horrifying imagery. Kaji. I don't know why this is so difficult for me. The reveal of his kid is very interesting to me. The idea that like he doesn't know who his parents are, or he knows who his dad is, but he doesn't know who his mom is.
Yeah, he knows his dad was Kaji because that name is left with him, and he knows he passed away. His name is Ryoji Kaji.
Yeah, and so like his he doesn't know his mom is, and it helps, and it kind of informs Misato's arc throughout these two films of like, I was a mother figure to Shinji. He destroyed the world. He almost destroyed the world. I can't do this again. It's not so even.
Sorry, go ahead.
She believes it will be safer for this kid to be away from her and not know that is who his mother is.
What Kensuke says to Shinji is that what it is that she never got over the fact that she felt she should have protected you from the burden that you faced when you went in there and accidentally caused third impact, and she blames herself for not protecting you, and she doesn't believe because of that she could protect her son, and that's like the driving force of I can't do this.
And that goes back to when she couldn't pull the trigger, right? She can't pull the trigger because she still blames herself. She thinks that this is her fault, not his fault. He's incidental in this. I'm the one who did this. So she can't pull the trigger because she feels he's blameless.
Right. They're her boys.
Yeah, she can fake it all she wants, but like secretly inside she knows this is partially her fault. Which is again like the great talk they have later on. That's later though.
I really like the and we also learned that Kaji sacrificed himself to stop third impact.
Off screen, which is an interesting choice to make, which I really actually like.
That kind of goes back to like that like trailer at the end of the second film. Not all of that can be considered canon in a sense, because like when would that have happened? It would have had to have happened after Karu stopped Shinji, which we believed was the stop of third impact, but I guess it wasn't. I really kind of like the tragicness of Koji's sacrifice, and have that be like Misato not only lost Shinji but then lost Kaji to something that she believed was her fault.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an interesting choice to do it like off screen, and then like in a sequel movie, like a movie later of like, this is what actually helped stop the end of the world. Like Shinji was there, but like Kaji actually, he was the one who really stopped it. I'm like,
well, because I believe like again, like if everything that we saw, like Karu descending and Mach 6 and all that did happen, Third Impact did get triggered again. And that's when Lilith comes off the cross and everything, because that's not what happens before Karu stops Shinji. And all of that happens. And that's when Kaji gets Villa started and gets them out of there, and he ends whatever was about to start there, and gets the Mach 6 up there with the spears.
What a nice guy.
And Nerve is on the go. Nerve is ready to go with their Black Moon.
Antarctica, to the side of the second impact.
Yeah, I really like the inclusion. That's kind of the last thing I want to say about Ryoji Kaji is I really liked it. I really liked the inclusion there. That picture helps Misato's sacrifice later, which we'll talk about.
It's really smart, and like Kensuke knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go introduce you to someone for no reason at all. Don't think about it too hard, okay?" And then he's like, "Wait a minute, Misato, son." Wait, what? Like, he knew what he was doing. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, because he tells. I think importantly, what he was trying to do is, I think he understood that on some level, Shinji felt like Misato had abandoned him.
Yeah,
and he's explaining like Misato feels like she failed you.
Yeah,
and that's an important change, and one of the things that Shinji's more prepared to face her again, knowing that and having that knowledge and knowing her son.
Absolutely. So the Wonder picks up Asuka. Picks up Shinji. Shinji's like, I want to go help. I'm gonna help save the day. And they head off to Antarctica, where does a bunch of nonsense happens for the next 30 minutes.
We get the conversation from the crew about why they wear their blue bandanas. It's because they want to return the world to looking that color. I think that's really cool.
And how it started as a form of rebellion within Nerve.
Yes. I really like the analogy that the pink hair girl, whose name I don't know whatsoever, makes about Shinji can't be any better. Like I don't agree with it, but I do think it's a good analogy of the piss being turned into water. Like it'll never be pure. You can't.
It'll be real water.
Yeah.
I also really like her inclusion of like her entire family was killed during the third impact, during the near third impact, the N3B, the N3I or whatever. And she firmly blames Shinji for this.
And a few people do. You get that impression that there's a lot of mixed feelings, like whether Shinji intended it or not. Shinji is the culprit of why they lost a lot of people.
Yeah. So we got the Wonder heading to Antarctica. The Wonder was a ship that was stolen from Nerve, and it turns out they got their own ships too, and they're coming out of the white ocean.
One of my favorite things is the ship to ship battles. I've said it before. I'm so into the ship to ship battles. It's not even funny. When the first ship shows up out of the weird AT field that is covering Antarctica, that whole thing is so cool. Every single time a new ship is revealed, I'm like, oh my god!
And I love that, like, the second ship shows up. Oh, they got a second ship. It's their third ship. They actually finished it, and it's like, yeah, sure did. That sucks for you guys, I guess.
No, man. What's really funny is just before, but the blueprints indicated a fourth ship was in development. Slam through the fourth ship slams through the thing. I'm like, yeah, okay, baby, you do this.
It's like, oh, found it. There it is.
Yeah, cool designs.
And like that's the thing. Like I completely understand what you're saying, Sparks, about like the weightlessness of the CGI when it's just like slamming into just particle effects essentially. But like I was really into it when the Wunder is going through the kind of corridor going, because what was it? They weren't blessed, but they have like some sort of thing that can get into the Antarctica. But when they're going through the corridor and all the infinite Avas are flying through, and then the ship, the kind of two ships are there, and then she uses that to like spin the ship around. I was like, all of it. I heat that shit up. I was so into that.
Yeah, they're like, we need a miracle. But I was like, sure, let's get one.
You're saying, Sparks?
I would be beating a point. I don't need to. It's purely in the like the collateral of, you covered it, particle effects. Jeremy, do you have any thoughts on where we're at this point?
You okay?
I like the part with robots.
Great.
Okay.
A+.
Guys, I
yeah,
think the show might be kind of deep.
A little bit.
I think it has some depth.
A little bit.
the reveal that Gendo has merged with the key of Nebuchadnezzar.
That's the line. That's the line where it's the key of Nebuchadnezzar. You've given up your immortality or whatever. And I'm just
Your
like,
humanity.
Your humanity. I'm just like, we're not going to learn anything about the Nebuchadnezzar. No, go, work it. Just keep it going, Otto.
And like, I love the look of it. His gaping face. Oh,
I love when he picks up his brains and
Yes,
put it back.
puts it back.
That's so good. I don't need this mortal flesh.
I also love it because it is spiritually like the reversal. Ritsuko shoots Gendo this time. You know, you get that moment, unlike Gendo shooting her. Of course, it doesn't kill him, but like it still happens. It's spiritually like, yeah, Ritsuko, yay.
Yeah, no, the way that it plays out for her character is great because she's like, no.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not about this, Pop.
I think I don't know if any character, like everybody has their improvements, but like boy, Ritsuko is just like significantly a better person than she was in the original version.
Well, she's a better person, but also we do lose a lot of the stuff with her mom, which gives her a lot of great character stuff. But she also doesn't have any gross Gendo shit in this movie, which is good.
It's not even just that. She was never. There's only one instance in the rebuilds where she was ever like hiding stuff from Misato, and she didn't feel good about it. Mm-hmm. And it was the part where she knew that they were trying to push Rei and Shinji together, and she said, here, take these cards, so that he gives it to Rei, and she didn't even like that. And so like their friendship is stronger because she's not hiding shit from her.
Yeah, she's not on Gendo's side a little bit. Yeah.
No, yeah. And that's just a huge A+ because like she's actually like she's not double speaking with Misato all the time. She's being real with her, especially in 3 and 4, obviously. Real quick, because we're getting into like the Gendo confrontation and battle stuff. Just again revisiting the scene of before Asuka and Mari take off, when Asuka is going in and saying like her last moments to Shinji, and she's like, I guess it's the end, so I'll say I had a crush on you, but I've grown past that now. And she's like, do you know why I wanted to punch you? And he's like, yeah, it was my indecision. It was my inability to act. And I just think that's a really great moment. That's also where Mari, gets in close with Shinji again. She's like, ooh, you've grown up.
She loves smelling.
But more importantly is the Asuka and Shinji stuff.
Mm-hmm. I really like Mari's voice actor for some reason. I really like how when she says like Eiffel, she's Eiffel, or Ville Puppy. Like she has just interesting decisions to just go into a weird accent every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Asuka and Mari's relationship is so fascinating to me. I do wish it was more overt, but I like the kind of like devotion that Mari has to Asuka, and Asuka clearly likes Mari on some level, but is also so detached from human emotions at this point that she just doesn't let anything. She has her own AT field, right? She's like she won't let people get close to her.
Yeah.
So Mari does a Dragon Ball Z fusion and like combines with a bunch of different Evas.
Yeah, she's eaten pieces of them.
Yeah,
and taking them in. Yeah.
So good.
Asuka lets the angel out.
Is this the part where all hell breaks loose and she secretly got an angel in her eyeball?
She's trying to stop the 13th unit from becoming the angel. That's before Gendo gets shot because he hasn't reappeared on the scene yet. And Asuka lets that angel out, and it turns out that that's exactly what Gendo wanted, and he's able to do what he wants, and he pulls her out to make her part of the double entry plug for the unit.
And then
by the way, I love, because I thought she actually did lose her eye, but then I forgot what there are parts where she's fighting in her Eva. You see a blue tint behind the eye patch. I'm like, well, so what's going on with her eye? She takes the eye patch off. Her eye is still there, but she then pulls that limiter plug out of her own eye. I was like, that's hardcore.
An eyeball is there, but an angel, the 9th angel, was inside of it. And so they put the same containment thing that they used to clear and purify the ground for them to have the village was in her eyeball to keep the angel at bay. And so she's letting the 9th angel out.
That's what I thought. I thought that was a really cool payoff too when her Eva was taken over by an angel. Like that actually had a negative side effect to the point where she herself could become an angel if she let it take her completely over.
Unit 2 evolves into a pseudo-evolved Eva Angel hybrid like Shinji's unit in Evangelion.
It looks super awesome. It's
Again,
really
this is
beautiful.
Like, the animation is so insane. Like it's so they're doing like 2D animation, they're doing 3D animation. There's also like one point where it's like weird weird vector graphics are happening and it looks like weird shit. Like there's so many different types of animation happening at once in this like last hour of the movie. It's like it's just impressive. They're doing so much shit. It's so cool. Even if again like it doesn't look like the best, like they are doing so much in different styles of animation, combining them all. And I'm like, no wonder this movie took so long to make.
And she gets grabbed by what she calls her original. So the original Shikanami.
And I watched this with the subtitles. It says original Asuka. And like now that's just her from the show. That's just her like, hey, good job. You did great.
Yeah, I mean it could be read like that, or it could be read like it's like what she was cloned from. Because we know that through her kind of like her goodbye sequences, we know there's hundreds of Asuka Shikanamis.
I'm not crazy about that, to be honest. It doesn't ruin anything, but like she didn't need to be like Rey. Like
I also wonder if that's not real and that's something that she thinks, and that's why we see it in the ending narration, but it's not something that is actually tangible.
We do get Gendo saying the Shikanami series like the Ayanami series.
Yeah, Gendo does confirm it. So like it's not a ruiner, but like I don't think it adds anything, to be honest.
It's an interesting change. Because I don't think it adds or subtracts anything for me. I do find it kind of interesting. There is the read. Like I don't want to take away anybody's read of this. There is the read that it could be the Asuka from the show kind of coming back there. It could be the read that it's the soul of the original Shikanami. I kind of feel like they could both be valid, but like
notably, if it was the original from the original series, it would be Soryu.
Yes, she has a different name.
We didn't touch on, but Soryu and Shikanami, her last name is different in the reboot.
She has a different name.
You're right.
That's correct.
You're correct. So like the idea that like it could be read either way, and so kind of having this idea that the Shikanami was also cloned, Asuka was also cloned, creates kind of this overtone of like maybe all the children, the predestined children, the Makhlil, maybe they were all in some form clones. And what does that mean for Shinji? What does that mean for Karu, who we know is an angel? Shinji probably wasn't a clone, but like he still could suffer the same curse of the Evas, the kind of curse of the Makhlil. So it kind of creates like more of those questions that you can chew on to engage with the film.
Name come from?
What?
We don't know. I mean, like she just has the name Shikanami in the rebuilds, but in the original she didn't.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
What if it's her mom's maiden name in the same way that Ayanami was?
This has been my assumption.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That Soryu was from her dad because of like the jaded relationship with her mom, and then Shikanami would have been her mom's name.
Right.
That's true, and it might be something that's more explored in the manga.
It's a good point. Good point, Jeremy.
Yeah. But again, like just those kind of questions that allows you to engage with the series in a really engaging way.
Right. It's one of those things, like we were saying earlier, where it's like the lore and the world building is inconsequential to what's being said, but they provide really interesting questions that you can keep asking and returning to and coming up with your own interpretation of the story on.
Yeah. So Asuka turns into an angel. It was all according to plan. It's finally time. The gates of Guff are open. They got all the ships they need. All the ships have Atom on them, so the 4 Atoms are opening up the 4th impact. Everything's going to hell. And
they turn the Black Moon into 2 new spears. The Spear of Hope and the Spear of what was the other one? Despair?
No, those are not new spears.
Who are the new spears? The Black Moon creates 2 new spears because he wanted the spears to rewrite the world.
No. Gendo has the Spear of Longinus.
Yes.
Shinji creates the Spear of Hope, and then the Black Moon has created a 3rd spear.
No, that's not right, because the 2 spears inside of Lilith are the spears that are being held by Unit 13 that open and then the Black Moon creates 2 new spears. Well, what are the names of those two new spears? Those what
I don't know.
It's not two new spears. It's one spear.
Yeah.
No, it's two spears.
No, it's one spear
No, it's one.
that tangles around together and has 2 points on each end.
They say two spears in the movie.
There's only 3 spears total.
There's only 3 spheres total, yeah.
Cassius and Gaius. Gaius is the one that the Wunder creates. Longinus and Cassius are the 2 that are in Lilith.
Yep.
Let me keep going. I'm gonna double check my work on this one.
So where's my note on this one? Oh yeah. The whole bit with Misato taking responsibility for Shinji, stepping up, being her mom to her boy.
Real quick,
Sakura, pink hair, like we're gonna kill you.
Also, Ikari also's got a gun, so he's got 2 guns pointed at him right now. Ikari's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Shinji, I can't let you do this. I'm gonna shoot you now. It's gonna not hurt anymore, I promise. But shoots Misato.
Yeah.
God, what a world.
Well, Misato takes the bullet for Shinji.
Yeah,
right.
She's a
Yeah, because she's saying, I believe in Shinji and I take full responsibility. And she's like, I'm going to embrace you now, Shinji. And Shinji's like, great, cool, because I really love you, Mom. And I saw your son and he's great. And they have that hug because that's her boy. And then he gets in the classic plug suit, goes down with Mari. And then Mari's able to travel the anti-universe because of all the pieces of the vessels of Adam she's eaten.
Good Lord. She rips off a dude's arm and attaches it to her arm. That's
then Shinji, with full faith, is like, "Yo, Ayanami, open a portal to Unit 1." And Rei is inside there with her long hair and everything, where she's been left since he tried to save her.
14 years
She's
ago.
like, "I'm sorry, I wanted to handle this so you wouldn't have to." He's like, "It's cool, Rei, I got it."
He's in his, again, at the end of the Matrix, in his Neo, like, I have become one with myself. Let's save the world, baby. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Rei, I got this. Give me control.
I'm ready to do this. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go confront my daddy.
My daddy.
I'm gonna take a little break from this and just say, yes, going back to like how much I love Rei's arc. The idea that she was still there. I've tried to make it so that you wouldn't pilot an Eva anymore. Beautiful.
And Shinji's, they're like, how is it possible that Shinji can pilot an Eva? His synchronization rate was 0. Sorry, it was infinite.
I almost gave a standing O because, like, wait, it's not 0. What's the closest thing to 0? Infinite.
So that's the moment when Shinji pulls away from Unit 13 and he's able to reform the Spear of Cassius, which is the spear he's using to fight Gendo. Gendo is using the Spear of Longinus, which is hope and despair. Those are the 2 things that they're fighting with each other against.
I believe it's pronounced Longinus.
That's why
potato.
in my brain every day when I go to bed.
Yeah, and that's when we also get like the action sequences that are, Gendo. Ano doesn't have to do this, but he animated it as if they were fighting on a film set, and I love that. I think that's incredible.
First, they're fighting like in space, and then they're diving deep into the quantum realm like Ant-Man. They're just diving deeper and deeper. Galaxies are going past them, and then they realize they're so far into the anti-universe they cannot perceive what is in front of them. So they have to imagine a realm that makes sense to them, and that turns into a set, Masato's room, class.
At first, just the beginning of Eva, because he takes him back into his memories. He says, like, we're back in your memories. What are you going to do, Shinji? He's like, I'm going to fight you. And so we get the Unit 1 coming up just like it did in the show, again, repeating the shots. And then there's Unit 13, and they start fighting, and you see the buildings cast sight, and you're like, wait a minute. And then it turns out it's a set. And yes, then we go through the iconic locations of the original series.
Brilliant. I love it. So I love it so much, and it's like they're identical looking units basically fighting each other, dad versus son. I love it, and I love that, like, this fight keeps getting crazier and crazier, and Gendo's like, this isn't gonna lead to anywhere. Why are we? This isn't gonna work, bro. We got to talk this out. And he's like, you know what, Dad, you're right.
Yeah. So we go into Gendo's interiority with his moment in the train, his 25-26.
God. And this is all stuff that, like, if you watch the show, you can pick up on. Like, he's doing this for Yui and all that stuff. But, like, actually seeing it, like, his whole life story, like, the Hedgehog dilemma. Like, he is so much like Shinji, and they don't even realize it. It's so beautiful that, like, again, this big cosmic battle it ends up just a dad and a son talking to each other.
So I do have like things I want to cover here. I think this is where you get to the point where the rebuilds are untenable to an extent without the show knowledge. I don't think Gendo's stuff here with Shinji works without the show for context, because I don't think you get enough Gendo in the rebuilds to justify it. I think it only works with the full context history of things. It is paying off entirely on Gendo having been the thing that we never dealt with really in any context before now. And that's where this was all needing to head towards for Shinji. And I think like I like the black and white stuff and Gendo's speech and everything. I do find it, I think it walks the line of being a little bit too reductive to say like Shinji and Gendo are the same, and their depression levels are the same. And it's like, no, Shinji isolated himself out of fear of connection. Gendo isolated himself because he legitimately did not like people, and he only liked Yui. And what he really like, the specific difference is like Gendo utilized what he didn't like about people in order to manipulate them, and Shinji could have become that maybe, but he never did.
Where he turns around when he's leaving him, when it's replaying the memory of when Gendo is leaving Shinji at the train station, and then he turns around. Nearly broke my heart.
Yeah.
That was. I really like the scenes together. I think Sparks is right though, that you really need the context of the show, the relationship with the show to help it. But I think it's honestly some really beautiful dialogue. I felt.
It is. We kind of get what I love about the train scene is that I'm not saying Gendo's redeemable, but we get into a sense as to why he was like this, as to why he's doing this whole thing, because he was alone. He did the same thing to Shinji that his own parents did to him. But then he was okay with it. He's like, he grew up wanting to be alone until he found the one person that he didn't want to be without. And then when she was lost to him, he essentially decided to go, all I care about is her. Screw my son, screw everyone else. And he couldn't see that she was with him in their son the whole time. Yeah. So he was blinded. It's really one of those things that it's a very, I want to say it's like a tragic Shakespearean character in some sort of way, because he was so blinded by his own loss and anger that he was willing to throw everything else away, including his own flesh and blood, to get to the one person, but never realized until the very end of it that the person he wanted to be was right next to him the whole time.
I think importantly, something about it that I feel like it does drive home, but I want to make sure sticks, is that Gendo was always shitty. Like this wasn't he became shitty because he lost Yui. Gendo was always manipulative. He was always destructive. He always utilized his emotions and his belief in preferring loneliness and preferring isolation from other people to his own ends. And he always would have done that. And like, there's not necessarily a version of the story where like he would have been a better father to Shinji if Yui was around. Like he just might not have isolated Shinji necessarily as much.
Right.
But like, the only person he ever states he cared about was Yui.
Yeah, there's a world where, like, let's just say, like, this is a regular world. Shinji is the son of Gendo. Gendo does not give a shit about Shinji while he's married to his wife. He's got a kid. It's his wife who is the savior of the universe to him. Like, his kid is there, I guess.
There's a sense within the flashbacks where we hear Gendo saying it's Shinji if it's a boy, Rei if it's a girl. The inflection that he gives in that is that of someone who cares about the birth of their child. I'm not defending Gendo at all, and I'm not saying that he would have been a good father, but I do think he wanted to try for Yui, and I do think that like he was willing to be a father for Yui.
Maybe. I mean, like we can extrapolate that forever, but I think like a key thing is that Gendo was always a person who used other people around him. Mm-hmm. He always didn't really care for other people. That was always true. And that always would have spilled over in a toxic way on somebody.
Doesn't go ahead, Jeremy.
I was gonna say, in a way that that sort of encapsulates the lesson that Shinji learns in the original series, right? Is that using relationships selfishly, like,
yes,
and it's like that's, even though like situationally their depression is different, the way that they deal with their depression is similar.
But not Shinji in the Rebuilds.
No,
because
well,
that's going back to like our beginning of the discussion where we talk about in the first one where Misato grabs Shinji and he smirks because he got her to give him the attention he wanted by acting like a brat, and she's like, "Oh God, no, I'm not feeding that. I'm not doing this." And that's Gendo. Gendo did that.
Right.
Is it in the show? Doesn't Gendo take her last name because she has more like? Her last name has more like affinity or something. Doesn't he take her last name?
Yeah,
yes,
he does.
Yeah. So like he was even shittier in the show.
He was so shitty.
So real quickly, Ben just texted us. He has to bail. Unfortunately, we did not record this with enough time for him to get to work.
I haven't eaten yet. I need to get ready to get to work because I have to leave soon.
Final thoughts on everything Evangelion.
Final thoughts. Like I said a little bit earlier, this was a great ending. To me, this was the ending that this is the ending that Evangelion gave me this was the ending that I wanted the original show to give me with the end of Evangelion. I loved this ending. I absolutely because this was a happy ending. Shinji did something and he's living his life. He's nothing. Everything does not suck for him. He was able to fix it. He was able to do what he wanted, and every person had a cathartic ending. And really, I'm grateful for these rebuilds. I love how these rebuilds, they take what you remember and they still change it, and then halfway it's like, all right, we're going to go in a completely different direction. We know we have something completely new to show you all, and I love it. I absolutely adore it, and I'm glad I saw the original show for more context, so I got picked up on the more subtle clues. But definitely, I enjoyed the rebuilds a whole lot more than I did the original show.
Ben, we'll see you for the 300th.
See you for 300, guys.
Have a good day at work.
Have a good day at work, sir.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Now that poser's gone.
Real quick,
can we talk about the real stuff?
Evangelion Imaginary, real quick.
Yeah, Evangelion Friendship is Magic.
Black Lilith.
Black Lilith.
All that stuff is the most meta of the last 20-30 minutes of this is so meta. It's it's insane. It's truly insane. I love it so much. I don't even know let's just go where we were talking about Gendo having to talk with the son. Great. I love the stuff on the train, 26, 27 stuff. I love that we're getting the black and white. I love all that shit. I'm glad we are doing End of Evangelion again, but it's really happy this time. And it's almost like at the end of an 80s movie, John went to college, Susie opened everybody gets their little moment of happiness. And if End of Evangelion didn't exist, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel, but the fact that we have the ultra sad ending and then we unlocked the super good ending, it makes me appreciate literally everything, because again, it's two different stories telling the same story. And I just, in the world of fiction and fandom and genre stuff, I love it so much because it's so deep too, and it's trying to say something, and I love it. I'm so glad we got to do this.
What's so interesting about all those kind of happy endings that you were talking about, Ryan, is that we don't see what happened to Asuka. Not really. We don't see what happened after she was saved. We know that Shinji saved her in some way. And then afterwards, we don't see her in the new world.
Yes, she's there.
She's there.
Where?
Everybody's there.
She's on the platform she's sitting on a bench facing away with Karu and Rei.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I missed that. Cool.
Yep. They're all the homies are back.
Well, fuck me then.
but I will say, I think it gives you this implication, and this is something you can really, really pick apart of whether or not that's Asuka as we know her, or if Asuka went and was with Kensuke at the village, because that is implied also to be the path that she took.
It's also kind of interesting because when they're on the train platform, it doesn't seem like the same world.
No, it's not. It's not. I want to talk about that at the very end, because it's the very last thing.
Okay.
I want to touch on like I'm really glad that Gendo has to leave the train in their imaginary mind in defeat, in sadness, turned away, because he is like the tool that has caused all this pain in these loops over and over and over again for Shinji. And he realizes, oh my God, all this time I was making this wish over and over again, and it was just right here. It was with Shinji, and I screwed up. And has to exit and exit in his sadness. And I think that's just really, really rewarding for Shinji to come out on top in that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that he kind of gets to touch on our characters. I really like what he does with Asuka's sequence, where he pulls Asuka through their past. And he pulls her all the way to the end of Eva, very specifically, like him remembering being there on that beach with her at the end of Evangelion. And that's where he tells her, like, you know, I'm sorry, I think I had a crush on you too. I just want you to be happy.
If you noticed, doesn't fit in that plug suit anymore.
Yeah, just like end of Evangelion. Yeah,
she's a full-grown ass woman.
Yeah,
everyone gets to age. This is over.
I like the reveal that his mother, he's ready to sacrifice himself with the spear of Gaius, and his mother pulls him out, pushes him away.
Right. Importantly, that's a repeat shot from End of Evangelion where Rei sent him away. Now it's Yui. And that is the shot where he says the line I brought up earlier, where I guess I'll just stay here learning the obvious over and over again. Now it's him finally free of that cycle. It's him seeing his mom in that, and that she was always there for him. And we do get that moment of like Unit 13 coming behind, and so he sees his father as well in that embrace as they end everything together.
There's a flashback. It's a super interesting that Kaji and Kadaru are like homies, and they like helped run Wille for years.
Yes, I think that tells you how Kaji was able to do everything he did, is because Karu was also trying to set things up for the correct version, like he working against Gendo to get Shinji to this point.
Yeah, I thought it was just really interesting again to like have these flashbacks of a character who like isn't really in these movies very much, Kaji, and just ending up making him more of a hero. I think it's like a cool idea.
Misato makes Gaius the third spear out of the Wunder.
Hell yeah, Ritsuko. She's like, I'll figure it out, sure.
Yeah, which is really great, and you get Misato's sacrifice for her boys.
I think that's an incredible sacrifice.
Oh my god, she takes her glasses off, she takes her hair or like her hat off, and she turns back into old school Masato, and she's like, "I'm back, baby, let's die." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Gendo even says to Shinji, this is a note I wrote down that I just looked at. I really like that Gendo acknowledges that to Shinji. He's like, "Oh, you can accept the loss of others. This is new for you.
Mm-hmm.
You've learned to do something I can't," which I think is really good. Asuka says, I want a place where I can belong, which is the thing she's been wanting this whole time, which is what she felt like she couldn't do for the village because she had to protect it, kind of thing. We also get an interesting flashback talking about interesting flashbacks where who knows how canon this is or not, or how much this is in her mind, but she sees Shinji as a boy with his parents. It could be something that creates this complex for what she perceives is the happy family she has, where she's always saying, like, you know, you're riding the coattails of your father. You only have this because of you're not a real pilot. All of this fed by her image of what his family life is like, not the reality of it.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I was thinking that part of what drives that sort of that like jealousy and mean-spiritedness towards Shinji is like, bitch, you have two moms, okay? You've got Masato, you got Rei, you got all these people in your life that want to be your fucking mom. My mom killed herself,
right?
Okay, you know, like, yeah,
little jelly,
little
peanut butter and jelly,
right?
Shinji has a nice heart-to-heart with Rei. Talks about why the show is called what it's called 30 years later. Real
Neon
cool.
Genesis.
Love it. Rebirth of the World. I love that because I've never mentioned why it's called this ever. And then it's like, oh, it's the birth of a new world through the Ava. It's like, oh, god damn you. You're so good.
We get a clip show of everything.
Hell yeah.
Very quickly.
On like a projector in the background. I love it. Love it so much.
I'm glad that they that Shinji has this moment of like, I'm gonna rebuild the world, but without Avas. No more Avas.
Yeah.
And that triggers the world to be. And I love the
see.
I love the end when Mari comes out of the water. He's like, "Hey, I made it to the new world. Cool."
Yeah, I really like the breakdown of the storyboards again, like acknowledging 25 and 26 and what they were doing there, and that spirit feels like it lives on here as well.
Yeah.
Ryan, you mentioned very early up top that you had a problem with Asuka at the end, and I wanted to.
Oh no, it's just the clone. It's the clone stuff.
Oh, the clone stuff.
No, that's what it is. No,
okay,
I love Asuka. I don't think
it.
that necessarily added a lot to her or the story. Like,
no, I agree.
If you remove that 1 minute that she does that, like the movie's the exact same for me. So like,
yeah, I'd agree. And Shinji knows Mari's going to come for him. Earlier with Futsuki, Mari had a moment where we learned her real name, Mary Iscariot.
Which is Judas.
Which is Judas, and it's Judas to the fan base because Mari is Judas for the betrayer to the fans who wanted Shinji to end up with Rei or wanted Shinji to end up with Asuka. She comes in and or Karu. And she comes in and just destroys that. So let's talk about the very end, I guess.
Okay, so Shinji's on the beach, and I think that's going to be the ending. Like Shinji on the beach. That's not the final shot, right? Is it?
No.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. So like Shinji's on the beach, and then it does like the thing where it's like it goes to animation, black and white storyboards, and then an Ava, which aren't supposed to exist anymore, comes out of the ocean, back to the movie. Movie's there. Ava disappears. Mari's just here now. I'm back.
I like the idea that like Mari is kind of like sitting there like wherever this new universe is, Shinji has just arrived himself, and he's just like, I built this new universe. Now I'll just wait for Mari to get here. Mari said she'd come. She'll come. I believe that she'll come. And then she comes. She bursts through this new world. Like, hey, I did it. Look at what I could do.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we get the train station, modern Tokyo, grown up Shinji, grown up Mari, everyone else on the platform. Not everyone else. Sorry, just the other children. There's a read on this that I've become quite favorable to, which is that while we see Karu and Rei and Asuka on the other platform, they are not the Karu, Rei, and Asuka we know. They are not the ones that Shinji sent away. The world of the village still exists. That world is there. Asuka went there. The world wherever Kaji and Karu went, that world also exists. That's somewhere else. Shinji has only created a world where he and Mari, as far as like continued representations of themselves, have gone to. And it's specifically about setting the children free, that they're free of Avas entirely.
I can buy that.
I'm rather partial to this read at this point, mostly because I like the idea that the world of the village and everything is still intact.
Yes,
that like what happened there remains for those characters, because we don't get follow up on any of the rest of them that aren't the children. And it feels very specifically like Anno did this because he wanted to say like these characters, these specific Ava pilot characters, are free. They are free of being any more stories being told about that.
I didn't have anybody else from the village on the train platform.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm super into that idea. I'd never really thought about it until you brought it up, but like to even further that like everyone gets a happy ending. Everyone gets a happy ending that they want, that they almost that they choose. Like if you want to be in that village, you can be in the village. You want to if you want to be a Shinji, it's Mari and Shinji. Like everybody gets to be happy, whatever means necessary, almost.
Right.
I think what's
wonderful about the ending is that it feels definitive and yet open ended. There could be a read. There is that read, and there is and you could. I read it personally, not to invalidate anyone's read. This is just kind of to drive home my point. Like I read it as like the world eventually rebuilt. Like it's the same. It's the world that Shinji built. That Shin was the same world, and then everyone had their happy endings, and then the world rebuilt itself. That's kind of how I saw it. Like it was just what we saw was just a continuation of where we were at.
In a sense, too, to echo off that, not to cut you off, finish your point. Everybody still kind of looks the same age, but also like Shinji's in a suit, like he's going to go off to work.
No, Shinji's older.
He's 100% older.
Oh, I can't tell an anime.
He's 100% like twice the size.
Between 14 and 35, there's one homogenous age.
His voice is deeper. I really, and so what I think again, going back to what I love so much about the franchise and about these movies, are these kind of like different reads that you can take this as what's really important to you is kind of like what you personally read these things as. And I think that's the way that Spark said it, the way that I said it, anyone else's read of it can both be can all be valid, because that's what helps this franchise feel important, is the way that you as an audience member is engaging with it and reading it as your own.
Absolutely. So to bring up what Jeremy said about like, is this their world or the real world? The end shot is the real world. That is Hideki Anno's hometown of Ube, Japan. Now this is definitely like something people read into or not. He left. He's done with Evangelion. This is the end of Evangelion for Anno, right? Like this is like he left the world in such a way that some people are reading like these characters now exist in the real world. There's nothing left to do with these characters. They got their happy endings. They have been transfixed to the real world without Ava's. There is no possible way to redo the story again unless you do something completely different without me. Like this is a finale if I've ever seen one. And of course, it's cyclical in nature of like, not just Evangelion, but Hollywood and,
Well, but that's what's so great about the Rebuild of Evangelion series. What we've been talking about this whole discussion is how this story leads to eventually Shinji's happiness. Kaoru says, we're going to do it this time. We're going to make you happy. And it happened. This time he was happy. That breaks the cycle. Theoretically, there would be no story after this. The cycle is broken. Shinji has happiness.
And I say this without saying like what a potential thing could be, but like I don't want to see any more stories with Shinji.
Oh, I got bad news, man. We got Neon Genesis Evangelion Revelations coming.
Yeah, that's one of the things like Anno has said in like some interview at some point, that he's like, I gave them a whole 14 years of something if they want to play around with some stuff, but they can't touch Shinji anymore.
Yes.
And Shinji is free, and that's one of the things is he wanted Shinji free of the cycle. He wants Shinji to be in a place where like you can't do anything with Shinji now. It's over.
I love it. And he marries
Judas,
Mari, which is fantastic. Half the fans hate her, half the fans love her. I think she's great. I think it's really great. Again, Anno married a beautiful glasses woman who helped change his life radically. I think everybody deserves a big good glasses woman in their life. Everybody deserves it.
That's the cure to depression. Big blue glasses girl. Everybody just needs a hot librarian.
Oh shit, I'm dating the wrong person.
The interpretation that cannot be denied of the ending is that we see Shinji no longer unable to take his own path. Shinji, even though Mari like says, "Come on, let's go," and takes his hand, Shinji's like, "Yeah, let's go." And then like he's just as much like he's not being dragged along. Shinji is choosing his path.
Yeah, and he's in that 30 seconds that they're talking. He's flirting with her. He's being aggressive, cute. Like he is a full person finally again as an adult, and going with this business suit in a suitcase, whatever job he's gonna have.
It's so weird to hear that voice actor be happy, Shinji.
It's you said it, Jeremy. It's cathartic because however long you've had Ava in your life, like that dude's been miserable for almost 30 years. And it's really nice. It's been really nice.
Or whatever.
It's going to be really interesting to see the G Kids dub hit theaters this December.
Dude, I will 100% see this in theaters. 100%.
Yeah, I want to see the new dub in theaters. I just want to see this film in theaters.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a quick note that I want to go back to. Rewind it for a bit. I have here just quickly. I really like how they use the AT fields in action. I think the AT field action in this film, especially with how Mari and Asuka uses it, combine their AT field. I think a lot of that is really cool. And I'm really happy that they found kind of unique ways to use the AT fields.
And I love it even more when Gendo is just talking to Shinji person to person or whatever. And Gendo's AT field comes up and he's like, I got rid of my AT field. This doesn't make sense. Am I afraid of my own son? I love it. God, I love it. It's so ridiculous.
Okay. Well, I got nothing else, I guess.
I gotta talk about the Hikaru Utada does the theme song for the final movie, One Last Kiss. I wish Ben were here because I think this might be my favorite Hikaru Utada song, and she's done a lot of great Kingdom Hearts songs. But boy, howdy, when this song kicks on and they're running up the stairs and the do 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 do, I think that song is so beautiful. And the finale credits being like going over Ube where he lives, and it all being real world shots. Like this movie's made me cry twice. Both of these endings, I love it so much. And like the song is such a beautiful way to end this thing. I love it. I'm just so thrilled for Shinji because that dude's been through so much. Oh my god.
The melody of that song pairs perfectly, or I'm sorry, the melody of Simple and Clean pairs perfectly with that song. If you sing it over when the chorus starts in this song, if you sing the chorus of Simple and Clean over that, Sam heard it. It was true. It happened. I was listening to it, and the chorus hit, and it was like when you walk. And it's the exact. It was like it fits. The melody fits. I don't know if it's the exact same chord progression. I'd have to like do a transcription. But
hey, she's got a hook. She's got a hook, and she likes it.
I mean, you know, if well, that's all, folks. Thank you very much for your time and your rice.
Okay. Hey. So Jeremy, you took the whole journey. How are you feeling?
Man, okay, so listen.
Be real. I have been going through a very deep depression for the last couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Like real badly like. And a lot of it's had to do with emotional dysregulation and how it makes navigating relationships extremely difficult and having difficulties in like properly communicating my feelings. Boy, did this one really like twist the knife, you know, it was like it was talking directly to me a lot of times. And so going through the entire journey, the original series and End of Eva, which is hard to watch.
Yeah.
Very hard because there's no advice except for maybe, you know, like episode 26. There's really no advice. It's like, and here's something really horrible now that you have to watch about this character. And this is how it feels to have that really horrible thing. And I was just sitting there. It's like, yeah, I mean, and yeah, that is the feeling. And so, you know, getting to watch the rebuilds and have it be, you know, a recapitulation of all those feelings in a way that allows the characters to grow and you see the catharsis. It had resolution, you know. Mm-hmm. I felt like it actually gave some useful advice without having a character give another character advice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Seeing the characters go through things the way they did gave me perspective. And I feel like I have some tools to work with. I felt like I went to therapy.
Yeah.
Watching this show. So, yeah, it's really, really good.
I'm glad you enjoy it. I have a tattoo of it, so I think I kind of like it a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When we started it, you know, because we didn't get that far, I was just kind of sitting like, okay, giant robot anime. I mean, I know it gets deep, but like, I don't see how we could go from this to that.
And then it happens. And then one episode happens, and you're like, oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Who prepared anyone for that?
I said it earlier, but like there are very few pieces of art. I mean, besides like, you know, like independent stuff. Like NGE is not independent, right? It is a big budget anime. Not many things like this have such personal stake and personal like ingredients that make it like so much a part of the creator. Like I there's a lot of animes that I think are really great and they try to do a lot of things, but like none of them are trying to reach for anything like this. And I'm not saying every anime needs to, but it's incredibly special. And I said at the beginning that someone got to make a show that like talks about what they're dealing with in the negative ways, and then 20 years later talk about it in a positive way. You don't get to see things like this happen often. It's something only time can give us. And I'm just beyond thankful.
Especially in the context where something becomes as mainstream pop culture popular as Evangelion is.
Oh my god,
And,
it's
usually you would
so
have
big.
far more constraint, but like if this were all a Western product, like you would not have had the freedom to do what you do with this. But because it is what it is, Anno is able to just make his personal final piece of all of Eva in these 4 rebuilds.
There are very few. There, like I am 100%. I love adaptation. I'm always about, hey, try to do something in a different medium. This is the one franchise where if I hear a Netflix live action show's coming, there's no way it's going to be good. There's absolutely no way. There's no way you can replicate this without 200% of the creative team like behind it, in like almost in the same. They have to be in like the same state of mind to make a show like this. Like it's a once in a lifetime type of show.
I don't think you could consciously recreate anything like this.
No.
Yeah.
Because part of it happened out of necessity, part of it happened from stream of consciousness, part of it happened from time and reflection. So a lot of that is design, a lot of it isn't. It's that's really the beauty of art, right? That you could that this kind of thing can exist, because unlike less emotional ventures than art, which require much more deliberation and decisiveness, art can happen sort of accidentally while being deliberate, and that's crazy.
When you think about it, like if they were to do a Netflix adaptation, which heaven forbid,
only if M. Night Shyamalan's directing, because honestly,
you could do it. Here's the thing. You could recreate every episode shot for shot in live action with CGI, with whatever. You could do whatever you want. However, it will show up as hollow as Watchmen. The Watchmen movie by Zack Snyder is a faithful recreation of that comic, but misses the point, and you would do the same thing.
I wouldn't call it that faithful. There's a lot of stuff that gets changed in that movie.
I'm not going there. I'm only saying that just because any creator could be like, hey, we're going to be so faithful, we're going to do it exactly as is, shot for shot. You'd miss the point, because the thing is, very few properties, very few properties like this, are such a product of one person's vision, mind, mental state, that you need that person to be involved in order to even create something similar.
I have a rebuttal to that, because I thought about it. The reason that Zack Snyder's Watchmen doesn't work, and why, even though it's very shot for shot as a recreation, and it still doesn't work, is because of how he frames certain scenes that to Alan Moore came from one perspective. Like I can't. I'm not gonna get too specific.
I got a Watchmen tattoo if you want to get into real specifics.
Yeah, well, okay.
We don't need to go down this rabbit hole.
But okay, let's talk about the rape scene with the comedian.
Spectre.
Sure. Framed very differently in the movie than in the books.
Yes.
Because it comes from a very different perspective, very different point of view. And so what I think you could do, if you did it, I would never want this, but I think that it would be interesting if it happened accidentally. If somebody who was put in charge of doing it like a live action recreation of Evangelion, and it was meant to be shot for shot remake, this person, in trying to recreate the shots, was going through like a really profound depression and was using the show as a catharsis through that depression, you might get something new and interesting out of that.
But here's the thing. Any sort of adaptation of Evangelion would have to be done by a guy who needs to use the show for a very specific reason, who feels like he's got a vision, and I believe that it should be a departure. Now, that said, I kind of feel the same way about Evangelion as I do with Matrix Resurrections, which we brought up earlier in this discussion. Sparks did, with the idea that like Matrix Resurrections brings is Lana Wachowski like, you know what? I'm in a different place than I was back then. I want Neo and Trinity to have a happy ending. I want to come back.
Audience.
I want to come back, and I want Neo and Trinity to have a happy ending.
Right.
And that was important to her, and ended up being important to me. And very similar. that Anno did with the Rebuild of Evangelion, I want to come back. I want to give Shinji a happy ending. I'm in a different place in my life. I want to do that for Shinji. And they felt, and it felt important to them. And so therefore it felt important to me. And I feel like the closest comparison to this in Western media is in fact Matrix Resurrections.
I think in that sense of like the personal creator stuff, yes. I think I was telling Jeremy this, I think in terms of like the overall scope of like an old piece of media and then a revisited piece of media, reframing everything and the discussion in between, even having a movie that also helped to bridge that reframe is Twin Peaks. Is the only one that I think in the largest context. But I think specifically the fourth film in Resurrections, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I love you so much for saying Twin Peaks. Thank you.
I don't have Twin Peaks as a reference point, so I can only.
No, for sure. I knew Ryan would get that, and I was thinking about it a lot because very much like the show, the final show season of Twin Peaks that's made years and years and years after the original series is a far cry away from what the original show was, and completely reframes the context of what it was doing and rejiggers its characters, not necessarily to the same purpose of like a happy ending for the characters that Resurrections and this have, but it is that same like we're really turning the knob on this one to rethink it.
Sam, I have to teach children piano.
Gotcha. So let's wrap.
Sam.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Sparks.
Carol.
He's our editor. He's talking about our editor.
Okay. I wish we could. I wish we could say more, but
Nothing's stopping you.
that'll do it.
I mean, you can say whatever you want.
I thought Jeremy had to go.
Yeah, I mean, we need to start wrapping up, but like you can give your wrap up thoughts.
Yeah. Rap. But only in rap. You have to wrap it.
Well, I was just gonna say that like the idea like the comparison to Matrix Resurrections and the Evangelion Rebuild series, or even just this one, very important to me. Like, as you guys know, Matrix Resurrections was one of my favorite films of last year. I adore that movie. I think that like the idea that like you could create something and that was so you yourself have a much different relationship with the art that the audience has is so interesting to me. And then coming back and just kind of putting in your final stamp of like, this is my relationship with this artwork. This is what I think. This is my artwork, and this is my relationship with it. That kind of like thesis statement of the finality of it all, and very much reminiscent of what I feel is what I love about Matrix Resurrections. This is Lana Wachowski being like, this is my relationship with this art, and if you do not have that same relationship with it, you're probably going to be left behind. Mm-hmm. And we all had that same relationship with the Matrix that Lana Wachowski had for the most part. And so like coming back to Evangelion and watching these rebuild movies and having that and kind of being on board with what Anno was trying to do with the show and recognizing his own limitations with his mental state, or even with just the production of that show, having End of Evangelion and kind of like coming to the conclusion of wanting to kind of come back and tell the audience like, this is it. This is the happy ending. Shinji is done. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
I'm happy. Shinji's happy. It was important to me. I am working through my stuff. I wanted to give Shinji that same gift. Kind of that relationship with character that we don't often see, like, because there is so much of the creator within the character. Mm-hmm. that you feel kind of you feel a pull to kind of gift that character what you yourself as the creator have learned in this time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's beautiful.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Evangelion is very much a series where you can easily do. And another thing, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we end up, I know you want to revisit all of this at some point, because you want to reprocess and digest that.
I plan on watching it all again.
So there'll be some
even less time. Do it in 12 hours. I'm gonna watch it all.
Too much material. It's impossible.
I think there will be some point in the future where we'll probably do another revisit of Evangelion. I think that as we grow some perspectives on it will shift, but that will probably do it for today. I'm very glad these rebuilds exist. I think they give a full feeling that you can't quite get with just the series and the rebuilds. And I do think it was a necessary endeavor for just the series and end of Eva.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it was a worthwhile endeavor for Anno to pursue.
And I'm glad that he felt like he had something to say, because sometimes people come back to a franchise and it's like they just want to make money. Whereas like he came back for a real ass reason.
These guns were loaded.
I guess so. That'll do it.
Yeah,
cool. Jeremy, thank you so much for being on the show.
I'm always available anytime you want to talk about things, even if I don't know what's going on. I'll ask a lot of questions.
Hell yeah.
That's 300. Jeremy is our honorary fake nerd. This has been the 300th episode. I guess we'll do the outro now. 300th episode, guys. Thank you again so much. I'm sure I said something up top. Spoiler alert, I'm recording this before I record the beginning of the show. So
I'm sure they can tell because we're all wearing different clothes.
I'm planning on wearing the same shirt. No, I'm not. I will forget. So that's 300 episodes. Thank you so much, guys, for being part of 300 episodes. Thank you for being here with us, going on this 4-hour-long journey with Evangelion, the Rebuild of Evangelion series. I guess for 400. I skipped a couple episodes. I guess for 400, we got to figure out what we're going to do.
The manga.
I was legitimately about to joke about that.
4 hours of everybody sitting there reading it.
So we had back-to-back bumper centennial episodes, 200, 300. Who knows what 400 will bring? Guys, this has been a very hard year for myself, for my crew, for my friends, for the show. This has been a difficult year for all of us. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who stuck by us, who kind of stuck with us. We have been, I don't know if you could tell, struggling to put out this show this past couple of months, but we do it because we love it and we're glad to keep doing it. And we want to keep doing it.
I'm going to keep doing it forever until I die.
And hopefully we can hopefully someday we could get some of the other shows, some of our spin-off shows back off the ground. That'd be great. We do love those shows and lament that a lot of them had to go by the wayside, but hopefully they will come back. And, maybe something new on the horizon. Jeremy, Sparks, and I have been kind of quietly working on a little thing that I can say that we don't know when or if it's going to happen, but we have been working on the thing. So, and Jeremy is headbanging to some metal music right now.
No, it's just agreeing vehemently. All
right. So guys, I guess that'll be 300 episodes. Again, thank you again. So very much. So why don't I? By the way, I probably am going to. If you have heard the beginning of this episode and I repeated a bunch of the stuff that I've already said, I'm sorry, because I will not remember. I guess we'll do the rest of the outro now. God damn it! I had this up and I lost it. Cool. Guys, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you so much for watching the rewind. If you were here during the live news recording, thank you for doing that. And if you weren't and you're checking us out when this episode goes up, thank you so much. Guys, there are plenty of shows coming up. Next week, the Weird Al movie?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Next week will be something. 301 will be a something. Ryan, it's your book club next week. Do you want to announce it later or do you want to know it now?
Definitely not doing it now.
All right, we'll announce it later. And coming up, we got like Black Adam and Halloween Ends and the Spooktaculars for Basement Arcades. A lot of cool stuff. Guys, there's plenty of shows on this channel. If you want to like this video and you want to subscribe to this channel, check out all sorts of shows such as Fake Nerds Watch, our second most consistent series. Fake Nerds Watch, where we've just done. We have a Lord of the Rings episode where we talk about 1 through 4. We have a House of the Dragon episode where you guys talked about 2 through 5. There's She-Hulk coming. New episode of She-Hulk probably soon. Andor is up. Star Wars Andor is there, and more to come. Basement Arcade and Basement Arcade Pause Menu, also shows that are on this channel. Our Basement Arcade show is our Let's Play series, which you're going to get a lot of coming up in October with the Spooktaculars, the Spooktobers, or the whatever we're calling them, where we scare the poopy out of Ben. And Basement Arcade Pause Menu is Ben's sanctuary, where he gets to just talk about video games he likes to play.
Unless it's an episode where he's specifically talking about video games he doesn't like to play.
That's true. He did. That was the latest episode. Oh, that episode is now live via audio. So sorry that was late. Fake Nerd Book Club and Animation Station are also shows that are on this channel, and hopefully will be shows that'll come back. It would be great to see those come back. Patreon and TeePublic, guys, if you guys want to support us financially, we greatly appreciate it. There's a lot of shows. There's a lot of things we want to do. There's a lot of shows we want to follow. There's a lot of we kind of want to keep doing this. We like doing this. So if you guys want to support us financially, why don't you check out our Patreon or our TeePublic, which are linked below, or you can check out our website where all the links that have to everything I've said and more are available at fakenerdpodcast.com. That's also linked below. Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watches the live show. And thank you to everyone who watches the replay. Thank you to Jeremy Villucci, who is not here right now.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Jeremy, sir, for all the music that you do. All the music you've heard tonight, that's all him, including the live performance of the music. All the music you hear for all of our shows is Jeremy Villucci. He's an incredibly talented individual that I do not mind complimenting when he is in front of me.
Ow! It hurts. Stop.
You're welcome, sir. All right. You can find his podcast on iTunes or Suburban Proctologist Official on Instagram. Nope, that's on Facebook. Or Subproc Podcast on Instagram. And Jeremy doesn't even know.
I don't know. There's probably links. I think it's on Spotify. It's on a whole big... I'm doing my rebuilds of that show right now. So good luck, everybody.
Stay tuned for that. Thank you to Mike Matola. Mike Matola is a wonderful collaborator with us, and we love him so much. You can find him at Instagram and TikTok at Mike Matola. I also want to say a thank you to everyone who has collaborated with us on this 100 episodes, on these 2 years since 200, and beyond. All of our future collaborators, all of our previous collaborators. We love you guys. Thank you for everyone, all of the friends we've made on the show. We greatly appreciate every single one of you guys. Cool. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of Fake Nerd Podcast if you'd like to get in touch with us. fakenerdguys@gmail.com. I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for atomicgeekdom.com, Screen Rant, and kaijuramamedia.com. Ryan?
You can find me trying to close those goddamn gates of golf at DJ Tony Snark 616.
Sparks.
You can find me just trying to find a place where I can belong at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
Jeremy, I already said where you can find you, but why don't you do it? Why don't you do it?
Yeah. Okay. So if I look on my phone here,
and you can find Ben Magnet at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter, where he also writes for Go Nintendo, Fusion Gaming Magazine, and Old School Gaming Magazine.
You can find me, Jeremy Villucci, on Instagram, I'm sure, but Instagram confuses and infuriates me, and I'm not sure how.
Is it Jeremy Villucci Keyboard still?
It's not, and it's a temporary name, but I don't know if that's what you search for.
Oh,
so
Lord.
I'll just listen. If the magic is in your heart, and you really want to find me, think of me real hard,
Jeremy.
and I'll be there.
Jeremy, you have a band? Why don't you plug that?
Oh, I do have a band. We're releasing an album soon.
Congratulations.
Okay, so the band's called Wreck of Time. The album is called From Sand Part 2. What day does this go live?
Sunday.
Monday.
Monday.
Okay.
Monday.
Well, starting tomorrow, from the point of recording this, which today is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, the 30th of September, we're releasing a single with a video. And then every Friday after that, we're releasing another single with a video for the whole album.
Oh, yeah.
So we're doing like 13 videos for the album because we are ridiculous.
Hell yeah, baby.
And so that's happening now. In fact, it happened. Go look at it. Go find it. The song's called Natural.
The band's called Wreck of Time. It'd be really easy to find on our YouTube if you look on our YouTube, which I can actually find because that's not associated with me specifically, which means that I can actually navigate the internet because I guess I'm only blind when I'm talking about finding places where I exist. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So how do you
Wreck of Time.
Wreck of Time. Yeah, that's our YouTube.
Natural.
Go find it.
Cool.
Okay, so go check that out. Subscribe to us on iTunes.
What about Sparks?
I did.
Oh, he did yours. No, he did yours. Sorry, you did yours. Yeah.
Don't do that to
Sorry.
me.
Jeremy's just, it took so long, I forgot who got there or not.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video, subscribe to our channel. Until next time we see us, guys. Until the next 100 episodes, stay fake nerds.